On a precarious villa perched atop a cliff, icy winds howled like vengeful spirits, carrying a bone-chilling cold through the night. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and heavy raindrops pounded relentlessly against the French windows, as though echoing the storm brewing within the household. Shu Yi is our real son. Hu Ming stood frozen, his heart pounding as he took in the scene before him, his mother gazing at another young man with eyes full of love and devotion. His chest tightened, his breath uneven. His eyes, already red with emotion, burned with disbelief. Mom, what are you saying? I am your son. His voice wavered, unable to mask the devastation coursing through him. He looked at his mother, desperate for an explanation, but her gaze was complicated, filled with guilt, hesitation, and distance. She sighed, her voice soft yet firm. Hu Ming, I know this is difficult, but the truth is, you and Shu Yi were switched at birth. Shu Yi is our real child. And you. She trailed off, but her silence spoke volumes. Hu Ming's ears rang. His body trembled as he clutched his head, unwilling to accept reality. No, this isn't true. I won't believe it. He turned and ran, his pained voice echoing through the halls. His mother watched him go, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to reach out, to comfort him. But instead, she turned toward Han Shu Yi, the young man standing beside her. The moment she looked at him, her heart ached with familiarity. The more she gazed at him, the more she saw her husband's features reflected in him. Shu Yi, she murmured, her voice tinged with emotion. Han Shu Yi gave her a gentle smile, his expression understanding yet unwavering. Mom, it's all right. Go check on him. He must be hurting. His considerate words made her heart clench. Overwhelmed, she pulled him into an embrace, her tears spilling freely. Han Shu Yi simply patted her back, offering quiet reassurance. Meanwhile, in the solitude of his room, Hu Ming stood with his hands on his hips, staring out at the storm raging outside. His eyes, no longer filled with tears, gleamed with sharp calculation. Because while his name was Hu Ming, he wasn't this Han Hu Ming. He remembered it clearly the day he transmigrated. It had been raining just like this. The streets were flooded, and as he was trying to escape the downpour, he had slipped into an uncovered sewer. The next thing he knew, he woke up in this world, his mind instantly flooded with memories of this body's past. And now, standing outside, embracing his mother, was Han Shu Yi, the true protagonist of this world. Han Shu Yi, who was meant to have a life of hardship but instead had his fate stolen away at birth. Han Shu Yi, who clawed his way to success, only to be discovered and welcomed back into the Han family with open arms, stepping into the glorious life that had been denied him. And Hu Ming? Hu Ming was nothing more than an arrogant playboy, an infamous troublemaker, despised, hated, the villain destined to fall. As the story unfolded, Han Shu Yi would continue to rise, while the former young master of the Han family would be discarded like trash. In the original timeline, Hu Ming had refused to accept his fate. He had targeted Han Shu Yi out of jealousy, only to be crushed time and time again. Eventually, his desperation led him down a dark path, and his story ended with a bullet to the chest. A fitting end for a villain. But Hu Ming was no fool. Now that he had taken over this body, his priority was simple: survive. Even if it meant being cast out, survival was better than death. His gaze darkened with resolve. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. When the door slowly creaked open, a girl stepped in. She wore a plain white t-shirt and a black skirt that barely reached her knees. Her feet were clad in worn-out canvas shoes, the faded color evidence of frequent washes. Thick black glasses framed her delicate face, her dark eyes glimmering with calm intelligence. She carried a bowl of steaming soup, her hands steady as she approached. Young Master Han, Mrs. Han ordered this for you. Hu Ming's eyes narrowed. Master? I'm not your master anymore. Han Shu Yi is. His voice was cold, almost mocking. He even considered knocking the bowl from her hands. But then, he saw her eyes. Unwavering. Calm. Something in her gaze made him hesitate. She tilted her head slightly and said, "But, young Master Han, I only serve you." A pause. Her long, jet-black hair obscured part of her face, making it difficult for Hu Ming to see her full expression. Her voice was soft, almost timid. She looked like she might burst into tears if he raised his voice any further. Hu Ming scratched his head in frustration. He wasn't in the mood to argue with a stubborn girl. With a dismissive wave, he gestured for her to leave and slammed the door shut. The girl stood motionless for a moment before turning away. As she walked down the dimly lit hallway, the flickering light momentarily illuminated her hidden features. Beneath those thick glasses and unkempt hair was a face of startling beauty. The next morning, rumors had already spread. Servants whispered in hushed voices, their eyes flickering toward Hu Ming with thinly veiled contempt. The news had spread like wildfire. He was no longer part of the Han family. And now, those who once feared him grew bold. As he stepped into the corridor, he caught sight of a woman laughing softly as she walked beside Han Shu Yi. Their interactions were warm, natural, perfectly harmonious. It was predictable. Han Shu Yi needed allies. This was his way of securing his place in the family. Hu Ming merely scoffed, crossing his arms as he observed from afar. Then, whispers drifted toward him from a group of gossiping maids nearby. Look at him. He must be jealous of young Master Shu Yi. Ha, I always knew he wasn't our real young master. Everyone hated him. It's no surprise he's being thrown out. I saw young Master Shu Yi this morning. He even smiled and greeted me. He's so kind. Unlike that arrogant bastard. The servants chattered excitedly, their voices dripping with disdain. Their courage had grown overnight. Hu Ming let out a low chuckle, his lips curling into a smirk. Then, he stepped forward. Oh, so, you expect me to smile at you all the time? His voice was light, almost playful, yet, there was no warmth in it. The moment they met his gaze, the servants' expressions paled. Their smug confidence crumbled. In an instant, they dropped to their knees. Young master, we didn't mean it. Please, forgive us. Hu Ming remained silent, savoring their panicked expressions. But before he could respond, a sharp voice cut through the tense air. Hu Ming, are you bullying the maids again? Hu Ming slowly turned, his smirk deepening. The real show was just beginning. A girl with twin tails strode over, her face twisted in fury. She glared at Hu Ming as though he had committed an unforgivable crime. Hu Ming, however, remained unfazed. Arms crossed, he met her glare with an expression of indifference. She was Han Yun 11, once his sister, now Han Shuyi's biological sister. They were the same age and attended the same school, but Han Yun 11 had always despised him. His bad reputation, reckless behavior, and entitled arrogance embarrassed her. She had made it clear, pretend we don't know each other at school. And now, after witnessing today's events, their fragile relationship had completely shattered. Without waiting for an explanation, she assumed he was in the wrong just like always. Han Shuyi stepped forward, gently helping the maid stand before turning toward Hu Ming. Though a head shorter, his presence was commanding. I don't know why you were scolding them, but even if we hired them, you have no right to make them kneel. Han Yungzi's voice was sharp, filled with frustration. She had given up on him long ago. He was beyond saving. Yet, when Hu Ming simply raised an eyebrow, his expression utterly devoid of guilt, it enraged her even more. Does it even matter whether I did or not? Shouldn't a young master have the right to discipline his subordinates? Do you even realize your situation? Han Shuyi is my real brother. You're nothing but an outsider. The words left her lips in the heat of the moment, sharp as a blade. A moment later, her breath hitched as she realized what she had said. She instinctively covered her mouth, panic flickering in her eyes. But instead of the expected rage, Hu Ming simply smiled lightly, mockingly. You're right. I don't belong to the Han family. With that, he turned and left. The maid stood frozen. Han Yun 11, stunned, stared at his retreating figure. Something was off about Hu Ming today. Rounding the corner, Hu Ming nearly bumped into a familiar figure, the maid who had come to his door the previous night. She stood quietly before him, her voice barely above a whisper. Young master, do you want me to explain to Miss? Hu Ming tilted his head slightly, intrigued. Explain what? That they no longer see me as a young master? But they're right. I don't belong to this family. They don't need to respect me. His voice was casual, almost dismissive, as if he had accepted this truth. The maid, however, did not waver. As long as you are in the Han family, you are the young master of the Han family. Hu Ming chuckled, stepping past her. His figure stretched long in the sunlight outside. Is that so? Well then, let's see how things play out. The maid watched him go, her fingers tightening around the tray in her hands. Softly, she murmured to herself. Young master, are you really willing to accept your fate like this? The next day, the news had already spread across the entire school. The moment Hu Ming stepped out of the car, all eyes were on him. Those who used to wait at the entrance, eager to curry favor, had vanished without a trace. Hu Ming wasn't surprised. He knew those people had only followed him because of his wealth and power. Now that it was revealed he wasn't the young master of the Han family, what reason did they have to stick around? On the other hand, Han Shuyi was surrounded by people. Those same flatterers who once clung to Hu Ming were now flocking to the true young master. The contrast was stark, one side filled with admiration, the other shunned. And yet, there were still a few people gathering around Hu Ming not to support him, but to mock him. Oh, isn't this young master Han Hu Ming? A thin boy with a monkey-like face sneered, his voice dripping with ridicule. Oh wait, my mistake. You're not the young master anymore? The real one is over there. Hu Ming met the boy's gaze, his smirk unfaltering. If your eyes still work, you should be able to see what car I arrived in, right? The boy flinched, momentarily at a loss. His face twisted in embarrassment before he quickly retorted. So what? You stole 10 years of Han Shi's life. Can you ever repay him? The gathered students nodded in agreement, their gazes turning accusatory. Han Shuyi was handsome, polite, and brilliant. If he had grown up in the Han family, he would have achieved even greater heights. Meanwhile, Hu Ming had wasted the wealth and resources given to him. What right did he have to live the life that was meant for Han Shuyi? The whispers swelled around him. Disgust, resentment, condemnation. But Hu Ming was unfazed. If there was one thing he was good at, it was being shameless. He whistled, slipping his hands into his pockets as he strolled past them. He ignored them completely. But things didn't stop there. When Hu Ming arrived at the classroom, he paused. His desk had been moved next to the trash can. His books lay scattered on the floor. And scrawled across his desk, in bold, angry letters. Get out, unwanted bastard. The handwriting was forceful, the strokes deep, as if the person had wanted to carve their hatred into the wood itself. The entire class watched in silence, anticipation thick in the air. They were waiting for him to explode. That was how he always reacted in the past, wasn't it? Hu Ming stared at the words. Then, he let out a low chuckle. Quite the artwork, isn't it? I wonder which genius crafted this masterpiece. His tone was mocking, but his face betrayed nothing. Calmly, he moved his desk back into place. He crouched, picking up his books with utter indifference. Did you all think I'd get angry over something like this? His voice was light, almost amused. The students exchanged confused glances. Something was wrong. Hu Ming should be throwing a tantrum right now. He should be raging. Instead, he was smiling. And that unsettled them more than anything else. Is Hu Ming possessed by a ghost? Someone whispered. The thought sent an involuntary shiver down their spines. Because the Hu Ming standing before them now felt like a completely different person.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
When Han Shuyi entered the class, he could feel a completely different atmosphere around him. As Han Shuyi glanced towards Hu Ming, he was taken aback to see him sitting calmly in his seat. This was a complete turnaround from his wild antics the previous night. Everyone froze in place as if waiting for Hu Ming's next move. But as the morning bell rang, everyone returned to their seats. Their class, an honors class, was a testament to academic excellence, with everyone boasting impressive grades. However, there was a unique anomaly in the sea of success. Some turned their head and peeked at what Hu Ming was doing, but the most shocking thing happened. Hu Ming was studying. It was well known that in the past, he would be sleeping right now. Again, this situation spread throughout the class, and they began speculating whether Hu Ming had gone crazy. Of course, someone also suggested a very plausible reason. Since Hu Ming was not the real young master of the Han family anymore, he had to pretend to study hard to avoid being kicked out. The impression of Hu Ming being a good-for-nothing was unforgettable. Everyone knew what kind of person he was. Now that he had plummeted from the clouds to the mountain base, everyone naturally wanted to kick him while he was down. For a moment, the previously studious atmosphere of the class was instantly engulfed by gossip. Han Shuyi sat silently on the side, reading his book with his head lowered, the pen in his hand turning slowly. No one knew what he was thinking. Knock, knock, knock. The classroom immediately was hushed by the sound of knocking on the door. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the girl standing by the door. She wore a refreshing school uniform skirt with black stockings covering her long legs and small brown leather shoes, making her look cute and delicate. A dainty and exquisite watch adorned her slender wrist. The gold strap, the slightly purplish-pink dial, and her translucent white skin complemented each other perfectly. Under such an alluring exterior, her eyes exuded an icy coldness, keeping everyone at bay. Hu Shui, the student council president. According to Hu Ming's impression, both of them couldn't get along. No matter what bad things Hu Ming did, she would always be there to catch him. According to others, Hu Shui was likely Hu Ming's nemesis. And under the influence of this president, Hu Ming was disciplined to the core. It was said that Hu Ming once wanted to hit the president, but she just stood there, staring at him. In the end, after threatening her, Hu Ming retreated. Since then, Hu Shui has inspected Hu Ming's honors class daily, leading to many people despising Hu Ming. After all, his antics inconvenienced them all. I heard that this should be the honors class, but you people don't seem to have the demeanor of one. Is there anything special that is causing this commotion during morning reading? Although her tone was flat, the classroom temperature reached that of a cold winter day. She scanned the room, and her gaze stopped at Hu Ming. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hu Ming wasn't sleeping? Under everyone's scrutiny, she walked directly to Hu Ming's side. She was even more astonished when she saw what Hu Ming was doing. Did this guy change his way? Hu Shui narrowed her eyes. She reaches out, trying to lift Hu Ming's book. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist and didn't let go. The other party's hand was firm and very warm. Some gasped, silently giving Hu Ming a thumbs up in their heart. It was already surprising that he could speak to her normally, but now, Hu Ming dared to grab her wrist? Hu Shui's eyelids twitched as she tried to withdraw her hand with the least possible movement, but Hu Ming's hand gripped onto hers like a pair of iron tongs. Then, the two locked eyes. Hu Ming's gaze remained lazy, but unlike before, he seemed to be scrutinizing her a bit more. President, I'm just trying to study. There's no need to disturb me, right? I just want to see what was written on your desk. Hu Shui's voice sounded again, and when Hu Ming heard it, he immediately let go of her hand and moved the book aside. And the words written were fully exposed to her eyes. Hu Shui leaned in closer to Hu Ming to get a more precise look. Her black stockings brushed against Hu Ming's elbow, seemingly unintentionally. She carried a faint scent of mint, making Hu Ming's heart flutter. However, soon Hu Shui looked up at all the students in the classroom. Her voice was icy, her demeanor imposing, reminiscent of the guillotine of Louis XVI. I didn't expect anyone in this class to engage in bullying. Whoever did it, come forward. Don't make me investigate. If I find out, you'll face disciplinary action from the school. In an instant, the classroom plunged into a deep, eerie silence. Even Hu Ming was somewhat surprised. He looked up at the girl in front of him, who, at this moment, seemed to be a deity standing before him. Even when everyone was hurling stones at him, she took the initiative to speak up for him. The clock above the blackboard ticked away. Every second Hu Shui spent in the classroom was excruciating. Everyone held their breath, afraid to breathe. And at this moment, Han Shuyi stood up. He gave Hu Shui a gentle smile, which soothed everyone's emotions, much like the sun. President Ye, it's difficult to discuss this matter in public. How about having the person involved apologize to Hu Ming after class? Is that okay? His words reassured those lurking in the shadows, and they couldn't help but feel fonder of him. Yet Yu Shue's cold gaze remained fixed on him, her armband conspicuous in the sunlight. Are you the one who instigated this? Of course not, but I can. Then why are you standing up? I want the person involved. What does it have to do with you? Han Shuyi's smile froze. He didn't expect this outcome. Haha. Hu Ming laughed in contrast to the room's mood, covering his mouth while his shoulders shook. It was so satisfying to see Han Shuyi being humiliated. He didn't expect the president to be so fair and just. It almost made him applaud. What are you laughing at? Come out. Her cold voice reprimanded, and Hu Ming, who was still laughing, suddenly became dumbfounded. She reached out, grabbed Hu Ming's clothes, and pulled him out. But just as they were leaving, she said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If no one comes to me after the morning reading, I will definitely get to the bottom of this." Being alone with the president was quite interesting to Hu Ming. She was standing with her arms crossed, carefully examining him. And there, Hu Ming was casually leaning against the railing. After witnessing this, Yu Shue frowned slightly and rebuked him in a low voice. "Stand properly? Why are you being so frivolous? President, don't you know I'm now a public enemy everyone wants to beat up? Weren't you always a public enemy?" Yet Yu Shue's expression remained unchanged. "What I'm saying is, I'm no longer the young master of the Han family, and I don't have the capital to mess with you anymore." Hu Ming waved his hand with a calm expression. "Didn't you see those people even dare to draw on my desk? If you're willing, you can easily find fault with me." Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, Yu Shue's tightly knit eyebrows gradually relaxed. She pursed her lips, her face showing a helpless expression. "Just because of something so boring. Boring. Whether you are the Han family's young master or not has nothing to do with me. The person I'm after is Hu Ming." Yet Yu Shue's words made Hu Ming pause. It was the first time he had seen such an upright person. Hu Ming was surprised by Yu Shue's response. Despite his identification change, she didn't appear to change her attitude. With a playful grin, Hu Ming's lips quirked slightly, raising his eyebrows and said, "President, I see that you are always frowning. It won't be long before you turn into an old lady. Are you looking for death?" Before she could finish, Hu Ming had already escaped back to his classroom. After seeing his retreating self, Yu Shue's expression returned to her usual calmness. She turned around and headed towards the monitoring room. It was unclear what the outcome was, but no one came and apologized to him before the morning break. Hu Ming, sitting at the back of the classroom, yawned, his expression somewhat lazy. He has already figured out his relations in school, all that's left is for things to develop. As for Han Shuyi's actions, Hu Ming took no regard for them. After all, even if he were to leave the Han family, it wouldn't affect him much. Fake young master, huh. This identity is quite interesting. Just as Hu Ming was about to lie down, his shoulder was tapped. From the corner of his eye, he saw a girl standing there. She was wearing a standard school uniform. Her well-proportioned figure was enviable, especially her fair, long legs. However, the length of her hair hid half of her face, and she carried a nervous expression. "Hu Ming, I made lunch for you. Do you want to eat?" Although the girl looked timid, she dared to be beside him despite his tarnished reputation. Naturally, Hu Ming was aware of her identity. With one hand, he supported his chin, gazing at her, and said, "Don't you know that I'm not the young master anymore? Why are you still here? I am not afraid because you're my fiancé." Gathering her courage, she boldly spoke these words to Hu Ming. A gust of wind blew, lifting her long hair and revealing a red mark on half her face. That horrifying sight completely ruined her original beauty. Seeing her face always made people hesitate, no matter how outstanding her figure was. Nevertheless, Hu Ming remained calm towards her. But according to the original host's memory, he treated this fiancé more like a pet. After all, when the original host saw the girl always trying to hide her face, driven by curiosity, he lifted her hair, only to be shocked. Upon saying this, the girl's eyes turned red, and she kept asking tearfully, "Am I very ugly?" And at that moment, the former daring original host panicked. Under irrational circumstances, he answered against his conscience. "You're really beautiful, really pretty." And so, this girl has been following Hu Ming ever since. Looking at how timid the girl was before him, Hu Ming felt very calm inside. Because of how coldly others treated her, his fiancée was weak in personality and lacked confidence. And because of such personality, she's easily swayed by others. For example, Han Shuyi. In the future, she would betray Hu Ming because of Han Shuyi. Hu Ming's identity, Han Shuyi's fake kindness, and her gradually restored self-confidence are the gears of the vehicle that would take him to his doom. Thinking of this, Hu Ming took the lunchbox from her hand and calmly said, "I'm your fiancé, Liu, I'm not your fiancé. It's Han Shuyi who you should marry." I won't do that. Please believe me." Liu spoke in a somewhat anxious tone. She felt that Hu Ming's attitude towards her today was unusual. Seeing how nervous she was, Hu Ming did not make any move. He quickly finished the food in the lunchbox and returned it to Liu. "Liu, I'm not as good as you think. Can't you see the reason why so many people hate me? But you are good to me. Even so, you betrayed Hu Ming in the end, didn't you? So-called vows are merely words of consolation to oneself." Hu Ming never believed such things. He only believed what he had in front of him. He lay back on the table again, ignoring Liu. Liu's expression fell. She didn't know why Hu Ming had suddenly started treating her this way. She dejectedly took her lunchbox and walked away. She kept her head down on the way, afraid to make eye contact with others. Her classmates liked to call her an ugly monster. It was only Hu Ming who would call her by name and treat her normally. She is also Hu Ming's fiancée. If he didn't detest her, she would marry Hu Ming in the future. Thinking so, she felt a little better. Are you Liu? A voice came from the side of her ears, surprising her. Liu looked up in surprise. It was the first time someone other than Hu Ming had called her by her name, only to see a handsome and gentle-looking boy standing in front of her. He wore a white shirt, shining brightly like the male lead straight from a novel. You are? I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Han. I'm Han Shuyi. Han Shuyi, the young master that the Han family has found back. For a moment, Liu was stunned. She had heard from her father that the Han family had found the real young master, but she wasn't interested. But when her father asked if she wanted to change the engagement, she nervously refused. Upon seeing the young man, her heart wavered slightly, but she quickly calmed it down. We have never met, but have heard much from my mother. She told me that you are a very lovely girl, but it seems that she's not right. I'm too ugly, right? Filled with self-pity, Liu dropped her head. But quickly, Han Shuyi's voice sounded again. You're beautiful. Even with that birthmark, some things can't be hidden. I think you ought to be more self-assured and open up. It was the first time such words were spoken to her, but thinking back on how Hu Ming treated her earlier, she gritted her teeth and ran away without looking back. Han Shuyi watched her running figure, his gentle smile gradually fading, replaced by a gloomy expression. He thought winning over Liu would be easy, but he didn't expect that hideous girl to be so cautious. Looks like I have to find another way. He stood in the corridor, thinking, not noticing a figure standing at a corner behind him since the beginning. No one came and apologized to Hu Ming after school ended, but he didn't care. From others' perspective, school bullying might be a serious matter, but to him, it was just a minor annoyance. What else could compare to just simply staying alive? He didn't want to dwell on the past. He is now quite satisfied with pretending to be a fake young master. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Some students had packed their bags and headed out, while others stayed to finish their homework. And what about Hu Ming? He was staring blankly at the clock. As his identity has been exposed, those followers who used to gather around him have long since disappeared. Just like when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. He wondered whether the old Hu Ming had ever thought such a day would come. Hu Ming, want to go home together? Suddenly, Han Shuyi's voice came from the side. His generosity and thoughtfulness quickly moved many. Who else would be so kind to someone who has taken their identity for so long? Han Shuyi's actions elevated many students' images of him. Hu Ming, on the other hand, was once again belittled. Watching Han Shuyi's act, Hu Ming couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He probably thinks I was still the foolish Hu Ming he could easily manipulate. Seeing how the other side has taken the initiative, he will play along with his games. Young Master Han, you have just returned to the family. I'm sure they've prepared a celebration for you. I won't go home and spoil the fun. He waved with his hand, tucked them into his pockets, and walked out as everyone looked. But in the eyes of others, Hu Ming seems lonely and even a little pitiful. I feel a little sorry for that guy. Ugh, you feel bad for him? Don't you know what kind of person he is? Whatever, let him be. Let's not ruin the mood. Han Shuyi watched as Hu Ming disappeared into the distance, squinting his eyes. He has a feeling that something seems off. Hu Ming's impression in the minds of his classmates can't be overwritten overnight. It would take time. But for him, time was the only thing he didn't lack. He had completed his homework during class today, so he had no intention of taking his backpack home with him. While wandering around, Hu Ming ran into Liu, who was heading home. Hu Ming, shall we go home together? She never let them pick her up or drop her off to avoid disgracing her family. She was insecure, no matter how you looked at it. Looking at the insecure girl before him, Hu Ming didn't know what to do for a moment. Although he knew that she would eventually betray him, he might be able to pull her out of that fate right now. The original Hu Ming didn't like Liu, but he had never discriminated against her like others. In the case of Liu, the original Hu Ming did nothing wrong. Thinking so, Hu Ming took a deep breath, looked directly at the girl before him, and said, Liu, there's something I want to remind you. Yes, I'm listening. Stay away from Han Shuyi. He's not as he looks. Huh, really? Liu blinked her eyes slightly. She didn't know why Hu Ming was telling her this. But Hu Ming did not continue explaining. That's all he could do for her. It was up to Liu herself to make her own future choices. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving. Be careful on your way. Okay. Liu looked at Hu Ming, puzzled, but when she thought of what Hu Ming had told her, she told herself to trust him. When Hu Ming returned to class, there were hardly any people left. He picked up his backpack and headed out of the school. But not long after, he noticed that he was being followed. Instead of turning around, he walked into an alley. In contrast to the noisy streets outside, only Hu Ming's footsteps echoed in the silent alley. A mouse peeked out from a dark hole but quickly skittered at the sudden commotion. I've walked in myself. You guys should be quite happy about it. Hu Ming turned around, smiling at the people before him. Standing behind were a few delinquents with dyed hair. They squinted at Hu Ming as if trying to see why he was so confident. We're just doing this for the money. If you want to blame yourself for offending someone. Just as they finished speaking, a trash can lid flew towards them, followed by a kick that struck one of them away. The other punks looked in astonishment and cursed. The person who had paid them said that Hu Ming was just a good-for-nothing. Then what is going on now? Before they could react, another got punched and sent flying. Blood and a tooth could be seen gliding through the air this time. Not daring to be careless again, the remaining two were about to fight back, but Hu Ming's knee landed on one of their man's most sensitive areas. Then, he grabbed the last one by his trendy hair and smashed him against a nearby trash can. In just a few breaths, the thugs who had come for trouble now needed a hospital. All Hu Ming could grasp was a passing thought: the once hunters turned out to be the ones who got hunted. Hu Ming slowly squatted down, staring down at the still conscious punk. I intentionally waited for you guys to come. After all, too many people want to teach me a lesson, so I had to take the initiative to let you guys come to find me. Hu Ming knew it wouldn't be long before someone would come looking for trouble after school. After all, the original Hu Ming had offended so many people that sooner or later, someone would come to teach him a lesson. And now, by taking down these thugs, he was giving a warning to those people. Hu Ming took a tissue from his pocket and stuffed it in the punk's mouth. Listen up. I don't care who paid you, but do tell him that I don't like people using sneaky methods behind my back. If this happens again, I'll find and deal with him myself. Understand? Enduring the pain, the punk nodded. If given another chance, he wouldn't dare to take that money again. Hu Ming rose slowly in the twilight, his profile angular and resolute. His steely eyes showed a touch of danger. Hu Ming. A familiar voice came from behind. Hu Ming's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. There, at the entrance of the alley, stood Hu Shui. She scowled, nervously observing the scene in front of her. At the same time, she held her phone as if preparing to contact the police. Upon seeing the familiar face, a smile crept onto Hu Ming's lips. President, didn't I tell you not always to frown? You'll turn into an old hag soon. Are you okay? Compared to Hu Ming's calmness, Hu Shui approached nervously, checking his condition. But when she saw Hu Ming unharmed, the tension on her face gradually eased. But soon, her expression became stern again. Are you stupid? So many people surround you. Why didn't you run? Why run if I can win? Two figures sat on the concrete steps next to the river as the sun went down. Hu Ming handed a pack of noodles snack he had just bought to Hu Shui. Surprised, she took the snack from his hand but didn't open it. Instead, she asked Hu Ming, "Why do you feel so different today compared to usual?" Hu Ming ripped open the packet of noodle snacks and removed a plastic card with a tiny squirrel printed on it. He casually tossed it onto the grass beside them and then started eating. With every bite, the crunching sound made Hu Shui nostalgic for her childhood. Since I'm no longer the Han family's young master, I've let go of all my burdens. Hearing Hu Ming mention this again, Hu Shui quietly opened the packet of snacks and began eating it slowly. As she gazed at the reflection of the sunset cast on the river, she said, "No one approached me today either. They seem to have no intention of apologizing. I'll check the surveillance cameras tomorrow and give you justice. President, is it because of my handsome face that you're showing me so much concern?" Right after he finished speaking, a look filled with malice was directed straight at Hu Ming's face. Hu Ming shivered as her cold eyes swept over him like knives. "I'm kidding. It's not funny. President, let's not delve further into this morning's incident. Some things are better left alone. Too much is involved, and Hu Ming wanted to avoid involving the president in this matter. But facing Hu Shui's gaze, he felt uncertain. "Do you not believe me?" "Of course not, but I should take care of this myself. My reputation isn't great, so I appreciate that the president sees me positively." Hu Shui didn't insist further when she saw how adamant Hu Ming was. But as she looked at Hu Ming's lonely figure, her brows furrowed, she asked, "Have you already been kicked out by the Han family?" "Not yet, but I think it won't be long. But they've raised you for so many years. I've been substituting for their son for so many years. This life doesn't belong to me, but it's not your fault either. You're a victim, too." Hu Shui's calm expression turned somewhat impatient. She couldn't understand why Hu Ming could still treat this matter so casually. Even if everything is fine now, what about the future? Who can predict what will happen? He needs to make plans in advance. Not knowing when she grabbed Hu Ming's sleeve, her tone became more serious. Hu Ming looked at her surprise. Their eyes met. Hu Shui appeared to realize the awkwardness of the moment. Her cheeks reddened, and she released his sleeve. "Sorry. I'm happy you care so much about me, President." Hu Ming crumpled the empty snack packet and stuffed it into his pocket. "It's getting late, we should go back." With his hands in his pockets, he strolled toward the setting sun. Meanwhile, Hu Shui watched his figure, lost in thought. Nightfall, Han family's villa. Hu Ming stood at the door for a while before finally stepping inside. Upon seeing him, the guard at the door hurriedly opened the door and said, "Young master, where have you been? Madam and the others have been waiting for you. We've been searching for you for a long time." His tone carried a hint of reproach as though Hu Ming's absence made them restless. Hu Ming halted under the street lamp, his figure standing out conspicuously. He turned his head slowly to meet the guard's gaze. "Does it matter if you couldn't find me? I don't belong here anyway." The guard didn't dare to say anything more. Everyone was aware of the tense situation with Hu Ming. But if he leaves the Han family, where would he go? Seeing the guard's silence, Hu Ming did not say much and walked straight into the villa. Cheers boomed from the hall as soon as he entered. It seemed that the Han family was celebrating Han Shi's return. Hu Ming could see the smiles on everyone's faces, warm and familial. They were indeed a family. "Brother Han is my real brother. No wonder I felt so close to him when I first met him." Han Yun was gleeful, but her mood quieted slightly when her gaze shifted to the empty seat beside her. She always had to compete with someone for food in the past, but now that noisy presence was gone, she felt somewhat uneasy. Lost in thought for a moment, she noticed Han Shuyi holding a cup and bringing it to her. He smiled gently, with a hint of fondness in his tone. Thank you for the warm welcome, sister. Fortunately, our family is reunited. As he spoke, a hint of bitterness briefly appeared on Han Shuyi's face, but everyone noticed. Madame Han bit down on her lip, her eyes clouded with sadness. Her husband, Han Litian, gently reached out and enveloped her shoulder, silently reminding her of the present situation. Soon, things returned to normal. Madame Han raised her glass and said, "It wasn't easy that our family reunited. Let's not dwell on the past. Cheers. Cheers." The clinking of glasses echoed in the hall, but it sounded jarring to Hu Ming's ears. It was easy for one person to be forgotten. With his hands in his pockets, he walked straight to his room. Just as Han Yun put down her glass, she subconsciously looked towards the door and happened to catch a glimpse of the disappearing figure. She fell silent for a while, then smiled and said, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Once back in his room, Hu Ming lay comfortably on his bed. To be honest, he wasn't used to attending classes. Even before transmigrating, he wasn't an ordinary person, and he didn't have any big ambitions even after transmigrating. Just attending half a day of classes, he almost fell asleep. He already possessed the knowledge from the textbooks. Enduring the dull lectures from his high school teachers left him feeling bored. Knock, knock. The dull thudding of the door reached his ears. Hu Ming opened it, only to find Han Yun standing there with her hands on her hips. She puffed her cheeks, furrowed her brows, and spoke in a tone that conveyed her puzzlement. "Why didn't you greet us when you came back? Do you know how long we've been waiting for you?" "Waiting for me? What for? Wasn't today about celebrating Han Shi's return? Do you think it's reasonable for me to show up with my current position?" Hu Ming leaned against the doorframe, looking at his sister. Hearing Hu Ming's words, Han Yun became even more annoyed. "Do you think we no longer consider you part of the family? It's you who is distancing yourself from us. Is that so? Then let me ask you, why did you go to school with Han Shuyi today?" Hu Ming grinned, but Han Yun saw no hint of amusement from it. She became somewhat flustered. You hated running into me at school before. Let's be honest. You dislike me." Hu Ming's playful tone caused Han Yun to blush. Before, she did not believe that she had committed any wrongdoing. However, when Hu Ming explicitly pointed this out, she could not refuse it. Seeing this, Hu Ming waved his hand casually and said, "I understand what you're thinking. Who in the right mind would want to deal with someone like me? If there's nothing else, you guys can continue. I need to rest." Without waiting for Han Yungzi's response, Hu Ming closed the door. Han Yun stood there with her mouth slightly agape, growing increasingly uneasy. Indeed, although Hu Ming was ignorant and had a bad reputation at school, she had never regarded him as her brother in school before. She had been biased between the two. No wonder Hu Ming would say such things. She looked at the tightly shut door, turned, and left, feeling low-spirited. Meanwhile, inside Hu Ming's room, Hu Ming carefully listened to the fading footsteps outside, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He had deliberately said those words to Han Yun. In the future, Han Yun will never believe anything Hu Ming says. No matter how he explained it, she had already fixed her mind on his character. To her, Hu Ming would always be a lazy and deceitful person. And all of this was the stereotypical image of him Hu Ming had left in her mind. Now that Hu Ming is slowly breaking down that image, it would be highly convenient for his future actions. Today was another breezy day. Just as Hu Ming was about to take off his clothes to bathe, another knock interrupted him. He adjusted his expression and calmly opened the door. "I told you," but the words got stuck in his throat. Hu Ming gazed at the person before him and froze for a moment. It was that maid. She held a bowl of egg noodles in her hands, her hair covering her eyes, making Hu Ming unable to meet her gaze. "Young master, I brought egg noodles for you. My mom shouldn't know I'm back, right? I noticed and cooked them on my own. If not to your preference, I can throw them out now." She spoke in a calm, utterly businesslike tone. If she was trying to seduce him, she should have at least shown her face. If not, why is she so loyal to him? Han Shuyi was the real young master here, and everyone was already fawning over him. Seeing Hu Ming's lack of response, the maid said lightly, "I'll go throw it out," then turned to leave. Her actions were so decisive, but Hu Ming reached out and grabbed her shoulder, stopping her. At the same time, he could feel the girl's delicate body, resembling a willow branch that the wind could carry away. Since when was there such a maid in the Han family? She was utterly unrelated to the plot, making Hu Ming slightly puzzled. "Never mind, bring it in. I just so have not yet eaten. Young master, you should have your meals properly." She seemed very concerned for him, but Hu Ming was unaware of their relationship. The girls appeared to be quite skilled. The aroma of the noodles drifted into Hu Ming's nostrils with the air. Hu Ming sat down and began to eat his dinner. "Young master, are you injured?" "Injured? No, but there are bloodstains on your clothes." Hu Ming turned his head to see the maid holding his coat. There was indeed a trace of blood in one corner, which was barely noticeable. The eyes behind the glasses stared directly at him, seemingly checking if he was being truthful. But Hu Ming calmly shook his head and returned to eating his noodles. "It's not mine. Someone tried to teach me a lesson but couldn't pull it off." "Okay." The maid didn't ask further. She silently put away Hu Ming's clothes. But Hu Ming found it increasingly absurd. Even Han Yun 11 hadn't noticed anything unusual about him, but a maid did. It was evident that his status in the family's eyes had dropped rapidly. But he wasn't overly concerned. He could survive even if driven out of the Han family with his skills. But upon leaving, he would present these individuals with a grand gift. As Hu Ming calculated in his mind, he didn't notice the maid's actions behind him. She clung tightly to Hu Ming's clothes, her eyes unusually serene under the black frames of her glasses, as if she were examining Hu Ming. Quickly finishing the noodles on the table, Hu Ming handed the remaining bowl and chopsticks to the maid. I'm done. There's no need to trouble yourself like this next time. If others see how you treat me, they might talk behind you. Besides, you don't want to be ostracized, do you? Hu Ming was being considerate of this maid. Even in places such as schools, people formed cliques and attempted to gain favor with others. This was especially true in a large family like this one, where power struggles were even more prevalent. Even from just a tiny mistake, she might be fired. Upon receiving Hu Ming's advice, the maid remained motionless. She just stood before Hu Ming, her tone flat, and said, "My life was saved by you, young master. Regardless of your identity, I always will be your maid." Hu Ming was shocked by the unexpected response, staring blankly at the maid before him. Had the former Hu Ming actually saved this maid? Then why wasn't it mentioned in the original plot at all? Was it because she was just a cannon fodder? Or was it because she holds no relevance to the original plot? With no clue, Hu Ming didn't dare to conclude easily. He waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. But what's her name? Hu Ming wondered. Another day passed peacefully. As the sun just began to rise, Hu Ming's eyes abruptly opened. The villa was still enveloped in silence. Last night, he heard Madame Han asking the maids if he was in his room. Since several maids had noticed that he had indeed returned, they responded to her. Madame Han must have noticed his situation, or she wouldn't have come and asked in the middle of the night. But she didn't choose to disturb him, giving him space. Hu Ming opened the curtains, got freshened, changed clothes, and put on shoes before going outside. The hallway was deserted, and the steady echo of his footsteps filled the space. But before he was able to go far, he stopped. Standing before him was a person in white, resembling an older person engaged in Tai Chi. But when he saw Hu Ming, his brows furrowed as if he couldn't understand why Hu Ming was here at this time. "Dad." Calling out, the person finally reacted. "Hu Ming, why didn't you say a word when you returned last night? I didn't want to disturb the reunion." Hu Ming's tone was somewhat polite, which made Han Litian's face sink. "Did you think we would treat you differently after Han Shiyi's return? It was just too sudden for me to accept the fact." A slight smile was on Hu Ming's face, starkly different from the mischievous him before. Han Litian's body suddenly stiffened as he had a sudden realization. They had indeed not considered Hu Ming's feelings. Despite the awkward atmosphere, Hu Ming remained calm and unfazed. He nodded slightly to Han Litian and then walked towards the door. "I'm incredibly grateful for all the nurturing you've provided all these years." Han Litian abruptly turned around at Hu Ming's final words, but Hu Ming had already disappeared around the corner. For a moment, Han Litian felt a sense of emptiness inside. After all, he's the child I raised for over 10 years. Han Litian, who had planned to exercise in the morning, lost his motivation. Suddenly, another voice came from behind him. "Father." Han Litian turned and saw Han Shuyi standing behind him. Seeing his biological son, Han Litian temporarily set aside his worries. He needed to make up for the lost years with his son. "Shuyi, you are up so early." "Yeah, back in the countryside, I had to go to the fields before dawn." Han Shuyi stated it calmly, but it elicited even more pity from Han Litian for the child. He approached, gently stroked Han Shuyi's head, and then said, "Take your time to get some extra sleep if you'd like. Our servants will make sure to wake you up." "Okay." Han Shuyi obediently nodded, not refuting Han Litian's words. But then he looked behind Han Litian and continued, "Did someone pass by earlier?" "Oh, Hu Ming was back last night. He just went to school." "Is he avoiding me?" Han Shuyi's worried expression reflected his concern for Hu Ming. Upon hearing Han Shuyi's concern, Han Litian patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Even though Hu Ming isn't our biological child, we raised him all these years and have grown to care for him deeply. Try to see him as an additional brother. Can you do that?" Han Litian was concerned that Han Shuyi might reject Hu Ming, considering that Hu Ming had essentially taken his place all these years. But Han Shuyi's submissive appearance distressed him even more as he struggled to be resolute at that moment. "Of course, I'll treat him as my brother." "That's great." Seeing Han Shuyi's understanding, Han Litian only hoped there wouldn't be conflicts between him and Han Hu Ming so their family could live harmoniously. Han Litian walked to the backyard for his morning workout. Only Han Shuyi remained, gazing at the corner. His eyes narrowed slightly as the gentle smile faded from his face. Initially, Hu Ming seemed easy to handle, but now he appeared to be different from what was expected. He easily deceived the idiots at school, but this family seemed very sentimental. Suddenly, he couldn't replace Hu Ming's position. "I'll have to think of another way." Han Shuyi turned away and headed straight to his room. Unbeknownst to him, someone watched his every move from a nearby corner. He got up early and arrived at school. As soon as Hu Ming got out of the car, he bumped into Yechu Shui, who had just arrived. Yechu Shui gazed at Hu Ming and couldn't help recalling their conversation from the day before. "Good morning, President." Seeing Yechu Shui, Hu Ming greeted her in a friendly manner. But Hu Shui remained composed, reminding him of her promise from the previous day. I said I would give you an answer today. Wait for me during morning exercises. Okay, thank you, President. How could Hu Ming refuse her request? But as soon as he entered the school gate, he felt the pressure from the student council president. Hu Shui calmly turned around, put on her armband, and stood straight at the entrance. She took out a notebook and pen to make notes. It was eerie how official she appeared, making even Hu Ming wonder why the original Hu Ming had clashed with such a person. If anything could make time fly by in school, it was break time. Hu Ming sat at his desk, watching classmates gradually enter the classroom. Some had already taken out their homework to copy. Don't assume that high-achieving students never cheat on assignments. The only disparity between them and other students is their ability to finesse the particulars. Han Hu Ming, do you want to copy homework? The price is still the same as before, 10 yuan per copy. A male student's voice reached Hu Ming's ears. He had a proud expression as if bestowing alms. Hu Ming arched an eyebrow, a sly smile tugging at his lips. 10 yuan per copy? Will you do the writing? Huh? Do you want me to write it for 10 yuan? Be grateful I'm only charging you 10 yuan per copy. Who else would let you copy? The boy gestured for Hu Ming to look around. Indeed, no one wanted to approach him. Hu Ming rubbed his chin, intrigued by the person before him, and said, how about this? I'll give you an extra 100 yuan. You tell me who messed up my desk yesterday, and I'll pay you right now. Hu Ming did not mask his voice but deliberately let everyone in the class hear. The classroom instantly fell silent, and many people's eyes turned towards him. The boy's expression changed suddenly as his mocking smile instantly wiped away from his face. What are you saying? I didn't see anything yesterday. You didn't see? How about this? I'll give you 100 per person. If you can point out a few, that's a few hundred, right? Hu Ming was generous and appeared no different from the extravagant young master he used to be. Han Shuyi, seated at his desk, glanced at Hu Ming, observing his arrogant demeanor, momentarily uncertain whether Hu Ming was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. How could he utter such remarks? Upon seeing Hu Ming's strong stance, the boy's mouth twitched slightly and retorted in annoyance. Money? Is that even yours? That's Han Shuyi's money. In that case, I'll leave the money here. Let's see if Han Shuyi dares to take it, said Hu Ming, taking 1,000 yuan from his bag and slapping it on the table. Suddenly, the entire class fell silent. No one dared to provoke Hu Ming. Yesterday, Han Hu Ming seemed possessed and didn't resist at all. But today's Hu Ming was the real him? Hu Ming smirked as his eyes met Han Shuyi's, but his provocative gaze caused Han Shuyi's face to darken slightly. Blatant provocation? Han Shuyi could see through Han Hu Ming's arrogance. However, he also understood that he couldn't intervene in this matter. After all, if Han Litian found out about Han Hu Ming's grievances at school, the couple would undoubtedly favor Han Hu Ming even more. He wouldn't allow something like that to happen. The classroom fell silent, and the boy who confronted Hu Ming didn't know what else to say. He muttered nutcase under his breath and returned to his seat. Hu Ming chose not to retrieve the money. He drummed his fingers on the table, breaking the silence once again. I'll give everyone a chance. The money is theirs if anyone tells me who those people were yesterday before morning exercises. He smiled, adding on. I hope I won't be waiting long. As Hu Ming had envisioned, those people were tightly united like a flock of sheep. Even after being faced with Hu Ming's temptation, no one stepped forward. However, Hu Ming still noticed occasional glances directed towards him. He smiled faintly, his deep expression concealing his thoughts. No one knew what he was thinking, but it was clear that no one wanted to attract attention. The consequences of such a misstep were too dire, as they could end up like Han Hu Ming, a fate no one desired. Time was slowly inching towards its end. The bell for morning exercises rang. For some reason, many students appeared relieved, happy that nobody had exposed them. But little did they know that if a black sheep emerged within the group, the entire community could collapse instantly. In the bustling schoolyard, many conversations centered around Han Hu Ming and his recent actions. Some even went so far as to label him a clown. It was clear to many that his current situation resulted from his decisions and actions. As he descended the stairs, Hu Ming coincidentally encountered Han Yun 11. Upon seeing Hu Ming, Han Yun 11 immediately remembered their conversation from the previous night. She was just about to speak to Han Hu Ming, but he passed her calmly as though she were a stranger. Everything appeared as usual, but this encounter left Han Yun 11 feeling distinctly unsettled. She started feeling guilty. Even before Han Shuyi's return, Han Hu Ming was her brother, was he not? Had her actions deeply hurt Hu Ming? Her mind was filled with complexity. Han Yun 11 strolled towards the schoolyard, lost in thought. Even when greeted by Han Shuyi, she responded absent-mindedly. After witnessing this scene, some suddenly connected Han Yun 11 and Han Hu Ming's relationship. Hey, if Han Yun 11 and Han Shuyi are siblings, isn't Han Hu Ming also her brother? But why didn't they greet each other at school? Huh? With such a brother, I bet even you would want to avoid him. If it were me, I'd also look down on Hu Ming. It would be annoying to have such a brother dragging you down. In the crowd, Han Yun 11 couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She did not react even when students passing bumped into her. Each class stood in orderly rows. For students, morning exercises seemed like a waste of time. Who wouldn't want to spend a few extra seconds in bed? Hu Ming shared the same sentiment with others. He yawned, his expression appearing lazy. Suddenly, the boy in front of him turned around, glanced around suspiciously, then approached Hu Ming and asked, "Han Hu Ming, does what you said just now still count?" When Hu Ming heard that, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed like someone couldn't hold back anymore. "Didn't I already say? I won't be waiting long. Just now, in the classroom, how do you think I could approach you? If I had done so, I would have been shunned by the whole class. I'm not stupid enough to do that. Then do you think that I'm stupid?" Hu Ming crossed his arms mockingly as he looked at the boy before him. "What if I tell you that I already knew who did it?" Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, the boy's expression suddenly transformed. He couldn't comprehend why Hu Ming would say such a thing. Hu Ming patted his shoulder and continued, "Looks like someone is going to get in trouble." Following Hu Ming's gaze, only to see a neatly dressed girl walking onto the large stage. Her face was cold, her expression calm. Her presence immediately captured everyone's attention, but she appeared entirely unfazed by their scrutiny. "This morning's exercises are cancelled. There is a severe matter I need to address." She quietly scanned the crowd and spotted Hu Ming's figure. He was smiling brightly as if he already knew what she would do. However, she was unaware of what Hu Ming had just done. If she had known, she would have felt helpless about Hu Ming's behavior. After all, she was being used. "Lately, I have noticed a negative atmosphere at school. A student is facing being cast out due to his identity. What I don't understand is that you are all here to study. Regarding identity, we are all the same as students. As fellow schoolmates, why would you deliberately cast off another student?" A surveillance video played on the stage projector as soon as she finished speaking. In the classroom, some students purposefully moved Hu Ming's belongings and placed them near the trash can. Others vandalized Hu Ming's desk, and one person even stuck gum in Hu Ming's book. Hu Ming, who was watching the video with great interest, was also taken aback. He didn't anticipate his classmates' creativity. He was lucky not to have brought drinks to school, otherwise, he wouldn't have known what he was drinking. Han Shuyi gazed calmly at the video with no change in expression. But his fist clenched, and even his nails dug into his palm. Han Yungzi's mouth was slightly agape as she stared dumbfoundedly at the video, unable to believe what she saw. Because of Han Shuyi's welcome party yesterday, she did not observe Hu Ming. But Hu Ming's expression the day before had already provided her answer, which she had overlooked. At that moment, she realized how much she had neglected her duty as a sister, even if Hu Ming wasn't her real brother. Liu shivered slightly, strongly relating to the experience of being treated this way, having gone through it herself. Hu Ming. She was worried about Hu Ming and tried to find him in the crowd. Many students' eyes were fixated on Hu Ming. The arrogant and domineering Hu Ming had unexpectedly been treated this way. Some people thought it was justifiable, while others felt it had gone too far. Regardless, the deed had been done, and Hu Ming's composed demeanor was astonishing. With his arms crossed, he calmly observed the video. The video ended abruptly, and Ye Shui gazed icily at Hu Ming's class, calling out the names of those responsible for the incident. "Yesterday, you were given a chance that you did not appreciate. School violence is prohibited in our school. Today, the principal will meet your parents. You will be expelled if you fail to gain Hu Ming's forgiveness." Her firm and cold words struck the hearts of a few individuals. Some collapsed in fear, while others were relieved they hadn't intervened. For a moment, Hu Ming became the center of attention. He quietly looked at the girl on stage and smiled at her. Her eyelashes gently fluttered, resembling the delicate movement of butterfly wings. She then lowered her head, turned, and walked away. In the classroom, Hu Ming's thoughts were a mystery to everyone. He sat quietly at his desk, fully engrossed in studying the writing on the blackboard. However, no one believed he was studying. Perhaps he was only staring blankly at the board. Several students criticized earlier that morning were absent from the classroom. Their parents had been called as soon as the incident occurred. As for Hu Ming, the school authorities hesitated to call the Han family. Hu Ming's situation was awkward, and they were unsure if the Han family would be willing to handle the matter. If they were willing, why hadn't Han Yun11 or Han Shuyi informed them? The school naturally trod carefully. Yet, Hu Ming still became the topic of discussion for everyone. At noon, the lunch bell rang. Many students hurried out, eager to get their meal. After Han Shuyi packed up his books, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Hu Ming sitting at the back of the classroom. His behavior was becoming increasingly unfathomable, leaving Han Shuyi perplexed. "Isn't that Han Yun11?" a classmate preparing to leave exclaimed, and Han Shuyi instinctively looked towards the door. Sure enough, Han Yun11 appeared at the doorway. Han Shuyi got up, walked over, and flashed a warm smile. "Yun11, what brings you here? Want to grab lunch together?" "Ah, brother. I'm here for Hu Ming." "Hu Ming." Han Shuyi's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to look at Hu Ming, who was yawning while seated at his desk. "After what happened this morning, I thought he must be feeling complicated right now." Saying so, Han Shuyi also looked somewhat helpless. But Han Yun11 looked at Han Shuyi, puzzled, and asked, "Brother, didn't you know what happened to Hu Ming?" This question took Han Shuyi by surprise. They were in the same class, so how could he not have known about such an incident? Han Yun11 couldn't comprehend why Han Shuyi hadn't informed her immediately. But Han Shuyi seemed somewhat helpless and regretful. He lowered his voice and said, "I already knew about it when I came over that day. However, many students in the class are unhappy with Hu Ming, so if I were directly asked, no one would have probably told me. I tried to coax a few classmates, but they weren't willing to talk. Han Shuyi seemed ashamed, as though he held himself responsible for what happened. Albeit uncomfortable seeing this, Han Yun-11 trusted Han Shuyi and approached Hu Ming. There Hu Ming was, leaning over the desk and appearing asleep. She reached out and tapped his shoulder and said, "Han Hu Ming, why didn't you tell us what happened?" "About what?" Hu Ming didn't bother lifting his head and spoke lazily as if he didn't care. Seeing Hu Ming's attitude, Han Yun-11 couldn't help but remember their conversation the previous night. He must still harbor resentment towards her, considering she hadn't fulfilled her duties as a sister. This incident was severe. Yet Yu Shui mentioned that it was all because of Hu Ming's identity. Lately, she had noticed that the people who used to be around Hu Ming were now with Han Shuyi. It appeared that everyone assumed Han Shuyi was the young master of the Han family and that Hu Ming was destined to be abandoned by them. But Hu Ming never voiced these grievances to them. His demeanor suggested complete indifference to what had happened. This made her very upset. After all, they had lived together for so many years, hadn't they? "Hu Ming, you can choose to trust us. I only trust myself." Hu Ming slowly lifted his gaze to meet Han Yunxi's eyes, his expression calm. For some reason, seeing this, Han Yun-11 felt deeply aggrieved. She bit her lip, her voice choked with emotion. "I understand my past shortcomings, but I'll do better in the future." "Better? Your brother is over there. I'm just an outsider. You're also my brother. Is it because you pity me?" A smirk played at Hu Ming's lips, but to Han Yun-11, it seemed incredibly mocking. Seeing Han Yun-11 on the verge of tears, Han Shuyi walked over with a determined expression. "Hu Ming, we are family? Yun-11 is saying this for your own good." Upon hearing Han Shuyi's words, Hu Ming felt almost tempted to laugh. Nowadays, Han Shuyi has been engaging in quite a few repulsive behaviors. Now, he was talking about family as if he had become accustomed to being a hypocrite. Other students were still in the class, and someone stepped forward after hearing Hu Ming's words. "Han Hu Ming, isn't Han Yun-11 here to help you? Don't you think it is too hurtful to say that? If you had pointed those people out earlier, wouldn't the matter have been resolved sooner?" Hu Ming looked at the student who spoke earnestly. Sure enough, upon hearing Hu Ming's words, his expression abruptly changed. He couldn't utter the words he intended. Meanwhile, Hu Ming crossed his arms, his smile vanishing. "I don't care what you're thinking. Spare the preaching. Even if I'm not part of the Han family, I can still handle you all. Some of you understand the consequences, don't you?" He intentionally made this statement for others to hear, suggesting that those who wanted to fight back should consider their own capabilities. Hu Ming adjusted his sleeves and then gazed at Han Yun-11 in front of him. "I can handle this myself. There is no need for you to bother. But I've already told Mom and Dad." Han Yun-11 glared at Hu Ming with teary eyes as if out of spite. This matter was too serious, and she had to inform her parents about Hu Ming's situation at school. Hearing Han Yunxi's words, although Hu Ming's expression remained neutral, he felt quite content. "Han Yun-11, you did great." Hu Ming, not wanting to talk to Han Yun-11 anymore, went to rest by the school pavilion. However, someone seemed to be following him. As soon as Hu Ming sat down, Li Yu sat down beside him. Her eyes were red, and she kept sniffing as she said, "Hu Ming, you were also being bullied. Why are you crying?" "I'm fine. But they have gone too far. By the way, has Han Shuyi spoken to you recently?" Yes, but I turned him down." "Great. Just remember he's not a good person." Li Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled by Hu Ming's dislike for Han Shuyi. Why does Hu Ming dislike Han Shuyi so much? Is it because Han Shuyi took away his identity as the young master of the Han family? With suspicion in her heart, Li Yu secretly observed Hu Ming, oblivious to his motives. "Hey, Hu Ming." As the two continued to chat, a voice abruptly came from behind them. "Han Hu Ming." As they turned around, a girl, Hu Ming, strode toward them. Hu Ming immediately recognized her, but his eyes grew impatient upon seeing her. Next to Hu Ming, Li Yu also recognized her. She silently stepped back behind Hu Ming, appearing reluctant to meet that person. The girl approached Hu Ming and posed her question before he could speak. "Han Hu Ming, did you delete Solu's contact?" Li Yu's hidden face became even more self-conscious upon hearing that familiar name. The whole school knew Hu Ming had been pursuing Solu for almost half a year, even spending money only to see her smile. As the school belle, she had many other admirers besides Hu Ming. However, she never expressed her feelings for anyone, yet she was kind to many. No one could fathom what she was truly thinking. The girl standing in front of Hu Ming was Solu's close friend, Yin Xiaoxiao. The original Hu Ming pursued the school belle for half a year. She kept him at a distance with an ambiguous attitude, stringing him along for a long time. But still, he was captivated by her, even willing to do things that were unfathomable to others for her. Frankly, Solu's relationship significantly impacted the ultimate result of the original Hu Ming. After Hu Ming transmigrated here, he did indeed talk to Solu. From their conversation, Hu Ming deeply understood that this girl was brilliant and had high emotional intelligence. Her love for being in the spotlight gave her the power to influence her admirers through sophisticated gaslighting techniques. She was truly exceptional. Wielding the original Hu Ming by her strengths, she made him devote himself entirely to her. This whole scenario made him feel repulsive. From a corner behind Yin Xiaoxiao, Hu Ming saw the girl the original had pursued for so long. She stood at an impressive height, with lustrous hair cascading down her back in elegant waves. Her snow-white, flawless skin boasted her beautiful curves. Her face had light makeup caressing her delicate eyebrows and bright, captivating eyes. Her features were exquisitely refined, with her cherry-like lips looking incredibly moist. It was no wonder the original was so devoted to her. But Hu Ming quietly withdrew his gaze, looked at Yin Xiaoxiao before him, and calmly said, "So what if I deleted it?" Hearing these words, Yin Xiaoxiao exploded on the spot. In the past, Hu Ming was extremely respectful to her to find news about Solu. Why did his attitude change suddenly? Not only did he delete her contact, but he also deleted Solu's. Initially, Hu Ming offered her many benefits for this contact information. He even spent money to buy her numerous cosmetics. Liu, standing behind Hu Ming, paused in surprise as she looked at the boy before her. Hu Ming always spoke highly of Solu in front of her. Everyone knows how much he likes Solu, but he was now saying that he deleted Solu's contact? Deleted? Who allowed you to delete Solu's contact? Do you know how upset Solu is because of this? Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of continue speaking, but Solu's words came to mind. As she glanced at Hu Ming, a sudden sense of pride washed over her. Han Hu Ming, Solu is aware that you're not a member of the Han family, but she didn't distance herself from you because of it. Consider it on your own. Where else will you come across a great girl like her? Are you simply going to give up like this? She's not my girlfriend. Why should I care? Hu Ming's blunt words left Yin Xiaoxiao at a loss for words. She suddenly realized the former fool had changed. The once flattering boy now stood calmly before her, with no desire to seek her favor. For a moment, she burned with anger. She pointed at Hu Ming and angrily scolded him. Han Hu Ming, you will regret this. There are plenty of people pursuing Solu. You're nothing. Why does Solu sound like a prostitute coming from your mouth, waiting for people to line up? You. Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of fainting with anger. She gritted her teeth, not knowing how to retort to Hu Ming. Han Hu Ming, you'll regret it. You can leave if you have finished speaking, said Hu Ming, a faint smile on his face, full of mockery. Yin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to leave angrily. Only Hu Ming and Liu remained in the pavilion. Liu reached out and tugged on Hu Ming's sleeve, timidly asking, Hu Ming, did you really delete Solu's contact? Yeah, what's the big deal? It's just a contact. It seemed like everyone believed he couldn't have done such a thing. Otherwise, Liu wouldn't have reacted like that. But didn't you pursue Solu for a long time? She will be really angry if you do this. Liu appeared worried but quickly felt relieved. After all, she didn't want to see Hu Ming and Solu together. If she's angry, let her be. It doesn't concern me. There are plenty of people who are unhappy with me, and one more person doesn't make a difference. Liu stared blankly at Hu Ming, unsure what to say, and marveled at his frankness. Solu sat quietly in her seat with many delicate little gifts on her desk that looked carefully chosen. However, Solu was not focused. She stared blankly out the window, her mind filled with thoughts of Hu Ming. Upon learning Hu Ming's response from her friend, she was shocked. She knew the old Hu Ming too well. No matter how she treated him, as long as she maintained a delicate balance and occasionally showed kindness, he would continue to harbor hopes and be devoted to her wholeheartedly. He was what people called a simp. However, since their last conversation, she hasn't received any messages from Hu Ming. At first, she found it strange. However, after learning that Hu Ming was not actually from the Han family, her interest in him plummeted instantly. But as time passed, she yearned for Hu Ming's gentle and thoughtful nature, something others couldn't imitate. So, she secretly posted a moment on her social media. Your gentleness. The accompanying picture showed a hand holding the moon. Soon, many comments showed concern and greetings, but none from Hu Ming. Was it because Hu Ming felt inferior due to his new identity or because she hadn't given him hope in so long that he felt she was out of reach and thus gave up? Regardless of the reason, she didn't want Hu Ming to give up. Some simps couldn't persist for more than a few days before giving up, and some were all talk and no results. But Hu Ming was a true high-quality simp. Day after day for over 6 months, unwavering and with a steadfast heart, selflessly giving without expecting anything in return. Where else could she find such a pushover? That's why she took the initiative to message Hu Ming. But what shocked her the most was the reply she received. It was just a simple, glaring exclamation mark. Hu Ming hates when people plot against him, but unfortunately, he has to trouble himself by cleaning up the mess left behind by the original Hu Ming. He detests this kind of trouble, but he's already involved in it and might end up like the original Hu Ming if he doesn't handle it. As for Han Shiyi's attempts to confront him, there's no cause for concern, for Hu Ming possesses his own unique approach to handling such pretentious types. As for Liu, Hu Ming had repeatedly reminded her not to get close to Han Shiyi. He's curious about how she will eventually choose to walk down the same path or another. All of these were unfolding in the watchful eyes of Hu Ming. During the middle of the afternoon class, the class teacher asked Hu Ming to step outside. It was clear to all the students that it was regarding the morning incident. Regarding the emotional abuse inflicted on Hu Ming, the class teacher also criticized them seriously. But how many listened, no one could say. Han Shuyi watched as Hu Ming's figure disappeared, lost in thought. Following the class teacher, Hu Ming arrived at the principal's office, only to see the troublemakers standing at the door as punishment. Their heads hung low, with swollen palm prints on their cheeks, indicating that they had been reprimanded before he arrived. However, to Hu Ming's surprise, Han Litian was here alone. Seeing Hu Ming enter, he explained, "You know your mother isn't well. It might seriously affect her health if she finds out about this." "Okay." Hu Ming responded calmly, sounding uninterested. This made Han Litian feel even guiltier. After all, Hu Ming had lived with them for a long time. After Han Shi's return, they had indeed neglected Hu Ming's feelings. But they never expected that he would be treated like this at school. He couldn't accept this. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze turned icy as he confronted the principal. Mr. Principal, my child has suffered such grievances in your school. I believe you owe me an explanation, don't you? Being the school's primary sponsor, Han Litian held substantial influence. Upon hearing Han Litian's words, the principal broke out in a cold sweat. He walked over to Han Litian flatteringly and reassured him assertively. Mr. Han, I find this matter outrageous as well. Clearly, they are students from the same class. How could such bullying happen? These students should face expulsion? Our school does not tolerate such misconduct. His tone became increasingly severe as he turned his head towards the students, who had their heads lowered. Upon hearing the principal's words, the parents of those students quickly apologized. Mr. Principal, our child is still young and immature. Please forgive him this once. That's right, we will discipline them properly in the future. Please forgive him. Several parents kept on pleading, worried that Han Litian would become angry. Han Litian remained silent, his face cold as he observed Hu Ming's unchanged expression. Hu Ming appeared disinterested, crossing his arms as though he was not involved in the matter. Han Litian found this puzzling. The previous Hu Ming had never allowed himself to be bullied to such an extent. Even if he were, he would definitely seek revenge. So why didn't he say anything now? Unable to comprehend Hu Ming's actions, Han Litian slowly rose to his feet. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Suddenly, Hu Ming became the center of attention. Feeling the gazes around him, Hu Ming sighed helplessly, showing his complete unwillingness to do something. I don't quite understand how you can say they are still young and immature when they have already reached the legal age. Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, several parents grew nervous. Just as they were about to say something positive to Hu Ming, someone boldly interrupted. He stared at Hu Ming, his tone full of defiance. Are you mature? Weren't you the one causing all those troubles in school? Openly harassing a girl, hanging out with thugs, and not studying despite being in the honors class at all. With all these problems, do you, Hu Ming, truly think that you are someone who takes studies seriously? Upon the boy finishing speaking, his parents promptly covered his mouth to silence him, wearing embarrassed smiles as if belittling his words as mere childish talk and not to take them seriously. However, upon hearing the boy's words, the crowd's perception of Hu Ming subtly shifted. The principal's face displayed awkwardness, but internally, he was seething. What does this have to do with you intentionally bullying Han Hu Ming? Even if you are looking for fault, be accurate about it. Han Litian's eyes narrowed slightly as he remained silent, clearly aware of the ridiculous things Hu Ming had done at school before. From the start, he disapproved of Hu Ming's behavior, but his busy schedule kept him from disciplining him effectively. Now that he finally had some spare time, he discovered Hu Ming was not his child. He was momentarily at a loss on how to handle the situation. He gazed at Hu Ming, wondering how he would respond to the boy's accusations. The principal's office fell into silence instantly. Hu Ming leaned quietly against the wall, his eyes fixed on the boy. Despite feeling that he was in the right, the boy felt uneasy under Hu Ming's intense gaze. You claim I openly harassed a girl. If you're referring to Sulu, feel free to ask her if it's true, Hu Ming said as he walked toward the boy. Each step felt as though weighing heavily on him. You accused me of not studying in the honors class, but did you witness me not studying? Do I need to explain my study methods to you? Upon hearing this, the boy defiantly broke free from his parents' grasp, wearing a sneer on his face as he exclaimed. You don't even remember your last quiz score? You're performing even worse than the average student in the regular class. Where do you get the confidence to say this? And what about you hanging out with those thugs outside? Don't think you can just dodge this. The boys' actions gave others courage. Regarding this matter, they felt they might have a chance to stay at the school if the principal believed them. Hu Ming shrugged his shoulders and smirked. Where's your evidence? Do you have any? As for my grades, why are you so concerned? His voice remained arrogant and overbearing, yet Hu Ming's words rendered them speechless. Hu Ming turned to look at Han Litian, and it was clear that he was asking, do you believe them, or do you believe me? Everyone gazed at Han Litian, waiting for his final decision. At this moment, Han Litian's thoughts were filled with Hu Ming's characteristic reputation. The issue wasn't difficult to resolve, they just needed to ask others for clarification. However, now that Hu Ming was staring at him this way, he knew this was a choice between the Han family and Hu Ming. He observed Hu Ming's calm demeanor. Usually, Hu Ming would get upset over minor things, and he waved him away saying that Hu Ming wasn't prudent enough. But now, Hu Ming appeared unusually composed. It was as though if he was a completely different person. He took a deep breath and then looked at the principal with an intense expression. Han Hu Ming is my child. If I don't believe in him, who else will? Then, he turned to the students. If you have evidence, present it. Otherwise, you will have to face the consequences of your actions. Han Litian's tone carried suppressed anger as he spoke, which frightened the parents and made them regret not silencing their children. I have evidence. A voice emerged from the doorway, and Hu Ming instinctively turned to see Yue standing there. She took a silent glance at Hu Ming and walked in. Upon hearing Yue's words, the students all smiled excitedly. They felt Yue was here to help them. Hu Ming was really in trouble now. The principal's expression soured with displeasure. If Hu Ming had honestly acted in this manner, the situation would have been exceedingly difficult to manage. If those students had done this because Hu Ming instructed some thugs to teach them a lesson, the severity of the incident would have been significantly altered. Han Litian gazed intently at Hu Ming, searching for any unusual signs in his eyes. However, Hu Ming's expression remained unchanged. Ye Shui glanced at the students and then at the principal, saying, "That day after school, I did see Hu Ming with some thugs. See, I told you so." Just after Ye Shui's voice dropped, a boy eagerly interrupted. This time, Hu Ming was really in big trouble. However, the boy shivered when Ye Shui turned her head and glanced at him coldly. But he was blocked by those thugs. They were hired by someone else to teach Han Hu Ming a lesson. Things would have been much more severe if Han Hu Ming hadn't run fast. Ye Shui's words created ripples, like a stone thrown into a pond. Han Litian glared at the principal, unable to contain his anger, and said with scorn, "Mr. Principal, is this how my child is treated in your school? Are there actually people in the school who pay thugs to bully my child? I seriously doubt whether your school is worth further investment from me." Mr. Han, I understand your concern. I assure you that I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide a definite explanation. The principal was taken aback by Ye Shui bringing up matters which only fueled the fire. He, however, couldn't reprimand her as she was the student council president. Because of her outstanding academic performance, she wielded considerable influence even within the city. Such a student naturally required special attention. However, someone had to take responsibility for this matter, and it was clearly those students. Thinking so, he looked seriously at those parents. There appears to be no room for negotiation in this matter. You should initiate the withdrawal process from the school for your children. Principal, please reconsider. Our children are still young. If they are expelled, their future will be ruined. Yes, Mr. Han. I'll have my child apologize to yours. Please, I beg you. Several parents from ordinary backgrounds even attempted to kneel, but Han Litian avoided them. He didn't want to be kneeled to by these people. Hu Ming was the victim in this matter, so why should he forgive on Hu Ming's behalf? Thinking of this, his guilt towards Hu Ming grew stronger. Had Hu Ming already become disappointed in them to the extent that he hadn't even told them about this incident? He looked towards Hu Ming, his expression somewhat indescribable. But at this moment, Hu Ming was locked in a stare with Ye Shui. It was common knowledge that Ye Shui and Hu Ming had never gotten along well, so it was surprising that she showed concern about this matter. She really is a good person. He would like to treat her to a meal at least to return her favor. As he was still planning in his heart, the other student had already started bickering. They cursed at each other, each believing the other had provoked them that they were in the current position. In the end, none of them thought they were in the wrong. They indeed deserved this outcome. Hu Ming had been following Han Litian from behind for quite some time, but the two didn't yet speak to each other. Ever since Han Shuyi returned, their relationship seemed to be at a standstill. It appeared that they were both uncertain about each other's thoughts. Suddenly coming to a halt, Han Litian turned around, looked at Hu Ming, and asked, "Hu Ming, why didn't you say anything about this incident? Because you were all celebrating that day." Hu Ming looked calmly at Han Litian, his tone unchanged. Han Litian could only sigh helplessly. It doesn't matter what the occasion was. If you're bullied at school, you should speak up. With his hands in his pockets, Hu Ming looked at Han Litian's serious gaze and suddenly smiled. Actually, until now, I still find it hard to accept the fact. After all these years together, why weren't we a family? His eyes reddened, and from Han Litian's view, Hu Ming was still the same as in the past. But I understand my position, so I'll try not to cause trouble for you guys. Hu Ming exhaled deeply, his face expressing a sense of relief. But Han Litian quickly stepped forward, knocking Hu Ming on the head. What nonsense are you saying? You're our child. Whether Shuyi returned or not, we're still family. After saying so, he lifted his head as if holding back something. Meanwhile, Hu Ming gazed silently at him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Looks like the excitement after Han Shuyi's return has dissipated. It was painstaking for Hu Ming to plot to this extent. What Han Shuyi tries to do doesn't matter, he will shatter all his plans. A gentle breeze ruffled Hu Ming's short hair. His eyes concealed an unmistakable hint of threat. Han Villa. An inconspicuous maid held a diary, flipping through its pages slowly. Hu Ming. Han Hu Ming. Unbothered by others, Hu Ming knew crystal clear what he needed to do. He was not concerned about the fate of those students. It was fine as long as he couldn't see them in class. However, Hu Ming felt that his classmates' attitudes toward him had changed somewhat since that incident. The previous disgust was still present, but now there was also a touch of fear. On the other hand, Han Shuyi carried on as usual, as if nothing had happened. After his little schemes were exposed, he appeared to be behaving more compliantly. Just when Hu Ming thought he could finally have some peace, he was unexpectedly disturbed by an annoying pest. He was sleeping on his desk when he heard a girl's voice outside the door. Is Hu Ming here? As the girl entered the classroom, all eyes swiftly turned to her, instantly making her the center of attention. Sulu stood with her hands behind her back, holding a bottle of strawberry milk. She peeked around the doorframe, searching for Hu Ming's figure. Upon seeing Hu Ming sleeping on his desk, she recalled what her best friend had told her. She said Hu Ming wasn't paying any attention to her and told her to move on from him quickly. Initially, she had the same thoughts, but Hu Ming was a top-tier simp. Despite his shortcomings, Hu Ming always prioritized her feelings, making him a good backup option. But quickly, she was astonished when she remembered something. On the day those students were punished, Hu Ming's father also arrived, and those students were expelled from school. Does this mean the Han family still regards Hu Ming as a young master? She almost made the wrong decision? Sulu felt grateful for her wittiness. If she had mindlessly listened to Yin Xiao Xiao's words, she would probably have lost her money tree Hu Ming. Thinking that way, she suppressed her emotions and walked towards Hu Ming. However, when passing Han Shuyi, she couldn't help but admire his appearance. Everyone observed Sulu's actions. She brought her exquisite face close to Hu Ming, and he felt a waft of fragrance as he looked up to see her beautiful face. Hu Ming, I bought you a bottle of milk. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar face, Hu Ming was initially stunned, then displayed impatience on his face. You woke me up just for this? Don't bother me next time unless it really is important. So troublesome. An astonishing reply. Not only did his classmates feel incredulous at Hu Ming's words, but even Sulu herself found it difficult to believe. In the past, if Hu Ming were to receive anything from her, he would have been jumping for joy. But now he found her troublesome? Sulu struggled to comprehend the vast difference, biting her lip and appearing somewhat pitiful, evoking sympathy from others. Hu Ming, I didn't mean to ignore your message that day. Something came up, so I couldn't reply. Stop. I don't care what happened before and have no reason to be angry with you. What Hu Ming said was true. Although she had fooled the original around, the dumb one was the original and not him. Why should he be angry? But after Sulu heard this, she immediately felt relieved. As expected, Hu Ming was still the same old Hu Ming. As long as she showed a slight weakness, he would quickly forgive her. Thinking so, she smiled and said softly, Can you remove me from your block list now? Don't know who did it, but after hearing her words, someone spurted out the water they were drinking? Hu Ming's attitude was already surprising. At this moment, the entire classroom fell silent, with only Han Shuyi staring coldly at Hu Ming, trying to sense his intentions. No, this world must have gone crazy. How is it possible for Hu Ming to answer so firmly? Everyone was burning with emotion. Hu Ming was acting against his nature. Everybody knew he spent 6 months pursuing Sulu with vigor. Even the seniors knew. Even after being ridiculed by others, Hu Ming never stopped pursuing Sulu. And now he was refusing to get close to Sulu. Had he truly changed himself? Why? Sulu felt like she was on the verge of losing her mind. Why had Hu Ming suddenly become immune to her advances? She took a deep breath, her chest heaving. When a man behaves this way towards someone he is pursuing, it can only mean one thing. He's giving up on her? Under her gaze, Hu Ming propped his chin with one hand and then smiled, saying, I have already deleted your contact. The classroom was like an unmanned corridor, echoing Hu Ming's words. Everyone stared at Hu Ming, and silence engulfed the room. The atmosphere was tense, and some classmates felt so awkward that their toes practically dug through the floor. Can you believe that the most popular girl in school was rejected by Hu Ming? Is this the same Hu Ming they knew? It's so surreal. Hearing Hu Ming's words, Sulu's eyes instantly reddened. Hu Ming, please don't be like this. Aren't we friends? That's enough. Don't start crying here. You were the one who came here on your own, and if you start crying, the teachers will think I bullied you, and I'll get into trouble again. Hu Ming's tone was cold, and his expression showed impatience. His demeanor caught Sulu off guard, causing her usual composure and confidence to vanish. She instinctively grabbed Hu Ming's arm, but he shook her off. Whatever. I can't provoke you, but I can avoid you. Follow me to the restroom if you dare. Hu Ming stood up abruptly, startling Sulu. Her delicate appearance evoked sympathy from male classmates, but many girls enjoyed watching this scene unfold. After all, Sulu had done plenty to earn the ire of many girls. Girls understand each other the best. How could they not comprehend Sulu's intentions? Oh, Yin Xiao Xiao probably doesn't. Hu Ming put his hands in his pockets, ready to leave. But before he did, he glanced back at Sulu and said, Sulu, do you know? I hate strawberry milk the most. Hu Ming's words evoked memories from Sulu's mind. If it's from you, I'll accept anything. Strawberry milk? It's my favorite. Watching Hu Ming's disappearing figure, Sulu had only one thought. She had been cast away by Hu Ming. Hu Ming and Sulu's incident spread quickly throughout the school. Everyone's only explanation was that he grew tired and was unwilling to continue pursuing Sulu. Though it was just idle gossip and nothing worth investigating, this wasn't true for the ones pursuing Sulu. Hu Ming stood at a breakfast shop near the school, holding a fried dough stick in one hand and a bowl of soy milk and wontons on the table. Although the breakfasts prepared by the Han family chef were delicious, Hu Ming preferred to eat in small establishments such as this one. On the one hand, he could occasionally obtain the information he sought. As an added bonus, he could also exercise his body in the morning. This body was, in fact, somewhat weak. The previous guy was not resistant to being beaten up at all. If hit, he would be taken to the hospital right away. On that note, Han Shuyi has been quiet of late. Although the two rarely spoke, surprisingly, he had made no moves lately. Hu Ming couldn't help but be surprised. Han Hu Ming. Hu Ming looked up subconsciously after a voice interrupted his thoughts. He saw Yu Shui standing before him, holding a plate of rice noodles with a slightly surprised expression. Good morning, President. What a coincidence. I have breakfast here every day. Then, it must have been a coincidence to meet me here. Hu Ming smiled, but Yu Shui ignored him and sat opposite him. She gently lifted her ink-black hair and tilted her head to eat the rice noodles gracefully. Hu Ming felt strange as he watched her movement. Why couldn't the original's eyes appreciate someone as stunning as Yue? Was he perhaps not a fan of her cold personality? As if sensing Hu Ming's gaze, Yue slowly raised her head, puzzled. Why are you staring at me? Don't you know how beautiful you are, President? It's human nature to love beauty. Regardless of their relationship, Hu Ming spoke boldly. Yue Shua's cheeks turned red, and she glared at Hu Ming before giving him a strong kick with her stocking-clad feet. Hu Ming's face turned quite comical as he took a deep breath. Yue Shua gave Hu Ming a wide eye, her expression changing significantly. She had also heard tons of Hu Ming and Solu's news. She couldn't understand why Hu Ming would abruptly end the relationship. After all, he had often given her a headache when pursuing Solu. Now that he had turned over a new leaf, Yue Shua wanted to ask what he was thinking. As if sensing Yue Shua's thoughts, Hu Ming rubbed his leg and said, "Ask anything you want, President. I will answer you about everything without hiding. You talk too much. Still, I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts about Solu's matter?" "My thoughts? I simply don't like her. What other reasons can there be? But hadn't you been pursuing her so eagerly before? Are you giving up like that?" Yue Shua stared at Hu Ming, hoping to see a change in his expression. Unfortunately, Hu Ming remained unfazed, as if discussing something trivial. "President, Your Honor. Don't call me Your Honor. Chu Shue, swear. Do you want to die?" Seeing Yue Shua clenching her fists, her eyes turning frigid, Hu Ming straightened up and said, "Yue Shua, what would you think if you were always kind to someone but they treated your kindness as disposable, even used it as a form of means to brag? So, you knew she was playing with you. Of course, I was just teasing her. If my identity hadn't been revealed so suddenly, I would have been up to it a while longer." Hu Ming didn't even blink when lying. Yue Shua completely took in his expression for a moment. Her face lit up as she quickly realized and pinched Hu Ming's arm with her fingers. "So you were intentionally fighting me, correct? Do you find taunting me amusing too?" "Wait, I don't dash." The two's actions in the noisy breakfast shop resulted in an unexpected scene. They were like young lovers playing around, making many passers-by smile knowingly. When Hu Ming saw Li Yu again, he noticed her somewhat strange temperament. The Li Yu he knew was always timid, but now, she held herself to look him in the eye. "Hu Ming, have you noticed anything different about me?" "Different? You are more confident now." "That's right." Li Yu nodded enthusiastically. She was thrilled to see Hu Ming acknowledge her change. Her family had recently resumed meetings with the Han family, of which Hu Ming was unaware. The meeting's content was straightforward, as Han Shuyi was the Han family's original young master. Naturally, her fiancé candidate should switch to Han Shuyi. Li Yu initially refused because she remembered Hu Ming's words to her. He was the only one who did not discriminate against her. However, she could also sense that Hu Ming didn't like her. However, Li Yu's persistence had no effect. Soon after, she had her first encounter with Han Shuyi. It wasn't their first meeting, and Han Shuyi made a good impression the last time they met. Hu Ming's words were the only reason she didn't want to get too close to him. However, as they spent more time together, she realized Han Shuyi wasn't as bad as Hu Ming had portrayed. In fact, he treated her much better than Hu Ming did. Confidence is what you need right now. You are not inferior to others. Until she left, Han Shuyi's words lingered in her mind. Those were words Hu Ming had never said to her. She was sleepless that night. After experimenting with bold outfits and makeup, despite the apparent mark on her face, her tall figure drew people's attention. The looks from the crowd quickly drew her attention. But this time, there were only surprised expressions, and the disdain in their eyes had vanished. Han Shuyi's advice really worked. For the first time, Li Yu developed a hint of fondness for Han Shuyi. However, she was still afraid of upsetting Hu Ming, so she avoided interacting with Han Shuyi too much. After several days, she learned about Hu Ming and Solu's disagreement. Now, in front of Hu Ming, she hoped his attitude would change towards her. "You met with Han Shuyi." Hu Ming's words instantly made Li Yu's heart race. She couldn't understand why Hu Ming knew about this. Hu Ming couldn't help but sigh when he saw Li Yu's anxious expression. He had already previously warned Li Yu. What if I told you Han Shuyi is just using you? Would you not believe it as well?" Hu Ming's face remained expressionless. "Hu Ming, For some reason, Li Yu dared not to look Hu Ming in the eyes. Deep down, she disagreed with Hu Ming's words. She couldn't understand why Han Shuyi would use someone who has no value like her. She also couldn't deny Han Shuyi's advice, which gave her confidence she never had before. Furthermore, why did Hu Ming harbor such resentment toward Han Shuyi? Han Shuyi had no intention of competing against him. On the contrary, that day, he asked about Hu Ming several times. Compared to Hu Ming's hostility, Han Shuyi appeared genuinely concerned about him. "Hu Ming, Han Shuyi had no intention of having friction with you. He told me so. He said being frustrated right now is normal because of your identity issues. He wanted to tell you personally but was afraid you'd be upset." Li Yu explained earnestly to Hu Ming. She believed Hu Ming and Han Shuyi could get along. Looking into her eyes, Hu Ming realized why Han Shuyi hadn't recently crossed with him directly. Like the original, Hu Ming also held no interest in Li Yu. Because of her birthmark, she felt inferior and had been bullied for a long time, which made her easily frightened. Unexpectedly, a few words from the original sparked her last hope, like a match struck in the darkness. That was why she had been following the original all this time. And now, Han Shuyi was approaching her with a torch, rendering the original match meaningless. But what she didn't realize was that her existence would lose meaning once she emerged from the darkness. Hu Ming looked at her quietly as she explained herself. And all of a sudden, he smiled. His smile caught Liu off guard. She did not understand why Hu Ming was smiling. Was it because of something she had done wrong? But she didn't believe so. Hu Ming had always warned her to be away from Han Shuyi, but Han Shuyi had shown no hostility toward her. Instead, he suggested ways for her to overcome her inferiority. Was someone like that truly bad? For the first time, Liu questioned Hu Ming's judgment. Liu, do you think I'm jealous of Han Shuyi? I don't, Hu Ming. I've cautioned you several times that Han Shuyi is simply using you to oppose me, but it is up to you to decide what to do. Hu Ming, you could be friends with him? Why are you so stubbornly opposing Han Shuyi? Liu didn't understand and couldn't comprehend. Hu Ming, however, had already decided after she said these things. He sighed lightly and nodded at her. All right, since Han Shuyi said so, I'll believe him once. At his words, a smile finally appeared on Liu's face. That's right, you're both from the Han family. There shouldn't be any deep-seated grudge between family members. Liu spoke to herself, her face free of the timidity she had once displayed. To change someone with just a few words. Han Shuyi, I really underestimated you. Since that day, Sulu has been disconnected. Even though everyone around her criticized Hu Ming, she couldn't understand why he could be so assertive. Hasn't he been pursuing her for a long time? Why give up so quickly? Was there actually no bond between them? Her expression was one of pain as she held her head. The strawberry milk from that day remained in her drawer, symbolizing Hu Ming's rejection. Sulu, where should we go on Sunday? Yin Xiaoxiao wasn't conscious of Sulu's state as she discussed weekend plans with others. Regarding Hu Ming, she didn't find it a big deal. Sulu has plenty of pursuers, and many people are willing to go above and beyond for her. There's no need to be worried at all. But when Sulu heard this, she suddenly stood up and made a bold decision. The bell rang, signaling the end of school. Students rushed out of the classroom, heading home. As it was Friday, there were a large number of vehicles waiting to pick them up. Finding a familiar figure among the crowd proved difficult. After learning that Hu Ming had already left the classroom, Sulu ignored the surprised looks behind her and dashed towards the exit. However, just as she was about to greet him after spotting his figure on the sports ground, she saw him standing beside a girl. It was the well-known student council president. Seeing this, Sulu recalled the recent rumors. Hu Ming and Yechu Shui have been quite close recently, and even the incident where Hu Ming was bullied had been personally handled by Yechu Shui. Did Hu Ming fall for Yechu Shui? But didn't he say he disliked girls like Yechu Shui, who acted aloof? She stared incredulously as images from that day flashed through her mind. That's right, in the past, Hu Ming said he liked strawberry milk, but now he dislikes it. It's not so strange after all. Thinking this, she no longer hesitated and walked towards Hu Ming. On the other end, Hu Ming and Yechu Shui were discussing something. Yechu Shui, I'm giving you a formal notice right now. I'm free to treat you to dinner this weekend. Han Hu Ming, are you crazy? I'm busy this weekend. It is rare for me to treat someone to dinner. Please do me the honor. But I heard you used to treat dinner quite frequently when you were pursuing Sulu. It appears that your honor has taken a significant toll. Yechu Shui looked at Hu Ming with a cold smile, causing him to shiver. It was all the original's fault. The current him wouldn't be so embarrassed now if the previous owner wasn't such a simp. While Hu Ming was still in distress, Yechu Shui sighed helplessly and said, I'm really busy this weekend. The school is participating in practical activities, and I can't leave since I'm in charge. I'm free. Suddenly, someone behind interrupted their conversation. Hu Ming and Yechu Shui turned to look, their movements strangely synchronized. Sulu's eyes dimmed as she saw this scene but quickly returned to normal. Hu Ming thought that after the last incident, Sulu would stop approaching him for her own dignity, but now her beautiful eyes were radiant, fixedly staring at him with a tenderness he had never witnessed before. Hu Ming, I'm free, let's go out together. Sulu happened to overhear their conversation and became somewhat excited. She could try to mend their relationship if she could go out with Hu Ming. Yechu Shui squinted, staring at the scene. She had not expected Sulu to come to Hu Ming voluntarily. She'd seen Hu Ming bow and scrape at Sulu while she played hard to get, which irritated her. Although Hu Ming's affairs had nothing to do with her, Sulu's actions didn't sit well with her. Now that Sulu had taken the initiative to come over, she was most likely trying to mend their relationship herself. Yechu Shui looked at Hu Ming. Hu Ming claimed that he and Sulu were already over that day, but had they truly ended? Perhaps only Hu Ming could give her an answer. Why should I go out with you? Hu Ming's face showed impatience. He waved his hand as if to drive her away. Sulu wore a decorated school uniform, looking crisp and elegant with subtle makeup that complemented her striking figure, easily capturing the attention of others. Perhaps to the original, this was a scene he longed to see countless times. However, for Hu Ming, he only finds her troublesome. Honestly, if not for his special status, he wouldn't want to attract so much attention at school. Now that there's an opportunity to shake off one burden, why wouldn't he take it? Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, Sulu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Despite her efforts to reassure herself, Hu Ming's indifferent gaze continued to deeply pain her. Hu Ming turned to leave, but Sulu blocked his path before he could. Hu Ming, there are certain things we need to clarify between us. Wasn't it clear enough the other day? Did you fail to understand what was said? Why did you delete my contact? Sulu asked, spreading her arms to block Hu Ming from leaving. Aren't we friends? Is it really necessary to delete me over such a trivial matter? Upon hearing this, Hu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Damn, she treated the original like a pet fish, and now she's asking why he's being so heartless. This Sulu really has some nerve. Standing nearby, Tches was surprised after hearing Sulu's words. She thought Hu Ming's threat to delete Sulu was just out of anger, but he actually did it. Moreover, it seemed like he wasn't planning to add her back. Sulu, do you honestly believe I'm an idiot? Why should I continue with something that yields no results? I believe the time I invested previously could have been better spent on something else. Hu Ming paused and took a deep breath, determined to avoid any further entanglement with this matter. This is the final time I'm telling you, I have no intention of pursuing you any further. I refuse to waste my time on fruitless endeavors. I want us to be strangers starting now. Do you understand? No, I don't understand. Who said it was fruitless? I don't want to be strangers. Sulu cried, her tears resembling pear blossoms in the rain, causing onlookers to feel sorry for her. At the same time, they also admired Hu Ming for his determination. Are you two forgetting someone? A cold voice spoke from the side, alerting everyone to the presence of another figure. Although everyone's attention had been drawn to the situation between Hu Ming and Sulu, the girl before them now was not someone to be trifled with. She was regarded as the most capable student council president since the school's founding. Tches folded her arms and stared coldly at the two before speaking. Although the school rarely interferes with students' relationships, even if we were aware, we normally turn a blind eye. But by doing this so publicly, are you disrespecting the student council? She slowly pulled out her armband and waved it in front of them, the word discipline especially noticeable. At this moment, everyone realized what Sulu had done. She stirred up trouble at a place she shouldn't have. Tches put away her armband again, her expression unchanged even in the face of Sulu's displeasure. Sulu, I have no idea what happened between you two, but I advise you to stop this misconduct unless you can be as shameless as Hu Ming and be punished by me daily. Hu Ming felt struck. Why was he being drawn into this when he was the one trying to keep his distance? Sulu's expression worsened as he heard Tches' words. She bit her lip and stared intently at Tches. She despised this woman, if not loathed her. Why did Hu Ming get so close to her? Didn't he previously say that he disliked her? Her fists clenched, a surge of emotion rising within her. But when she met Hu Ming's amused gaze, she instantly felt defeated. Because Hu Ming was now helplessly smiling at Tches, you could see doubt in his eyes, which belonged to her. Sulu's heart was filled with regret and shame as tears flowed from her eyes. Her expression, however, went unnoticed. As more people gathered, Tches asked them to leave. If outsiders saw, she'd have more work to do. She turned around and signaled for everyone to disperse and go home. However, among the crowd, she noticed a girl dressed distinctively differently than the others approaching. She was dressed as a maid and appeared very frail. Her face remained expressionless, devoid of any smile. Tches was intrigued by this. But then a roar and a girl's scream sounded from behind her. Tches instinctively turned and saw Hu Ming fall a few steps back. An enraged boy stood before Hu Ming, clenching his fist and glaring fiercely. Hu Ming covered his cheek, his expression showing slight pain. Sulu stared at the injured Hu Ming, her face filled with disbelief. But she quickly reacted and shouted at the person beside her. Suje, what are you doing? Why did you hit Hu Ming? Hu Ming was bullying you like that. I can't just ignore it. How dare he treat you that way? He's just a bastard who doesn't even know who his parents are. By this point, Sunje's rationality had been completely consumed. Being Sulu's pursuer, he couldn't bear seeing Hu Ming treat her this way. In his eyes, whatever Sulu did to Hu Ming, she was not wrong, and Hu Ming had no right to reject Sulu. This type of simp was more extreme than the original Hu Ming. But Sulu did not choose him for one simple reason, he had no money. Tches snapped out of her surprise, but her expression had darkened completely. For this to happen right under her nose was entirely due to her negligence. She never imagined someone would do something so extreme for a girl. Assaulting someone is bad enough, but insulting a classmate as well? Having a student like you in our school is a huge disgrace. Just as Tches was about to pull out her phone to call the cops, someone swiftly walked past her. Hu Ming squinted while holding his cheek as he pondered whether taking that punch on purpose had any value. Someone else's actions were faster than his own. A slim figure marched straight up to Sunje. Taking advantage of Sunje's delay in action, she delivered a punch squarely to his stomach. Sunje's eyes widened, and he crumpled from the pain. But his assailant was not done yet. Her small frame exuded incredible strength. The girl grabbed him by the arm and collar and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Silence descended upon the scene. No one expected another intruder to join the fray. Hu Ming's mouth slid open slightly. His expression was now only one of exaggerated surprise, completely ignoring the minor pain on his face. Wasn't that his maid? The maid's chilly eyes fixed on Sunje, who was lying on the ground with a startling aura emanating from her. Her actions made the surrounding students fall silent. Hu Ming never expected the inconspicuous maid would turn out to be a fighting mecha. It was hard to imagine how the original had discovered and brought her back. The teachers and director were promptly alerted to the incident. Naturally, Hu Ming and others were brought in for questioning. However, this time, with Tches' testimony, the matter was swiftly resolved. Hu Ming did not intend to have Han Litian intervene again to avoid further trouble. Everything was held accountable to Sunja. Provocation and physical conflict with a student resulted in monetary compensation, parent meetings, and a public apology to Hu Ming before the entire school. Although not overly harsh, such a penalty was sufficient to destroy a student's confidence. Hu Ming had no dissatisfaction with it. However, as he was about to leave, Hu Ming was surprised to see someone standing before him. There, Han Yun-11 was standing in the doorway with a nervous expression on her face. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine, no need to worry. Hearing how Han Yun-11 addressed him, she seemed to have acknowledged his identity and did seem genuinely concerned for him. Hu Ming covered his cheek, looking like he had just had a tooth taken out. The maid followed quietly behind, like Hu Ming's shadow. Han Yun-11 quickly noticed her presence, her eyes lighting up, and walked over to the maid's side and asked, Kung Xian, why are you here? Kung Xian, so this maid's name is Kung Xian. Hu Ming hadn't looked into this maid's identification much because of the trouble Han Shuyi had made that needed to be resolved. Kung Xian slowly raised her head, her thick black hair falling over her cheek, and said, Miss, I'm here to take young master home. Why so suddenly? Because young master has been walking home these past few days, the maid stated. Such mentions often carried more weight than accusations. Hu Ming appeared to have been abandoned by the entire world after his identity was revealed, seeing how he was treated now compared to before. Hu Ming was also surprised by Kung Xian's words. He had indeed been walking home these days. The last time he tried taking the car home, the driver picked up Han Shuyi and drove off without him. Since that day, Hu Ming has never taken a car home again. What was even more absurd was that no one seemed to notice this. Everyone seemed to assume he didn't want to take the car home because he was in a bad mood. Han Yungzi's expression worsened as she heard Kung Xian's words. The driver was hired in recent years, the original driver had returned to his hometown to retire due to health issues. And to think that the driver, who usually appeared cheerful, turned out to be such a snob, she was angry but also annoyed with herself. How could she not have noticed such an important matter, but instead, a servant did. No wonder Hu Ming didn't trust them. Brother, let's go home and explain this to mom and dad. It doesn't matter. I consider walking home to be exercise. Hu Ming waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. However, this only made Han Yun-11 feel more uncomfortable. Hu Ming appears to have yet to accept his current situation. Just as Han Yungzi fell silent, Hu Ming suddenly spoke up. By the way, where's Han Shuyi? He's... Han Yun-11 was unsure how to explain the situation for a moment. She was concerned that it would hurt Hu Ming's pride. Looking at her expression, Hu Ming felt somewhat helpless. He waved his hand, clearly not wanting to continue asking. Still, the disappointment on his face was evident to Han Yun-11. She wanted to explain but was suddenly interrupted by someone. Hu Ming, are you okay? Ye Shui exited from the principal's office and saw Hu Ming holding his cheek, her expression grim. Hu Ming, however, felt somewhat relaxed after seeing her serious demeanor. There is no need to worry, President. It's no big deal. Just think of it as the price I must pay for the ridiculous things I did in the past. What nonsense are you saying? Ye Shui appeared displeased. She disliked how Hu Ming spoke, which gave her the impression that he had given up on himself. That's right, I'm free this weekend. What you said earlier, I'll go. Lu overheard these words as she walked out of the principal's office. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. But who cares about her thoughts? Leaving behind these words, Ye Shui turned and walked away. Hu Ming also ignored the crowd's eyes as he led Kung Xian away. The setting sun cast a lingering light on the sky behind the campus, giving it an evening glow. Golden rays reflected off the windows of the residential buildings opposite the school gate, shining just beneath Hu Ming and Kung Xian. They padded along the road, occasionally catching the attention of passers-by due to Kung Xian's appearance. The water on the riverbank shimmered with reflections of golden foil and the shadows they cast. Suddenly, Hu Ming stopped and turned to look at the petite maid behind him. Her body appeared frail at first glance, but within that small frame, she concealed immense strength. It was difficult to imagine what she had been doing before being picked up by the former Hu Ming. Kung Xian, why did you come to pick me up? Hu Ming asked the same question again. But this time, he received an entirely different response. Because I was afraid you might be in danger. Afraid I might be in danger. Hu Ming paused briefly and squinted his eyes as he realized something. So, you've been following me home from school all this time? Yes. That day when I was cornered in the alley, you were there too. Yes. No wonder she suddenly brought food to him after school that day and knew so clearly he got in a fight. The girl before him had an expressionless face, quietly gazing at Hu Ming, waiting for the next question. Hu Ming couldn't help feeling moved. To think that the original had such a devoted companion by his side. However, Hu Ming had no idea what her fate would be. Who didn't like a happy ending? Unfortunately, he was the villain, and villains rarely have happy endings. Hu Ming looked towards the center of the river with his hands in his pockets. Gazing at Hu Ming's back, Kung Xian suddenly said, I saw Han Shuyi and Liu together. Aren't you angry? Angry? I stopped getting riled up over these things a long time ago. In Kung Xian's eyes, Hu Ming's figure overlapped with the image of a certain lonely figure in her mind. The setting sun stretched his shadow across the ground, reaching the girl's feet. Young master, you clearly saw it, why didn't you dodge? The two walked back home along the road, the imposing mansion ahead of them. Hu Ming was taken aback by the unexpected question, and he gently touched the visible swelling on his face. Sulu has been as irritating as gum recently. I was only concerned about not having a good reason to shake her off, but I hadn't expected her pursuers to be so insane. So I just went with it and took a punch from him. But you dodged it, didn't you? Yeah, I softened the blow, so it didn't hurt much, it just looks a little noticeable. Hu Ming wasn't dumb enough to let himself get punched in the face directly. Kong Xian, on the other hand, saw the truth. But she was unsure why he had done so. Hu Ming had no intention of explaining to her or anyone else, he needed to keep his guard up. Who knows when someone will betray him? He hated traitors the most. Hu Ming felt that having a maid by his side made the scenery on the way home much more pleasant. Why come here if you don't have money? I told you they wouldn't agree. The sound of a middle-aged woman cursing came from the side of the street. The woman had a fierce look, berating the middle-aged man next to her. The man being scolded remained silent as if accustomed to such a scene before him. When Hu Ming passed by, he took a few more glances at them. However, the middle-aged woman seemed to notice his gaze and shouted at him. What the hell you looking at? Haven't you seen people arguing before? You call this arguing? It's just one-sided abuse. Hu Ming was too lazy to care about other people's problems and scoffed silently in his heart. The man himself decides to adopt the persona of a cowardly turtle. Should he get some tweezers and pry the man's head out? Not realistic. Gradually, the sound of the insults behind vanished. Upon his return home, Hu Ming saw that the looks people gave him were unpleasant. As he entered the hall, he noticed Han Shuyi comforting Madame Han from her seat next to her. Her eyes were red as if she had suffered some injustice. Sorry, mother. I didn't expect them to come knocking at the door. It's not your fault, they're just being unreasonable. Madame Han had to take care of her son's emotions. But just thinking of the couple's attitude just now made her angry. It just so happened that Hu Ming had returned. Madame Han couldn't shake the feeling of how similar the middle-aged couple and Hu Ming looked. Hu Ming's stubborn and erratic nature reminded me a lot of that couple. With considerable disdain, she cast a frustrated glance at Hu Ming. Hu Ming, what's the reason behind your recent hiding from us? Are you afraid that the Han family will not support you anymore? Hu Ming was suddenly the target of the accusation, but his expression remained mostly unchanged. Based on their recent conversation, Hu Ming could be positive that the couple he saw outside were Shuyi's foster parents, Zhao Wei and Lu Guifang. Madame Han became even angrier at Hu Ming's lack of speech. Hu Ming hadn't spoken to any family members since his identity became public. She'd never looked down on Hu Ming despite his somewhat stubborn personality. But now, her discontent with Hu Ming has intensified to a great extent due to this development. Do you know your biological parents just came? They begged us to return Shuyi to them. But they didn't even mention you. Hu Ming calmly watched the woman, who was engulfed in anger. Her own hands now tore apart the image of herself she once showed in front of him. The original was indeed an unfortunate individual. Everyone eventually forgot about him, even becoming a stepping stone for others, a joke that is brought up at class reunions many years later. Villains, indeed, meet unpleasant ends. They offered tens of thousands of dollars just to take away my Shuyi, but in their eyes, you are worthless. Mother. Han Shuyi's voice interrupted her words. Madame Han instinctively turned her head, only to see Han Shuyi shaking his head, signaling her to stop. Upon seeing her son's face, like a hot iron pan drenched with cold water, Madame Han instantly calmed down. Only then did she realize what she had just said. She abruptly turned to face Hu Ming, but all she saw were two figures walking away. The sunset shone through the massive French windows, making the two figures appear particularly lonely. Madame Han leaned weakly on the sofa, holding her head in her hands and appearing wholly defeated. Beside her, a slight grim smile appeared on Han Shuyi's face. Young master, it appears you have been detested by Madame. Thanks for the reminder, otherwise, I'd be clueless. A wry smile tugged at the corner of Hu Ming's mouth. Kong Xian was excellent in every way except for being overly direct. She appeared unconcerned about her surroundings and would say whatever came to mind. Of course, it was only directed against him. Kong Xian approached Hu Ming from her room, holding a bottle of medicinal wine. Young master, let me apply the medicine for you. I can do it myself. Please let me do this, young master. You should think about how you will spend your days ahead now. Kong Xian dipped a cotton swab into the medicinal wine and leaned in carefully to apply it to Hu Ming. She exuded a lingering lemon fragrance. Hu Ming fixed his gaze on the young girl before him. Though her ink-black hair obscured her face, he could sense the imaginable beauty beneath it, which was not inferior to Sulu's. If she cared about her appearance, she could become a goddess in many people's eyes. Hu Ming brushed aside the young girl's hair unconsciously as he thought about this. Her face was delicate as a porcelain doll's, with flawless skin like polished jade, a petite nose, and rosy lips. Her eyelashes were long enough to cast shadows under her eyes, much like birch trees in the winter. Just as Hu Ming had guessed, she was indeed stunning. How blind is the original to not notice such a lovely girl by his side? Hu Ming couldn't help but retort inwardly. Meanwhile, Hu Ming's actions left Kong Xian slightly stunned. The two stared at each other for quite some time, only stopping when Kong Xian retracted the cotton swab. Silently, she let her hair down and returned to her previous demeanor. Kong Xian, have you ever thought about going to school? Kong Xian shook her head. She had never considered such a question. Young master saved me and brought me back. I'm already grateful enough. Education is not something I dare to ask for. What if I'm the one who wants you to study? Kang Xian stared blankly at the boy before her, her eyes as bright as torches. She realized that she had never truly known him. At the dinner table, Han Yun couldn't see Hu Ming's figure. Didn't he say he was back, so why wasn't he joining them for dinner? Moreover, her mother's expression suggested that she was troubled by something. Was it because of Hu Ming? Han Yun couldn't help but recall Hu Ming's words to her. He seemed to be disappointed in them. Han Shuyi too. Didn't he know about Hu Ming and Liu's relationship? Why did he still actively engage with Liu and want her to keep it a secret? Weren't they excluding Hu Ming? Thinking this, she felt upset and looked up at her mother, asking, "Mom, where's brother? Isn't your brother here?" Madame Han looked at Han Shuyi beside her, who also seemed stunned. But he quickly realized who Han Yun was referring to. His face was expressionless, but inside, he felt a chill. He had no idea what ecstasy Hu Ming had given to Han Yun, but they had nothing in connection previously. But now, Han Yun was unexpectedly beginning to care about Hu Ming. This was bad news for him? He slowly lowered his head and continued to eat. Madame Han, seeing this, subconsciously assumed that Han Shuyi was unhappy. Did Yun make him feel excluded? He was clearly Yungzi's biological brother. Yet Yun was now referring to someone else as brother, which must have made him uncomfortable. With this in mind, Madame Han's expression hardened as she scolded Han Yun. "Yun, didn't I tell you? Han Shuyi is your brother. Hu Ming is just someone else's child. Mom, aren't you the one who raised Hu Ming? We've lived together for so many years. Is it too much for me to call him brother? There's no blood relation between you two. And besides, he doesn't even want to come out for dinner. Is he treating us as a family?" Han Yungzi's eyes widened with disbelief. It was difficult to believe that the woman before her, so sharp and hostile, was her own gentle and caring mother. After all, her mother once doted Hu Ming to the heavens. Why had her attitude changed so dramatically now that she knew Hu Ming's real identity? Did all those years of raising him mean nothing? Han Yun struggled to accept reality. She set down her chopsticks and said, "I'm full," before turning and leaving. Madame Han's face turned pale with rage as she looked at the large portion of food still in Yungzi's bowl. Her previously obedient daughter now defied her because of Hu Ming. Even though what she said was true, why couldn't her daughter understand? "Are you seeing this? I don't know what Hu Ming did to her, but you're her real brother? You two were getting along so well, and now this happened." Madame Han was furious, while Han Shuyi consoled her on the side. "Mom, it's understandable that Yun would not accept this so quickly. Furthermore, Hu Ming is indeed a member of our family, and Yun is simply concerned that your relationship with Hu Ming may deteriorate. And now it's me who wants our relationship to deteriorate? It's Han Hu Ming's family who have ulterior motives. Enough." Suddenly, Han Litian, sitting quietly on the side, looked at his wife sternly and spoke up. "Whatever the couple does is irrelevant to Hu Ming. What are you blaming Hu Ming for?" Madame Han wanted to explain, but when she recalled what she said to Hu Ming earlier today, she couldn't help but feel guilty. "That was something I said out of anger. It's not true." Madame Han comforted herself so. Han Shuyi's expression was gloomy momentarily, and his fist clenched beneath the table. Hu Ming was nowhere to be seen on Saturday and Sunday. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, and no one could find him. However, someone witnessed him returning to his room every night, but no one knew what he was doing. The servants in the Han family villa talked amongst themselves. They believed that Hu Ming would be driven out soon. After all, they knew about the incident when his parents arrived to cause trouble. They wanted Han Shuyi back, claiming he was their child. As for Hu Ming, not a word about him was mentioned, probably because they didn't want this child who had already ruined his reputation. Soon, Monday came, the day for school. Han Litian got up early today, changed his clothes, and waited at the door for Hu Ming. As expected, Hu Ming was walking towards the door early in the morning, dressed in his school uniform. "Hu Ming." When Hu Ming passed by him, Han Litian called out to him. Hu Ming's face showed a slight surprise. To think Han Litian was waiting for him so early in the morning. "Dad, get in, I'll drive you to school." "All right." Hu Ming could have refused if it had been someone else, but this was the Han family's head. Hu Ming was well aware of his position within the Han family. He couldn't say no, emotionally or logically. He opened the back door and entered. However, upon seeing this scene, Han Litian's eyes darkened slightly. Hu Ming used to like sitting in the front passenger seat. He has really changed a lot. Han Lishan couldn't describe this feeling. He noticed that Hu Ming had grown more mature and composed than before, but also more silent. "Yun told me what happened on Friday. Is your face still hurting?" "It's fine. It wasn't a strong punch. The principal messaged me and said the student had been expelled. Regarding the driver, your mother stated that he was assigned to Shuyi and that she did not want to dismiss him. So I found a new driver to pick you up." Han Litian opened his mouth and finally added, "Sorry that you had to suffer." Hu Ming looked out the window and made a muffled M from his throat. The atmosphere inside the car became tense for a brief moment. However, two voices could be heard from the back of the car. "Dad, why did you wake me up so early? I'm so sleepy. Do you want coffee?" "No, it's too bitter." Han Yun opened the car door. Her eyes, which had been so sleepy they could barely open, suddenly lit up. "Brother, are we going to school together today?" Han Shuyi opened the door, but he froze when he saw Hu Ming sitting in the back seat. He had not expected Hu Ming to be here. No wonder Han Litian had asked them to get up early yesterday. He had already planned this. Han Shui bent down and sat in the back seat, smiled at Hu Ming, and said, Hu Ming, I haven't seen you for a few days. It was still the same bright and sunny smile, but what twisted face was hidden behind that jealous and hypocritical mask? Hu Ming's lips curved into a smile. We'll be seeing each other often. Hu Ming and Han Shuyi didn't get along. Han Yun11 was even concerned about their interaction because of their identities. Hu Ming refused to accept Han Shuyi's identity when he heard it. However, Hu Ming sat quietly in his seat as if he had accepted everything without question. This surprised Han Yun11, who realized she could no longer see through Hu Ming. The noisy him seemed to have vanished. Han Litian drove smoothly and slowly, rarely pressing the accelerator. Although there might be conflicts between the two, he hoped they could be resolved. If, in the end, the family could live happily together, then why not? Everything would be better if the family were to be harmonious. This was the ending that many people wanted. The car finally halted at the school gates. Many students recognized the familiar license plate and immediately thought of Han Shuyi. However, when the rear door opened, Hu Ming was the first to step out, followed by Han Shuyi. This situation surprised everyone, as most didn't expect Hu Ming still to have a close relationship with the Han family. Hu Ming adjusted his backpack silently, his face expressionless. Meanwhile, Han Shuyi stood beside him, chatting with other students. Han Yun11 looked around before focusing her gaze on Hu Ming. He remained alone as if detached from the world. Han Lishan smiled faintly, watching his children from the car. However, a voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Lu Guifang walked briskly towards Han Shuyi, her eyes red and distressed. Mom. Han Shuyi looked at her, calling out her identity. Only then did everyone realize Lu Guifang was Han Shuyi's foster mother and Hu Ming's biological mother. Behind her, a silent middle-aged man followed. His gaze gradually moved from Han Shuyi to Hu Ming. Zhao Wei was at a loss for words as he looked at the quiet child. Lu Guifang tightly held Han Shuyi's hand and cried out, Shuyi, you're my child. Please come back with Mom, okay? Mom, I. Just when Han Shuyi was about to say something, Han Lishan, who had just gotten out of the car, stared coldly at them and rebuked. Mrs. Lu, I've already compensated you last time? Why are you still coming to find Shuyi again now? I don't want your money. I want my child back. In order to keep Han Shuyi, Lu Guifang even grabbed onto his legs to prevent him from moving. Han Shuyi bit his lip and struggled with his expression. And to outsiders, he appeared to be torn between his biological father's and his foster mother's emotions. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Han Shuyi. But one of the other main characters in this matter seemed desolate. Some people noticed Hu Ming's actions. But this guy's face was expressionless, and he was even yawning lazily. This made a lot of people angry. Isn't this his mother? Doesn't he feel ashamed? Hu Ming, naturally, didn't know what those people were thinking. He just wanted to see how long this drama would go on. Suddenly, someone poked him from behind, and when he turned around, Ye Shui was standing behind him. President, are you a ghost? Why are your footsteps so quiet? You're the ghost. Ye Shui retorted, hand on her hips. Han Hu Ming, is that your biological mother? Hard to say. Have you ever seen anyone's mother clinging onto someone else's child's legs? Hu Ming couldn't help but laugh, but he seemed extremely sad from Ye Shui's perspective. There was no way Hu Ming's mood was great at the moment. But actually, Ye Shui was overthinking it. Hu Ming was feeling quite good right now. Han Shuyi pulled Lu Guifang up and turned to look at Hu Ming, then said, Mom, this is Hu Ming, your biological son. After hearing this, Lu Guifang followed Han Shuyi's gaze, and when she saw Hu Ming, she recognized him as the boy who had looked at her several times on the road that day. However, when she saw Hu Ming, disgust washed over her face. I don't know him, and he's not my son. Her emotions were agitated, and her words sparked quite a stir among the students. To not even have any intention to admit her biological child Hu Ming's future indeed looks grim. Han Litian furrowed his brow, he hadn't expected this outcome. However, even if the Zhao family did not want Hu Ming, he would continue supporting him throughout his education until adulthood. Han Hu Ming. Ye Shui couldn't help but be concerned about Hu Ming's state and pulled at his sleeve, her face filled with worry. At the same time, she had no goodwill for the couple. How could they treat their child this way? Do they not feel any shame as parents? Hu Ming turned around and gave Ye Shui a reassuring look as if he sensed her concern. Then he stepped forward. It was the first time he made eye contact with Lu Guifang, and he could see the disgust and aversion in her eyes. The original truly had it tough. Han Hu Ming ended up unloved by his parents from both sides. When I heard that someone was causing trouble for the Han family, I assumed it was just some unimportant people. But I didn't expect you two to have the guts to come all the way to the school and cause trouble. Don't tell me you don't see me as your son, even I dare not admit to having a mother like you. Hu Ming shrugged his shoulders as if stating the most ordinary thing. After hearing Hu Ming's words, Lu Guifang's face turned pale, and her expression became furious. She pointed at Hu Ming and shouted, I heard you were arrogant and overbearing in school, with no upbringing whatsoever. Now that I see this, you are simply beyond redemption. What does that have to do with you? Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? Oh, that's right, I heard you did come from a small fishing village by the sea. Hu Ming was naturally informed about this couple. He also knew that they would eventually come knocking. and their actions have indeed not disappointed him. They considered the original a disgrace because of his behavior at school. So, they chose to cling to Han Shuyi and abandon the original. You. Lu Guifang's eyes widened in rage, but she quickly clutched onto her chest and collapsed on Han Shuyi. Han Shuyi instinctively supported her body, then raised his head, glared at Hu Ming, and shouted, "Hu Ming, this is your biological mother. Don't go claiming we're family now. She was the one who said I wasn't her child, and now, when she's breathless, I'm suddenly her child again. What is this? Pandora's womb." Hu Ming stared at Lu Guifang with a mocking smile on his face. As these words left his mouth, someone in the crowd laughed. Hu Ming's words were clearly beyond the comprehension of those unfamiliar with gaming. Even though Lu Guifang didn't understand, seeing everyone's reactions made her cheeks burn like she'd been slapped hard in the face. She, who had previously faked discomfort in her heart, now felt genuinely uneasy. "Hu Ming, that's enough." A deep voice emerged from beside Hu Ming. Hu Ming turned to face the man who had remained silent all along. Zhao Wei returned his gaze, his thoughts unclear. Zhao Wei approached Hu Ming and continued. "That's your mother. Even if she's in the wrong, you shouldn't speak to her like that. So I should continue smiling at someone who is mistreating me." Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his smile becoming more piercing. "Are you used to approaching people with a smile only to be slapped in the face? If so, pretend I never said anything." Hu Ming shrugged his shoulder, clearly unconcerned with what Zhao Wei said. Han Yongzi's mouth dropped open slightly. Hu Ming's sharp tongue surprised her. Was this the same brother who had a quick temper? Hu Ming's voice was soft, but that didn't prevent the other students from hearing him. Many people agreed with his words. If others trample on and slander you, who the hell would continue plastering a smile? Of course, some overly righteous individuals condemned Hu Ming's actions, but only to earn disdainful glances from many students. Zhao Wei's face stiffened, lost for words for a moment. Meanwhile, Lu Guifang, who appeared to be as lifeless as a dead chicken just moments before, seemed revived. She stood firmly beside Han Shuyi and hurled curses at Hu Ming. However, in light of Hu Ming's indifference, her actions appeared feeble. Han Shuyi's expression was unusual. He wanted to distance himself from this insane woman right now because it was too embarrassing. However, he was currently trapped and unable to free himself. Annoying, couldn't she pick another time to make a scene? His eyes flashed briefly with coldness but soon returned to normal, and suddenly, he caught sight of a figure in the crowd. Narrowing his eyes, he remembered where he had seen this figure before. Hu Ming, hands on his hips, stared at Lu Guifang as if she were an idiot. Lu Guifang becomes even angrier at Hu Ming's gaze. She raised her hand to slap Hu Ming across the face, but Hu Ming's icy voice stopped her. "If you dare slap me, I'll make sure you compensate me until you're bankrupt." Lu Guifang met Hu Ming's gaze. Behind those dark and profound eyes was danger, like a lion lurking in the shadows. For some reason, she was terrified not by Hu Ming's words, but by the look in his eyes. For a moment, the air seemed to have frozen. Yet Yushua, who was watching the scene unfold, was about to drive away other students to put an end to it when she noticed a boy charging toward Hu Ming from behind. It was Sunjie from yesterday. He was dressed in black with a hood over his head and a silver sparkle reflected off his sleeves. Yet Yushua's pupils contracted, and she instinctively shouted towards Hu Ming. "Watch out!" His speed was astounding. Everyone present could only watch helplessly as the events unfolded. Even the elderly security guard in charge of safety stood frozen in place. Clearly, he had not anticipated this happening. How could a student assault another with a knife? When Yushua's voice rang out, Sunjie instantly knew that his plan had been discovered. He slid the knife out of his sleeve, grabbed it in his hand, and thrust towards Hu Ming with all his might. But what shocked him most was that Hu Ming had already turned around, facing him directly. But Hu Ming suddenly fell forward for some reason, coming towards his knife. Just what I needed. Sunjie's eyes were filled with rage, his expression ferocious as if he wanted to bring Hu Ming to his end. He tried to move the knife in his hand forcefully but suddenly found the weapon in his hand was completely immovable. Amidst the surrounding screams, only Sunjie knew best he hadn't injured Hu Ming. When he snapped back to reality, a fist appeared before his eyes, blocking his vision. Hu Ming's POV. Even before Han Shuyi's gaze wandered, Hu Ming had noticed the situation behind him. So when Yakayaxu spoke, he had already taken a preemptive move by turning around to face the person. But, just as he finished his move, he felt a push from behind. When confronted with the knife so close, Hu Ming cursed inwardly for a moment before quickly grabbing the assailant's wrist, preventing the knife from moving even an inch. The blade almost pierced through his vulnerable clothing, just narrowly missing his body. In this intense moment, Hu Ming's anger found its outlet, the person right before him. His fist smashed into the other's face, and when the assailant didn't fall, Hu Ming grabbed his arm and violently twisted it in the opposite direction. The sound of the silver glinting knife falling on the ground was accompanied by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoing through the air. There, Sunjie was firmly pinned to the ground, tears and snot streamed down his cheeks. His eyes were red, still expressing his desire to kill Hu Ming for Solu. It was clear as the day that he had gone crazy. If not, what else could drive someone to do such extreme actions for another person? Han Litian was also stunned by the scene before him, but unlike the others, he quickly regained his composure. "Why are you all still standing there? Grab him." The majority of the people here were students. Where had they ever witnessed such a scene? An actual campus murder nearly occurred at their school. Was this something that can be normally experienced? The security guards swiftly moved forward to restrain the boy for Hu Ming, but their gazes toward Hu Ming had changed significantly. There was no hesitation in his actions just now. If the earlier attack was like a test, Hu Ming's response was the most violent solution. Looking at Sun Tche's twisted arm, they felt chilled to the bone. Hu Ming stood up, his cold gaze fixed on Lu Guifang. At this moment, Lu Guifang finally came to her senses and cursed loudly at Hu Ming. Look at you, pest. It doesn't matter if you are killed, but what if you involve me and Shu Yi? She opened her mouth as if she still had some anger to release. But before she could continue, Hu Ming slapped her to the ground with the same force he would use to hit a mosquito in the middle of the night. Lu Guifang's cheek swelled up rapidly. She stared blankly at Hu Ming. His eyes seemed to contain flames that danced with intent to burn her to ashes completely. Others may not have fully comprehended what had just occurred, but yet Yu Shui had witnessed every move Lu Guifang had made. When Hu Ming turned around, Lu Guifang suddenly reached out and pushed him. If Hu Ming hadn't acted quickly enough, he might be lying on the ground now. No wonder Hu Ming was enraged. Even an onlooker, yet Yu Shui, couldn't help but be outraged. Even if you refused to acknowledge Hu Ming, what was the meaning behind your life-threatening action? Yet Yu Shui, her senses heightened, scanned her surroundings as if searching for a crucial clue. Abruptly, she spotted someone nearby pointing at their phone and having a hushed conversation. Without any hesitation, she quickened her pace and headed towards them. Meanwhile, everyone was shocked by the scene unfurling before them. No one expected Hu Ming to act this way. Regardless of whether she was correct or wrong, she was his biological mother. Most students had been distracted by Sun Tche moments before and failed to notice what Lu Guifang had done. Only Han Shuyi stood aside with a furrowed brow and was thinking about how to handle this situation. Lu Guifang was too stupid. Instead of making a big deal from it, she had placed herself in an unredeemable situation. Most of the students have begun to look at Hu Ming with sympathy. Public opinion might have shifted if not for Hu Ming's slap. He looked at Hu Ming, his voice tinged with helplessness as if Hu Ming was the one acting unreasonably. Hu Ming, you've gone too far this time. I suggest you not to say another word. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to save yourself later. Hu Ming stared coldly at Han Shuyi, causing his back to have a cold sweat. He realized Hu Ming wasn't bluffing. He had serious intentions of doing something to Lu Guifang. Hu Ming's words sounded like threats to him, but he dared not say anything more. Seeing Han Shuyi remain silent, Hu Ming turned his gaze back to Lu Guifang. At this moment, Lu Guifang finally recovered from her shock but was confronted with her burning cheeks and the crowd's stares. Her rage overcame her reason, and she struggled to get up from the ground before reaching out to grab Hu Ming's neck. But before she could approach, Hu Ming kicked her to the ground, rolling her over twice before finally stopping. Zhao Wei's quiet expression finally changed. He looked at Hu Ming, his hoarse voice tinged with displeasure. Hu Ming, do you understand what you are doing? Aren't you afraid of people gossiping about you? You two are already thick-skinned enough to come here and cause trouble, so why should I be afraid? I see her skin itching, so I'll help her out. What's the big deal? TL, the skin itching here means she's looking for a beating. Hu Ming crossed his arms in front of himself. Although his words lacked respect, there was no sign of humor on his face. Lu Guifang, lying on the ground in obvious pain, gritted her teeth and yelled at Hu Ming. I will make you pay the price. If the school doesn't expel you, I'll come daily to cause a scene. Lu Guifang focused solely on Hu Ming. Regarding her physical pain, she would seek compensation from the Han family, which would undoubtedly tarnish their opinion of Hu Ming. With this strategy, Han Shuyi's position within the Han family would be strengthened. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but be excited about her plan. She refused to back down as she pointed at Hu Ming. Han Litian frowned deeply, his face grim. Hu Ming's slap had clearly complicated the situation. He's too impulsive. Han Lishan hesitated for a moment internally before making up his mind. Was it still the Hu Ming he knew if this matter was not resolved in this manner? Zhao Wei moved forward to help his wife up but was pushed back by Lu Guifang. She is determined to ruin Hu Ming's reputation? Pay the price? What face do you have to make Han Hu Ming pay the price? A voice drew everyone's attention. All eyes were drawn to the speaker. There, Yakayugju stood, coldly staring at Lu Guifang, who was on the ground, her eyes filled with anger. Someone else's phone was in her hand, showing the scene that had just occurred. Although that person was looking at Hu Ming at the time, his hand remained fixed, perfectly capturing the entire scene as it unfolded. On the screen, when Hu Ming turned around, Lu Guifang reached out and pushed him forward. I don't know on what grounds you speak of Han Hu Ming, but do you have the qualities of an adult when you accuse him of lacking upbringing? And why do you have the audacity to threaten Hu Ming when you refuse to acknowledge him as your child? When confronting Lu Guifang, Yu Shui did not show the usual respect for her elders. Because, in her eyes, Lu Guifang lacked the qualities of a human. If Hu Ming had been stabbed just now, wouldn't Lu Guifang have attempted murder? Yu Shui shuddered involuntarily at the thought. Although Hu Ming could be annoying at times, he was changing, at least better than before. Yakayugju generally does her best to help such students. Not to mention that she and Hu Ming have a good relationship now. Lu Guifang could not maintain her pride in the face of Yu Shui's unexpected appearance and confrontation. She stood up abruptly, pointing at Yu Shui and shouting angrily, and Han Shuyi couldn't stop her in time. Who are you? Why are you meddling with our business? Everyone who supported Hu Ming was now considered an enemy by Lu Guifang. Having come from the countryside, she naturally didn't recognize the girl in front of her. Other students couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing this. That's Ye Shue, a well-known student throughout the city. Is this woman crazy? Ye Qiuzhu frowned. The woman in front of her was utterly unreasonable. As more students arrive for school, this could have a negative impact if it continues. She looked at the surrounding students and said, "Other students, please return to your classrooms immediately. Do not forget that today is a regular school day." When Ye Shue spoke, the gathered students scattered and returned to their classrooms. Even though gossip was all over their faces, the teachers who had just arrived led them inside. Lu Guifang became increasingly anxious as she watched the nearby students leave. She had planned to ruin Hu Ming's reputation in public, but now that everyone had left, who could witness her act? Thinking this, she grew even more disgusted with the girl before her. "What are you up to? Did Hu Ming tell you to do it? Instead of assisting others with such issues, a young person like you should behave properly. Do you have an inappropriate relationship with him?" Lu Guifang reached out to grab Ye Shue's coat, attempting to hold her firmly. But the next moment, she screeched and was sent flying. "You're truly nauseating. Unless locked up for a few days, you will never learn." Sirens sounded in the background. Lu Guifang looked at the flashing police lights behind her, which appeared particularly glaring to her. With video evidence and eyewitnesses present, Hu Ming and Han Litian soon left the police station. What an unreasonable couple, and to think that boy had thoughts of killing someone. I really don't understand what they were thinking. Han Litian's expression was full of dissatisfaction. Today's events had truly dampened his spirits. He had hoped that everyone, including Hu Ming, would get along, but this unexpectedly occurred. Now, Hu Ming and Han Chi's relationship has deteriorated even more. Han Lishan looked helplessly at the young man beside him. He had really transformed. Hu Ming acted so quickly that even he couldn't react in time. He actually thought the person before him wasn't Hu Ming. "Hu Ming, where did you learn those moves?" "I learned them from watching videos. I didn't expect to actually use them." Hu Ming did not feel the need to explain this matter. In his opinion, they were unaware of many of his secrets. Han Litian did not press any further after seeing Hu Ming's expression of indifference. But thinking back on what Hu Ming had gone through earlier, he couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, those two will reflect in prison. You don't have to worry about the outcome." "Okay." Hu Ming nodded in response, but whether he trusted that was another question entirely. Hu Ming quickly rose to fame in the school. When he returned to school, he was the center of attention among students and teachers. Of course, more gossipers were talking about Hu Ming's pedigree. They claimed Hu Ming was an unwanted orphan. His biological parents refused to acknowledge him, and if the Han family abandoned him, would he be able to continue his studies? Various speculations and rumors were circulating, but Hu Ming didn't care. However, he was annoyed by some people, particularly the person in front of him. "Hu Ming, I heard about what happened this morning. Are you hurt?" Sulu held breakfast and milk in her hands, nervously staring at Hu Ming and wanting to approach and check on him. However, Hu Ming raised his hand to stop her and said impatiently, "I'm fine. You're worrying too much. Are you really okay?" "I said I'm fine. Why are you so annoying?" Hu Ming really wanted to find a hole to bury Sulu. How did the original come to like such a person? Sulu felt wronged. She was just concerned about Hu Ming. She pouted and looked pitiful, causing passing students to feel sorry for her. However, when they saw Hu Ming, their expressions changed. Of course, who wouldn't be scared after seeing Hu Ming break the boy's hand today? "I've told you several times, Sulu, that the past is the past. Stop bothering me. But can't I pursue you?" "Pursue me? Please, don't. Do you know who tried to kill me today? It was Sunja. Even after he was caught, he believed I had harmed you. Your fans are overly exaggerated. I can't take it." But Sulu was about to explain when Han Yun-11 appeared out of nowhere. With her hands on her hips, she widened her eyes and asked, "Sulu, why are you so annoying? My brother has already told you not to bother him, and you're still clinging to him." Personally, Han Yun-11 disliked Sulu. Previously, when Hu Ming caused a stir in school by pursuing Sulu, Sulu appeared to enjoy the attention and treated Hu Ming as a pawn, naturally making Han Yun-11 dislike this girl. Now, when her admirer went crazy and tried to harm Hu Ming, Han Yunxi's tolerance of Sulu was pushed to its limit. "I didn't ask anyone to go after Hu Ming," Sulu explained tearfully, but Han Yun-11 wasn't buying it. Who cares about you? Artificial, smelly bitch." Han Yun-11 snorted dissatisfiedly, intending to ask Hu Ming to leave together. However, Hu Ming had already left, and there was no trace of him anywhere. The bell rang at noon, and Hu Ming arrived on the rooftop, yawning. Usually, this place was tightly locked, and ordinary students could not open it at all. However, Hu Ming was not ordinary. He easily pried open the lock and then sat on a nearby bench. His classmates' stares made it difficult for him to sleep. He was already sensitive to other people's gazes. Hu Ming believed that if he remained in that classroom, he might become a national treasure. The gentle sunlight streamed down from the sky. Hu Ming yawned, thoroughly enjoying his lunch break. But then he heard footsteps coming up from the stairwell. He opened his eyes abruptly, his expression puzzled. Usually, at this time, no one should come. How can someone get up here? Most importantly, he had locked the door. Hu Ming hid around the corner, his gaze fixed on the doorway. But when the figure appeared in Hu Ming's vision, his eyelids lifted slightly, and a smile crept onto his lips. Hu Shui came to the rooftop as usual. However, she noticed that something was amiss. Although the door was securely locked, the padlock hanging on it was nowhere to be found. Did someone open this door? She furrowed her brows and cautiously opened the door. However, what greeted her was an empty space. She carefully looked around but didn't see anyone. Perhaps she was overthinking. Hu Shui placed her lunchbox on her lap after smoothing out her skirt. She untied her ponytail, letting her silky black hair cascade down her shoulders like a waterfall. Next, she removed her glasses, revealing her cold yet stunning face, and took a deep breath as if to expel all of the morning's stale air. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks and begin eating her lunch, a sudden voice startled her so much that she shuddered, nearly slipping her lunchbox from her black stocking-clad legs to the ground. "President, your lunch looks quite luxurious." The voice caused Hu Shui to freeze. Soon after, she noticed Hu Ming lying on top of the entrance, one hand supporting his head while lounging on the edge. His lips curved into a smile as if he were admiring beauty and scenery. "Hu Ming, what are you doing here? Don't you know students are not permitted on the rooftop?" Feeling that her statement was incomplete, she added, "Except for me. You can't just make exceptions, President." Hu Ming leaped down from above and landed effortlessly, and his movements made Hu Shui believe he had trained specifically for this. After setting down her lunchbox, Hu Shui approached Hu Ming and asked in puzzlement, "How did you open the door?" "I used a lever to open." Hu Ming's casual demeanor made Hu Shui feel unreal. "Is this normal? Do you not think it's dangerous to say such things in front of the discipline committee?" Hu Shui squinted her eyes and looked at Hu Ming with a dangerous expression. In the end, Hu Ming didn't get driven out by Hu Shui. Hu Ming sat beside Ye Kaijiu, lazily stretching his waist. Meanwhile, Hu Shui was enjoying her lunch. A silent understanding held between the two. Hu Shui, however, was skeptical of Hu Ming's present situation. On the outside, Hu Ming seemed calm, but who knew what was really going through his mind? Hu Shui carefully closed her lunchbox after she had finished her meal. She cast a worried glance at Han Hu Ming. Would the earlier incident at school have a significant effect on him? "Han Hu Ming, are you okay?" When Hu Ming heard Hu Shui's voice, he turned to her, stuck out his tongue, and rolled his eyes, irritating Hu Shui, who became both angry and amused. She raised her hand and lightly hit him. Hu Ming, seeing her smile, smiled as well. They were behaving like children, causing a ruckus. "President, you don't need to worry about me. Will you get upset because of some strangers?" Hu Ming propped his chin up, staring at the iron fence ahead. Their shadows cast against each other on the ground appeared deeply intimate. "Besides, I had already expected it. What surprised me was that you stood up for me. You could have just stayed on the sidelines and avoided the mess." Hu Ming turned to look at the girl next to him. A gentle breeze blew, causing the bells hanging on the fence to ring cheerfully. Hu Shui tucked her hair behind her ear and looked at Hu Ming, her eyes surprisingly gentle. "Han Hu Ming, as I've said before, as long as you are correct, I will support you. Whatever the size of the problem, as long as you're on the right track, I'll be satisfied." A gentle, warm breeze brushed through her dark hair. Hu Ming quietly looked at the girl before him, feeling multiple emotions. The girl's attitude was overly sincere. She genuinely cared about Hu Ming. Reality had repeatedly demonstrated to him that such kindness would only harm oneself. But still, Hu Shui openly followed this path. Hu Ming had no idea what her future held, but he believed she would be a source of happiness for many people. Thinking so, he chuckled lightly and smiled faintly. "Oh, by the way, I heard your grades aren't great. Do you need tutoring?" "Tutoring? I don't need that." Hu Ming waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. He knew the coursework like the back of his hand, possibly better than her. But for Hu Shui, this statement had a different meaning. Her cheeks puffed up as she placed her hands on her slender waist, clearly annoyed by Hu Ming's self-neglect. "Han Hu Ming, haven't you agreed to change? How could you be so lazy? Furthermore, don't you want to raise your grades and show those who underestimate you?" Hearing Hu Shui's novel-flavored words, Hu Ming couldn't help but laugh lightly and say, "President, you sound like you're from a feel-good web novel. Life has its ups and downs, don't look down on a poor young man." "Unfortunately, this young man is not poor at all but rather wealthy," Hu Shui said, rolling her eyes at Hu Ming. She grabbed her lunchbox and stood up. However, before leaving, she glared at Hu Ming again and said, "Bring your graded papers to me tomorrow for inspection. From now on, I'll tutor you every lunchtime." "What? No way, I want to nap at noon. How are you able to sleep at your age?" Hu Shui looked at him, exasperated as if wishing he would improve himself. Although Hu Ming's personality had changed significantly, he still had a bad habit of not liking studying, which needed to be corrected. Thinking this, Hu Shui made up her mind. "All right then, I'll give you a reward if you can reach the target I set for you in every exam." "A reward? You're not going to buy me pencils or something to appease me, right? I'm telling you, that won't work on me. Don't worry about the reward. Just focus on studying seriously." Hu Shui's tone was resolute, leaving no room for Hu Ming to oppose. She turned around and made her way towards the stairs. Meanwhile, Hu Ming let out a sigh and helplessly shook his head. Despite being well-versed with this knowledge, Hu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit bored. However, he did need an excuse to improve his grades, and this time he could rely on Hu Shui. Stretching lazily, unconsciously, the time for the lunch break quickly passed. Just as Hu Ming was about to walk through the door, he suddenly collided head-on with someone. Hu Ming instinctively grabbed the person's waist and stabled them tightly in his arms. He clearly felt the person stiffen, frozen in place. A faint scent wafted over, and the soft waist felt as supple as water. What stood out was how the person in his arms leaned against him, reminiscent of a girl being embraced by her boyfriend. Yet Yushua's ears turned red, and her mind was nearly overwhelmed. She had returned intending to speak with Hu Ming about something, but she had not expected to run into him head-on. She felt like a sheep entering a tiger's den. President. Hu Ming's voice sounded from above her head. Yet Yushua abruptly pushed Hu Ming aside, then nervously retrieved a key from her pocket. However, in her hurry, she unintentionally let the key slip from her grasp and it fell to the ground. Yet Yushua, calm down. Never having experienced something like this before, her heart thudded against her chest. However, in front of Hu Ming, she tried to maintain her composure, but her heart pulsed with intensity like a pile driver. As she stooped to retrieve the key, her attention was caught by another hand extending from the opposite direction. Startled, yet Yushua quickly pulled her hand away when their fingers made contact. Hu Ming, on the other hand, effortlessly grabbed the key. What kind of melodramatic idol drama is this? Yet Yushua, stay awake. She tried to compose herself, even though her complexion still showed a slight rosy tint. With one hand on her hip, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Next time, don't poke the lock open again. This spare key is for you to use. Don't lend it to anyone." She purposefully emphasized the last sentence. Hu Ming, on the other hand, looked at the key in his hand and couldn't help but say instinctively, "Why does it sound like a token of love? Give it back then." "I don't want to." Yet Yushua was on the verge of grabbing it in frustration, but Hu Ming swiftly concealed it within his coat, leaving her unable to retrieve it. She made a spitting noise at Hu Ming and then ran off angrily. But as Hu Ming observed her silhouette, he couldn't help but feel as if she were a soldier desperately escaping from danger. Taking out the noticeably new key again, Hu Ming carefully examined it before tucking it into his campus card holder, humming a melody as he left the rooftop. The bell hanging on the fence tinkled with the breeze. Hu Ming. When Li Yu stood before Hu Ming, he realized why Han Shuyi's words were so impactful. Li Yu now wears a noticeably shorter dress, and her hair, which had previously concealed her birthmark, is now tied up with a ribbon, confidently revealing her face and exuding an unprecedented sense of self-assurance. Hu Ming crossed his arms and looked at Li Yu with raised eyebrows and a surprised expression. Li Yu, you look completely different from before. Really? Maybe it's because I'm more confident now, Li Yu said, proudly flicking her hair. After taking Han Shuyi's advice, she did notice a remarkable transformation in her surroundings. Although the birthmark on her face was unpleasant, Li Yu had a solid foundation. The boys who used to call her an ugly duckling now addressed her ordinarily. Li Yu was thrilled by such results. At last, she could reveal her true self. However, as she looked at her fiancé standing before her, myriad thoughts filled her heart. She was aware of the events that took place today. She was taken aback by Hu Ming's complete disregard for his own biological parents. No wonder Han Shuyi mentioned Hu Ming might struggle to accept reality. Now facing Hu Ming, Li Yu had a different perspective in her heart. "Hu Ming, there's something I want to ask you today." "I'm listening." "Do you actually really hate Han Shuyi?" Li Yu bit her lip as if she found it difficult to ask this. She knew deep down that certain things sounded awful when spoken, but now Hu Ming appeared to have lost his original charm in her eyes. She used to always trail behind him, believing that her life would forever remain in darkness. However, the unexpected arrival of Han Shuyi completely transformed her world. It was all thanks to Han Shuyi that she now felt confident enough to show her face. Upon hearing this question, Hu Ming's lips subtly curved, though his expression remained unchanged. Or rather, the words Li Yu wanted to express had long been in his mind. Li Yu believed she had stumbled upon a sun, but little did she know it was merely a blazing fire. When she recklessly hurled herself towards that blazing fire, it was a given that she was to suffer severe injuries. But why did it matter to him? He had done everything he could for Li Yu. As for how she decided to proceed, it was entirely up to her. "Li Yu, go ahead and speak your mind. Keeping things hidden will make no difference from before." As if stung by Hu Ming's words, Li Yu's initial hesitation quickly turned into anger. She shot a fierce look at Hu Ming, causing the birthmark on her face to shift closer to her eyes. "Hu Ming, I am different from before. I am more confident now than ever before. So what? How does that differ from what you're about to do?" The words on the tip of her tongue suddenly struggled to find their way out. Clearly, this matter was solely her responsibility. However, when considering her own future, she decided to prioritize herself. "Hu Ming, let's end our engagement talks." She gazed intently at Hu Ming, her face filled with unwavering determination. Hu Ming had never seen such an expression on her face before, and perhaps even the original hadn't seen it either. Passers-by walked around, but the silence between them remained intact. At this moment, Li Yu felt a wave of dread wash over her. She nervously swallowed, her gaze fixed on Hu Ming. Truth be told, she secretly hoped that Hu Ming would decline. After all, she had been by Hu Ming's side for countless years and had grown accustomed to his presence. However, if that were the case, she couldn't explain Han Shuyi. The stark contrast between the two is drastically striking, yet Li Yu seems devoid of all emotions other than tension. Perhaps she conveniently overlooked the fact that despite being shunned by everyone, the original was the one who made the effort to welcome her and treat her like any other person. And now, her words appeared determined to detach her from the past. And Hu Ming is the first person she wants to distance herself from. Hu Ming stood silently on the side, staring at Liu without revealing his thoughts. Hu Ming? Liu cautiously asked, but at that moment, Hu Ming erupted into laughter brimmed with sarcasm. Liu, honestly, I'm not concerned about this matter. This engagement should have ended long ago, to be more precise. Liu stared blankly at Hu Ming, frozen in place, unsure what he meant by his words. Noticing her lack of response, Hu Ming let out a deep sigh, maintaining a calm and composed expression. The person you're supposed to uphold the engagement with is Han Shuyi, so it doesn't affect me. As for what you'll do afterward, I have no interest in it. Anyway, let's go our separate ways from here. Hu Ming turned to leave, but Liu called out to him from behind. Hu Ming, can't we stay friends? Friends? Haven't you already started making friends? Losing one shouldn't matter. Enjoy your current life, it is undeniably precious. As for what happens from now on, it has nothing to do with me. Hu Ming walked towards his classroom, but before he could go far, Hu Shui intercepted him, blocking his path. She squinted at Hu Ming and then questioned him with a puzzled expression. You and Liu were about to be engaged before. She was well aware of Liu's situation, being the only girl in the entire school with a noticeable birthmark on her face. It was widely known among her class as well. Despite what others may have said, Yakaixu did not perceive her as ugly. She had also seen Liu before, a girl who displayed great caution in her actions, always mindful of not causing any inconvenience to others. However, she was taken aback by Liu's sudden proposal to end the engagement with Hu Ming. Was she unaware that Hu Ming was incredibly vulnerable at this moment? For the first time, she felt displeased with this girl, but she couldn't interfere with other people's choices. She could not help but feel sorry for Hu Ming. It appeared that many people had abandoned him. However, his face always bore a smile. Yet Hu Shui was left perplexed as to how he could still continue to do so. It was not supposed to be an engagement with me but with the Han family. Besides, the young master of the Han family is Han Shuyi, not me, so strictly speaking, she has no relation with me. Your families still have this kind of arrangement? I thought engagements like this were rare. If we were engaged now, it wouldn't be rare then, right? Hu Ming arched an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Yet Hu Shui's face flushed briefly, but she swiftly shot a stern look at Hu Ming. We're getting our report cards later. Remember to bring yours tomorrow. So we are like the characters from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Xiao Longnu and Yenguo are master and disciple. Do you have a death wish? TL, the last part here is a reference to the Chinese novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and the characters Xiao Longnu and Yenguo have a teacher-student relationship in a romantic sense as well. As Hu Ming returned to the classroom, he received news that the class teacher would soon distribute grades for the quiz. Even though they haven't reached their final year of high school, the academic demands at their school are incredibly intense. Quizzes are consistent and regular, and it is ensured that parents are always kept informed. Based on the original's grades, he consistently ranks at the bottom compared to the rest. After all, he only managed to secure a spot in the advanced class through management. Han Yun 11 and Hu Shui are also some of the top students, and they're in the same advanced class. In contrast, Han Shuyi managed to secure a spot in the advanced class solely through his exceptional skills and talents. Furthermore, before this, he had always yearned to break free from poverty and soar to new horizons. However, he found himself ascending halfway through the plan. As a result, Han Shuyi has gained even more popularity among everyone. After all, who wouldn't appreciate having a well-liked, kind-hearted, and academically accomplished classmate? As for Hu Ming, he had become a mere background character. Hu Ming believes that the original wasn't up to par as a villain, which made him eventually a cannon fodder background character and die. And despite being here for so long, the female lead has yet to appear. Hu Ming recalls that the female lead transferred during the second half of the semester. However, the identity of the female protagonist is also of significant interest, as she is pretty famous. Well, it's better to think about the future later. For now, it is best to concentrate on what is in front of him. Hu Ming yawned lazily, resting his head on his hand. The class teacher entered the room, holding the quiz papers in hand. As usual, he first announced the names of the students who achieved the highest grades, one by one. Among them was Han Shuyi, who seemed pretty accustomed to this situation. He smiled as he confidently approached to retrieve his paper and returned to his seat. Equally unsurprising, the class teacher lastly called out Hu Ming's name, and Hu Ming's grade was abysmal. He didn't even get 100 across all three main topics combined. Hu Ming even believed that stomping on the question sheet could result in a higher score. But, with the facts in place, he must accept it. When Hu Ming took the paper, he heard random chuckling below as if mocking his stupidity. No one attempted such a thing before the original's identity was revealed. Now that he has become a blame target, a chorus of voices calls for his downfall, even those who used to flatter the original. Everyone keeps their distance from him, causing him to feel like an outcast. Unsurprisingly, the original found this treatment unbearable and desperately attempted to handle Han Shuyi. However, Hu Ming excelled in solitude. In fact, being alone is the ideal state for him. He believed others' presence would only hinder him. Just as Hu Ming sat back in his seat, the class teacher looked at Han Shuyi, then at Hu Ming, and said, "Everyone should learn from Han Shuyi. Grades are not the sole determinant of success, what truly matters is one's attitude. We're in a class that offers a wealth of academic resources, surpassing those available in other classes. I hope everyone will make the most of this valuable opportunity. There's no opportunity to waste once you're out in society." The class teacher's expression was stern but seemed particularly focused on Hu Ming. Everyone is well aware of Hu Ming's current situation, and his current identity is considerably awkward. Who knew what might happen next? So he hopes that Hu Ming can change his attitude toward learning, at least showing some improvement. The other students were perfectly aware of the person the class teacher was talking about. Nonetheless, they believed it was a hopeless endeavor. Considering Hu Ming's current state, it seems highly unlikely that he could learn anything, let alone understand. In the face of his classmates' stares, Hu Ming disregarded them. He lay back in his chair and patiently counted down the minutes until the end of the school. Unlike before, Hu Ming finally now had a new driver to drive him home. The driver appeared relatively young, yet his face showed no sign of a smile. Furthermore, there was another person in the car. Just as he got in, he saw Kang Xian sitting quietly in the back seat. She tilted her head to look at Hu Ming, then called him young master and continued to stare at him. "Why are you here today? Young master, have you forgotten what day it is?" Kang Xian tilted her head, a big question mark above her small head. She didn't understand why Hu Ming asked this. And Hu Ming, on the other hand, really didn't know what she was talking about. Are there still secrets he wasn't aware of? Seeing Hu Ming furrows his brow, appearing absolutely clueless. For the first time, the tiny maid displayed a helpless expression. "Young master, today is the day you visit the orphanage. Have you forgotten? You go there on the 15th of every month. The original actually has this kind of righteousness." Hu Ming was genuinely taken aback this time. Initially, he believed the original was nothing more than an idle womanizer who enjoyed flaunting his wealth. But to think that he made an effort to visit the children at the orphanage every month. Kang Xian gave the driver an address, and the car began moving towards its destination leisurely. The atmosphere inside the car was serene. Hu Ming's eyes were shut, seemingly taking a moment to relax. The driver in the front occasionally checked the rearview mirror. Kang Xian sat with her hands neatly folded in her lap, her posture rigid and precise. The air conditioning felt quite strong, causing Kang Xian to glance over at Hu Ming beside her. Hu Ming rested his head on his hand, elbow casually resting on the car window, giving the impression that he had dozed off. Seeing this, Kang Xian retrieved a blanket from the back storage compartment and gently placed it over Hu Ming. Despite not being the child of the Han family, Hu Ming undeniably possessed a strikingly handsome face. Especially when he was quiet, his demeanor transformed, emanating a serene elegance starkly contrasting with his usual boisterousness. Kang Xian stared at Hu Ming's cheek in this manner till they reached their destination. When the car came to a stop, Kang Xian woke up Hu Ming. "Young master, we're here." Hu Ming gradually opened his eyes. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. His gaze swept across, causing the two individuals he looked at to tremble as if they were at by a lion instinctively. But soon, Hu Ming widened his eyes, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "To think I actually fallen asleep. I must really be exhausted today." Kang Xian exited the car after Hu Ming. She was as if a shadow of Hu Ming, always following behind him. Hu Ming looked up at the rundown orphanage before him. This was new information that he had never come across, and he was curious about what the original had done here. Seeing Hu Ming stop in his tracks, Kang Xian slowly approached and whispered softly in his ear, "Young master, the children are all looking forward to seeing you. Let's go inside." The maid's voice was soft and gentle, with no noticeable tones, yet it gave a reassuring feeling. "Let's go." Hu Ming looked around. The place was desolate, its surroundings were empty for several kilometers and devoid of signs of human presence. Wild grass, yellow and withered, swayed violently in the strong wind. Thorn and wild vine tangles clogged the roads, making travel difficult and hazardous. If one insisted that this is an orphanage, another person could as effortlessly describe it as an abandoned outskirts. Despite this, the words Sunshine Family still hung prominently above the entrance. Hu Ming stood at the doorway, his mind occupied by various thoughts. Soon, an aged woman emerged from a nearby wooden door, clutching a collection of keys. She hunched and hurriedly approached him. "Oh my, Ming, you're here." After opening the door, she patted Hu Ming's shoulder. "Today is Monday. Shouldn't you be in school? Wouldn't coming here delay your studies?" No. The woman's wrinkled hand enveloped Hu Ming's, radiating a comforting warmth that made Hu Ming feel as though Hu Ming were her own grandson. Hu Ming found himself deep in thought. There were numerous problems left behind by the original. In this world, it appeared that most people were against him. However, looking at the person before him, Hu Ming realized that perhaps the original owner wasn't as bad as everyone said. Although Hu Ming had been aware that certain things were not true, he couldn't help but wonder about the cause and effect when they occurred. At the very least, the original was not beyond redemption as he had imagined. "Those children are really looking forward to seeing you? They kept asking me when you would come," the woman said as she led Hu Ming inside. Kang Xian followed behind him, remaining silent throughout. But as she looked at the backs of the two in front, her eyes inexplicably softened. As Hu Ming had anticipated, the surroundings in this place were far from ideal. There were no lavish decorations, or rather, no decorations at all, white walls, green chalkboards, a few old electric fans, and some bright lights. The place they reached was a very ordinary classroom, but it carried the weight of too many things. 40 children sat neatly in pairs, with yellow desks and chairs, lifting their heads to see the dark green chalkboard ahead. In the classroom, an elderly teacher carried on with his lesson with a thermos sitting on the podium, its lid unscrewed and placed on the opening. The children, dressed plainly, stared intently at the blackboard, their eyes brimming with a hunger for knowledge. Hu Ming was utterly captivated by this scene. With an indescribable emotion bubbling inside, Hu Ming couldn't help but understand why the original had come to this place. How could he not be moved by these children? As if linked by an invisible bond, the children instinctively turned their gaze towards Hu Ming. Their previously serious expressions instantly turned into pure excitement. A child nudged his companion with his elbow, causing an annoyed expression. But when he saw Hu Ming, his eyes lit up. The teacher behind the podium seemed to have noticed the commotion in the classroom. He squinted towards the door while adjusting his glasses with his finger. And when he saw Hu Ming, his cracked lips curled into a smile. All right, I understand you all want to see Hu Ming. Class dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire class rushed to Hu Ming. Hu Ming suddenly felt as if he were in the depths of the ocean. The children called out his name, their smiles barely contained. Brother Hu Ming, my grades have improved this time. Brother Hu Ming, give me a hug. Some children sought praise from Hu Ming, while others tugged on his clothes, hoping to be lifted by him. Hu Ming lifted the child and gently placed him on his neck, a warm smile gracing his face. Kong Xian stood aside and watched the scene, her hands tidily folded before her. The teacher who had just stood on the podium approached Kong Xian and expressed his gratitude. Miss Kong, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Those people have no intention of leaving, and I'm afraid they might threaten the safety of the children. No trouble at all, as long as the young master is happy. Kong Xian shook her head and continued to watch Hu Ming surrounded by the children. The man teaching the children was the director, and the woman who greeted them at the doorway was his wife. The couple were retired city teachers, but after their sorry excuse of a son squandered a large amount of their savings, they, in a fit of rage, severed his economic ties and moved to the outskirts, adopting and teaching these children. As for how the original Hu Ming became acquainted with them, it goes back a long way. Back then, a child in the orphanage became ill and required immediate medical attention. The original had happened to meet them halfway while on his way to buy a gift for Solu. Seeing the child's serious condition, Hu Ming thought for a moment and decided to take the child to the hospital. However, because of this incident, Hu Ming missed the time to buy a gift for Solu, which made Solu quite angry with him for a long time. However, regularly visiting these children became a consistent part of Hu Ming's routine, and Kong Xian was the only one who knew about this. Whenever Hu Ming visited, she would be there to keep him company. Hu Ming, although generally good-natured, had a somewhat careless temperament, which made him bad at handling things. Kong Xian was the one who always cleaned up after him. Okay, let's go eat first, and we can play later. Hu Ming led the children to the cafeteria, promising to play together with them later. Watching the backs of the children, Hu Ming smiled sincerely from the heart. Ming, are you hungry? Grandma made some dumplings. Do you want to eat? Despite his age, the old director, dressed in scholarly attire, still exuded vigor. He patted Hu Ming on the shoulder, their relationship reminiscent of a grandfather and grandson. I know you're not good at studying and don't truly like it, but you must understand that studying is important for your future. The man was well aware of Hu Ming's academic situation. That's why he wanted Hu Ming to try harder. I understand. Hu Ming nodded, saying nothing more. But looking at the laughter from the cafeteria not far away, he seemed to recall some deep memories. The old director and his wife also joined the children for dinner. Hu Ming and Kong Xian strolled across the lush, untamed grass, their footsteps hushed by the serene surroundings. Kong Xian, what do you think of me as a person? Young master, do you want to hear the truth or lies? Aren't they the same? Can't I tell? Arrogant, proud, absent-minded, doesn't understand the atmosphere. The list of flaws seemed endless. Hu Ming quickly stopped her, his hand scratching the tip of his nose. Why are you saying it as if reading from a menu? Sorry. Kong Xian apologized sincerely, approaching everything with a serious attitude. Seems like I'm really useless. Hu Ming couldn't help but sigh. You're kind, young master. Hu Ming, taken aback by Kong Xian's words, wanted to ask whether she was mocking him, but when he gazed into the girl's pure and genuine eyes, he found himself unable to utter a word. The orphanage had facilities visibly outdated. The couple had brought many of the needed items from abandoned stations. Raising a group of children was challenging. It was more so since their age also failed to support them. Hu Ming brimmed with respect for the two before him. However, on the flip side, currently, his pockets are empty. His current situation is very awkward. If he rashly takes money from the Han family, it will undoubtedly reveal a flaw to Han Shuyi. On the other hand, he required a transition period. Hu Ming stretched lazily before leaving the courtyard. The children followed behind him, seemingly reluctant to see Hu Ming leave. The old director had a hunched posture as he walked alongside Hu Ming, serving as a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of time. Ming, I know you are not a bad kid, but you have to catch up on your studies. Not everyone can understand your personality, so you have to prove it through your abilities about what kind of person you are. The old director has raised many children and seen a wide range of them. As a result, he understands that children like Hu Ming are unlikely to be liked at school. Therefore, he hoped Hu Ming would earnestly pursue the right path. Unfortunately, the original ended up going down the opposite one. Hu Ming felt pity for the original. Despite the presence of a crowd of people who appeared to be willing to help him, his emotions blinded him. He would undoubtedly understand the reasons if he could calm down and think clearly. At the gate, the children, too, stopped and waved goodbye to Hu Ming and the others. Hu Ming promised them that he would come back soon. Feeling reassured by this response, the children reluctantly returned indoors. As the day dipped, heralding the arrival of night, the old madam gave Kung Xian a bag of dumplings and told them to drive home safely. However, the distant rumble of motorcycles filled the air. The woman trembled slightly, her face flushed with fear. She walked up to Kung Xian and whispered a few words, sounding urgent. Kung Xian squinted her eyes before turning to face Hu Ming and saying, "Young master, it is getting late. We should go back." "Oh, okay." Hu Ming gazed at the sunset and understood Kung Xian's words. Today, before Han Litian left, he told him to come home early for dinner, most likely to clarify matters as a family and avoid misunderstandings. Hu Ming had already guessed everything based on what Han Litian did, but he didn't refuse because Han Shuyi was with him. If everything could be resolved like this, the original would not have died at the hands of Han Shuyi. As Hu Ming pondered this, a mischievous smile crept onto his face, adding a playful touch to his expression. Meanwhile, the noise of motorcycles grew deafening, with a group of 7 or 8 bikes becoming visible from the gate. Kung Xian tried to push Hu Ming into the car, but he remained rooted to the spot. He glances over at Kung Xian. Despite her calm expression, Hu Ming still felt a sense of urgency in her eyes. Why is she so anxious for him to leave? Following the sound, he looked over and saw several motorcycles quickly approaching the gate. The riders removed their helmets and swaggered down from their bikes. Upon seeing Hu Ming's luxury car, one of them approached it and inspected it closely, uttering some foul language. "Fuck, bro. This car is expensive. Are those 2 old farts actually rich?" The leader looked at the vehicle, then Hu Ming and Kung Xian, before finally shifting to the 2 elderly people. The leader walked straight up to them and said coldly, "Where's the money? Didn't I tell you to bring the money today? We will not help that bastard repay his debt? Get out of here, or I'll call the police." The old director was very agitated. The madam supported him to prevent him from getting too worked up. "So, you are his parents? Since he can't repay, naturally, it is up to you to do so." The leader spoke slowly, but his gaze naturally turned to the orphanage. Inside, the lights shone, accompanied by occasional laughter from the children. Suddenly a scream interrupted the leader's thoughts, causing him to turn around, only to see one of his men kneeling in front of a young man, clutching his arm and screaming in agony. Meanwhile, the young man stood calmly in place, his face hidden by shadows cast by the setting sun, obscuring his features. The leader slowly turned around, removed his jacket, which revealed his glaring tattoos, and began walking toward Hu Ming. "Kid, what are you doing?" His voice was rough, and his expression fierce. Regular students would have been terrified witnessing such a scene. But Hu Ming remained firm, locking eyes with him. "He tried to lay a hand on my people." Hu Ming pulled Kung Xian behind him. It was clear what his henchmen tried to do. Kung Xian had originally intended to convince Hu Ming and have him leave. From her understanding, if Hu Ming found out about this, he would have tackled the situation with only just passion. That was precisely the reason she chose to keep it hidden from Hu Ming. Unfortunately, since the events had unfolded, Hu Ming wouldn't listen to her no matter what she said. Kung Xian's thoughts turned correct. Hu Ming didn't listen to her. If something unfortunate had happened, he would have been furious. "This matter doesn't concern you. Leave now. It's that man who owes you money. Why not go after him instead of targeting 2 defenseless aged people? Do you really believe those 2 have any spare money?" "I don't care if they have any spare money or not. Their son said they do, so I'm here to collect." The leader seemed unwilling to continue the conversation with Hu Ming. He stepped forward, intending to force his way into the orphanage. However, the elderly couple blocked his path at the entrance, refusing to let him pass even an inch. "You can't go in. Get lost." One of the thugs following the man forcefully pushed the elderly director aside, causing his wife, who was supporting him, to be knocked to the ground as well. Someone let out a whistle, seemingly entertained by the scene unfolding. Others shouted loudly, much and just like audacious intruders invading a residence. Under the setting sun, this scene was particularly glaring. The old director watched in despair as his feeble shouts didn't intervene with them. However, it all appeared to be in vain. The leader approached the wooden door and was about to open it when suddenly, a loud sound echoed. Everyone's attention zeroed onto Hu Ming, who had one foot stepping on a motorcycle. His hands casually rested in his pockets while his eyes exuded an air of coldness. "Now, does it concern me? What the hell are you doing?" Upon seeing his beloved motorcycle kicked to the ground by Hu Ming, one of the thugs immediately couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to teach Hu Ming a lesson. But before he could reach Hu Ming, he got punched in the face and kicked to the ground. Hu Ming took out a white rabbit milk candy from his pocket, a gift from the children, and said, "Honestly, I'm not good at fighting because I think it is befitting for only kids to do so." Hu Ming kicked away the person at his feet and slowly made his way towards the group. "Every debt has its debtor, go find the one who owes you money." but laying hands on two elderly, that's something I can't overlook. Several people quickly dashed over, ignoring Hu Ming's words. Hu Ming had overstepped his boundaries. However, they had also overstepped Hu Ming's. With just a glimmer of light in the desolate expanse, only 3 silhouettes remained. Kang Xian's face was expressionless, and she stared blankly at the scene before her, watching the boy who had everyone under his feet. She suddenly realized she might not have understood Hu Ming. Not only her but the tattooed man who had previously looked down on him now looked at Hu Ming in a different light. The tiger tattoo on the man's arm stood out as his powerful muscles flexed. Who are you? There's no need for you to know. Just remember, if you cause trouble for these people again, I'll personally come after you. Though you're quite skilled, but watch what you say. Are you not afraid to bite your tongue? Only those without ability are concerned about the consequences. You are no match for me in terms of strength and even less so in terms of lineage. Tell me, why should I be afraid of you? Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, the man's face grew noticeably pale. He threw a packed blow aimed at Hu Ming's face, only to have his attack swiftly evaded. Hu Ming seized the opportunity and forcefully slammed the man's face to the ground. Everything happened in a second. When the man reacted, a steel pen pressed against his neck. The cold steel pen pressed against his vessel as if to freeze his blood beneath his skin. And most importantly, the moonlight behind the boy appeared incredibly intense. His lifeless eyes stared at himself as if they were looking at something dead. For a moment, he felt a chill run down his back, his pupils constricting sharply, and his breathing becoming heavy. He didn't understand at first why he wasn't a match for this boy, but looking into those eyes made him realize. The boy had indeed considered killing him. If the pen had pierced a little deeper, he would likely meet his great-grandmother tomorrow. Old folks can't stand bloodshed. Killing you here would be too frightening. The boy's deep voice rang in his ears. Only then did the man gradually return to his senses. He suddenly realized his limbs were numb and unable to exert any strength. If given another chance, he would choose to leave here immediately. Go find the one who owes you money. Don't disturb the elderly here, understand? You understood. After receiving the desired response, Hu Ming finally stood up from the man. It made no sense to rush back to the Han family now that it was getting dark. Hu Ming turned to Kang Xian and said, "Take the director and his wife to the hospital for a checkup. I'll wait here for you to come back." "Yes, young master." Kang Xian did not ask any further questions. She only needed to follow young master's orders. She reached out to help the two elderly. Facing their worries and guilt, she calmly comforted them. Regarding the follow-up, Kang Xian felt great relief for the first time in leaving this matter to young master to resolve. Fortunately, the two were fine and returned to the orphanage that night. As Hu Ming was leaving, the two elders grabbed his hand, feeling guilty as they said, "Ming, we've troubled you again. How did we end up with such an animal of a child?" The elderly director's tone was agitated, and his wife stood beside him, equally upset, supporting his body. Hu Ming sighed lightly, then, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Director, it's all right. In fact, if there's trouble at the orphanage in the future, just call me to handle it. We two old bones can still manage for some time." It was clear that neither of them wanted to trouble Hu Ming further. Hu Ming did not press further. He asked Kang Xian to look into things and let him know if anything happened. A multitude of stars illuminated the night sky. The car silently traveled along the quiet road. Its occupants maintained a solemn hush. Hu Ming took out his phone and scrolled through the news to pass the time while Kang Xian sat upright beside him, seemingly unmoved by recent events. The driver in the front seat glanced at the two in the back and finally couldn't resist breaking the quietness. "Young master, I've already informed the old master about your situation. He knows you'll be returning late." It was his first time witnessing such a thrilling event. The man couldn't help but feel the excitement, particularly after witnessing everything Hu Ming had recently experienced. Unspoken but undeniable, a sense of admiration for young master had already taken root within him. On his first day at work, the mansion's servants had described young master as arrogant and lacking empathy. Initially skeptical because he understood his duty was to serve Hu Ming, not anyone else. Now, witnessing this, it's those people who clearly didn't understand young master at all. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, a faint smile crawling on his lips. "You've been troubled. But I suppose it didn't help much, did it?" "It didn't." The driver couldn't understand why Hu Ming would say so, but neither Hu Ming nor Kang Xian seemed willing to elaborate, so he wisely remained mute. The car appeared to speed up deliberately on the road, and despite the street lights, the road ahead remained devoid of light. When Hu Ming got home, Kang Xian opened the car door to let him out. Before leaving, Hu Ming asked the name of the driver who would be serving him in the future. "Lan Jun. I'll call you Brother Jun then." Before Lan Jun could react, Hu Ming had exited the car and pushed open the mansion's gates. Just as he entered, a woman's displeased voice echoed from the hall. "Tell me, school ends at 5 o'clock, and it's almost 8. Is Hu Ming unaware that our family is waiting for him to eat? Does he have no concept of time?" Hu Ming walked assertively into the hall with his hands in his pockets, only to see Madame Han frowning, clearly disgruntled. "That's enough, stop complaining. This dinner is to bring our family together harmoniously. What's the point of your complaints?" Mr. Han's face was expressionless, but he was uncomfortable with Madame Han's earlier statements. "Can't I say a few words?" Shu Yi knew tonight's dinner was for Hu Ming and deliberately came early to wait here. But where is Hu Ming? Must be off somewhere goofing around. The more Madame Han thought about Hu Ming, the less she liked him. An adoptive child truly couldn't compare to her own? Madame Han, seeing you so concerned really touches me. I'm truly honored. Hu Ming's voice immediately grabbed everyone's attention. He calmly approached them, wearing a smile on his face. What the hell are you doing? Upon seeing his beloved motorcycle kicked to the ground by him, someone immediately couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to teach Hu Ming a lesson. But before he could touch Hu Ming, he got punched in the face and kicked to the ground. Hu Ming took out a white rabbit milk candy from his pocket, a gift from the children, and said, "Honestly, I'm not good at fighting because I think that's what only kids would do." Hu Ming kicked away the person at his feet and came slowly towards the group. Every debt has its debtor, go find the one who owes you money. But laying hands on two elderly, that's something I can't overlook. Several people quickly dashed over, ignoring Hu Ming's words. Hu Ming had overstepped boundaries. However, they had also overstepped Hu Ming's. With just a glimmer of light in the desolate expanse, only 3 silhouettes remained. Kang Xian's face was expressionless, and she stared blankly at the scene before her, watching the boy who had everyone under his feet. She suddenly realized she might not have understood Hu Ming. Not only her but the tattooed man who had previously looked down on him now looked at Hu Ming in a different light. The tiger tattoo on the man's arm stood out as his powerful muscles clenched. "Who are you? There's no need for you to know. Just remember, if you cause trouble for these people again, I'll personally come after you. You're quite skilled, but watch what you say. Are you not afraid to bite your tongue? Only those without ability are concerned about the consequences. You are no match for me in terms of strength and even less so in terms of lineage. Tell me, why should I be afraid of you?" Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, the man's face grew noticeably pale. He aimed a packed blow to Hu Ming's face, only to have his attack swiftly evaded. Hu Ming seized the opportunity and forcefully slammed the man's face into the ground. Everything happened in a snap. By the time the man reacted, a steel pen, out of nowhere, pressed against his neck. The cold steel pen pressed against his vessel as if to freeze his blood beneath his skin. And most importantly, the moonlight behind the boy appeared incredibly intense. His lifeless eyes stared at himself as if they were looking at something dead. For a moment, he felt a chill run down his back, his pupils constricting sharply, and his breathing becoming heavy. He didn't understand at first why he wasn't a match for this boy, but looking into those eyes made him realize. The boy had indeed considered killing him. If the pen had pierced a little deeper, he would likely meet his great-grandmother tomorrow. Old folks can't stand bloodshed. Killing you here would be too ominous. The boy's deep voice rang in his ears. Only then did the man gradually return to his senses. He suddenly realized his limbs were numb and unable to exert any strength. If given another chance, he would choose to leave here immediately. Go find the one who owes you money. Don't disturb the elderly here, understand? You understood. After receiving the desired response, Hu Ming finally stood up from the man. It made no sense to rush back to the Han family now that it was getting dark. Hu Ming turned to Kang Xian and said, "Take the director and his wife to the hospital for a checkup. I'll wait here for you to come back." "Yes, young master." Kang Xian did not ask any further questions. She only needed to follow young master's orders. She reached out to help the two elderly stand facing their worries and guilt. She calmly comforted them. Regarding the follow-up, Kang Xian felt great relief for the first time in leaving this matter to young master to resolve. Fortunately, the two were fine and returned to the orphanage at night. As Hu Ming was leaving, the two elders grabbed his hand, feeling guilty as they said, "Ming, we've troubled you again. How did we end up with such an animal of a child?" The elderly director's tone was agitated, and his wife stood beside him, equally upset, supporting his body. Hu Ming sighed lightly, then, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Director, it's all right. In fact, if there's trouble at the orphanage in the future, just call me to handle it. We two old bones can still manage for some time." It was clear that neither of them wanted to trouble Hu Ming further. Hu Ming did not press further. He asked Kang Xian to look out for things and let him know if anything happened. A multitude of stars illuminated the night sky. The car silently traveled along the quiet road. Its occupants maintained a solemn hush. Hu Ming took out his phone and scrolled through the news to pass the time while Kang Xian sat upright beside him, seemingly unmoved by recent events. The driver in the front seat glanced at the two in the back and finally couldn't resist breaking the silence. "Young master, I've already informed the old master about your situation. He knows you'll be returning late." It was his first time witnessing such a thrilling event. The man couldn't help but feel a flush of excitement, particularly after witnessing everything Hu Ming had recently experienced. Unspoken but undeniable, a sense of admiration for young master had already taken root within him. On his first day at work, the mansion's servants had described young master as arrogant and lacking empathy. Initially skeptical because he understood his duty was to serve Hu Ming, not anyone else. Now, witnessing this, it's those people who clearly didn't understand young master at all. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, a faint smile crawling on his lips. "You've been troubled. But I suppose it didn't help much, did it?" "It didn't." The driver couldn't understand why Hu Ming would say so, but neither Hu Ming nor Kang Xian seemed willing to elaborate, so he wisely remained silent. The car appeared to speed up deliberately on the road, and despite the street lights, the road ahead remained devoid of any light. When Hu Ming got home, Kang Xian opened the car door to let him out. Before leaving, Hu Ming asked the driver, who would be under him in the future, his name. Lan Jun. I'll call you Brother Jun then. Before Lan Jun could react, Hu Ming had exited the car and pushed open the mansion's gates. Just as Hu Ming entered, the displeased voice of a woman echoed from the hall. Tell me, school ends at 5 o'clock, and it's almost 8. Is Hu Ming unaware that our family is waiting for him to eat? Does he have no concept of time? Hu Ming walked confidently into the hall with his hands in his pockets, only to see Madame Han frowning, clearly displeased. That's enough, stop complaining. This dinner is to bring our family together harmoniously. What's the point of your complaints? Mr. Han's face was expressionless, but he was undeniably uncomfortable with Madame Han's earlier statements. Can't I say a few words? Shu Yi knew tonight's dinner was for Hu Ming and deliberately came early to wait here. But where is Hu Ming? Must be off somewhere goofing around. The more Madame Han thought about Hu Ming, the less she liked him. It was the truth, an adoptive child couldn't compare to her own. Madame Han, seeing you so concerned truly touches me. I'm indeed honored. Hu Ming's voice jerked everyone's attention. He calmly approached them, wearing a smile on his face. Hearing Hu Ming say Madame Han brought everyone's thoughts back. Han Yungzi's mouth was slightly agape and filled with worry. Suddenly, she felt as if everything from the past would never return. Everyone looked quietly at Hu Ming, their expressions varying. Hu Ming approached them, casting a glance at the lavish feast spread out on the table. He arched his brow, grinned, and said, "Today's meal is surprisingly lavish. My luck is quite good today. Hu Ming, please sit down first." Han Shuyi pulled a chair beside him for Hu Ming to sit in, noticing his mother's face ashen. If this continues, her love for Hu Ming may stagnate, which would be great for him. In addition, he couldn't understand Hu Ming. Rather than attempting to appease his parents, Hu Ming spoke to them sarcastically, which puzzled him. However, it would be best if Hu Ming continued to act foolishly in this manner. That way, he could effortlessly drive him away. Han Shuyi lifted his head and caught Hu Ming looking at him with a smile, but the smile completely puzzled him. "You're so good to me, young Master Han. Thank you very much. Enough? Hu Ming, if you have something to say it directly. Stop being so sarcastic here." Madame Han couldn't stand the way Hu Ming was speaking. From her memories, despite how boisterous Hu Ming may be in public, he always showed respect towards her once he returned home. Having raised him for so many years, how did he change so suddenly? Madame Han, indeed, had never considered her behavior. In her view, Han Shuyi was her biological son, so it was normal for her to be treating him so well. Now, looking at Hu Ming again, a subtle old resentment welled within her, bustling to express it. After all, he was the child she raised for so many years. But today, it was as if Hu Ming revealed everything, which, naturally, Madame Han couldn't accept. Upon hearing Madame Han's words, Hu Ming sat in his seat and picked up his chopsticks. His expression remained unchanged, and said, "I wasn't being sarcastic. I am grateful to the Han family for raising me. Young Master Han even put aside previous grievances to become brothers, moving me deeply. But you, Madame Han, did I say anything bad? Why do you think I am being sarcastic?" Hu Ming shrugged his shoulders, his expression confused. Han Yun lowered her head, unsure how to persuade the pair. One was her brother, whom she had lived with for so long, and the other was her biological mother. She wanted to help them both. Han Shuyi remained quietly seated, thoroughly enjoying the scene before him. It would be perfect if Hu Ming could overturn the table and spoil this family gathering. Han Litian quietly watched the two, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. "You, Madame Han, if you think I am making it difficult for you to eat here, I can leave. There's no need to force yourself to eat in front of someone who you find uncomfortable." Hu Ming politely reminded her, clearly not holding Madame Han in high regard. The atmosphere between the two became incredibly tense as everyone at the table, except Hu Ming, stopped touching their food. Then, Han Litian, seated at the head of the table, let out a gentle sigh. Instantly, everyone's attention centered on him, except for Hu Ming, who casually continued to enjoy his meal. "I was already aware that Hu Ming would be late. I had also mentioned that once Hu Ming returns and finishes dinner, we will discuss how to resolve the problems within our family." Han Litian looked at his wife with a sharp expression. Ever since Shu Yi returned, her attention has been solely on him. Whether it was Hu Ming or Yun, it was all in the back of her mind. He could understand his wife's excitement over finding Shu Yi again, plus her efforts to make amends. However, excessive bias will only drive the other children away. He didn't want to see this happen, so he planned to make it clear today. But before it could, his wife and Hu Ming had already started quarreling. And he can see that Hu Ming does not appear to want to explain what he has done. Even though, in the past, he was open to sharing these things. Was it because he believed that sharing them now would make no difference? Han Litian pondered thoroughly. As a businessman, he was careful and thoughtful. However, when it comes to his family, he falls short as a responsible father. Often, it is his wife who ends up teaching their children. Now that the two have a conflict, he can only guess their relationship. How ironic. Are you blaming me for not waiting for him? Do you know how exhausting it is for Shu Yi to attend school all day? He said nothing and returned, even helping with this family banquet. But only to be left waiting for 3 hours. What if he starved? Madame Han couldn't believe her husband was actually blaming her. Everything she did was for this family, wasn't it? Why was she the one at fault? She was furious. Seeing Shu Yi's obedient eyes only fueled her anger. I can't understand. What could you possibly be doing after school that takes 3 hours? Tell me, if you can come up with a reason, I'll apologize to you. Nonsense. Han Litian, glaring at his wife, rebuked angrily in an even harsher tone. Madame Han froze, her eyes turned red, and she couldn't help but start to cry. Seeing their mother crying, Han Yun11 and Han Shuyi hurried forward to comfort her. Meanwhile, Hu Ming observed the scene with a cold gaze. He casually wiped his mouth with a napkin, adjusted his posture, and calmly said, "Since Madame Han is so curious, I have no problem explaining. But spare me the apology. Everyone knows no one dares to make you do such a thing. Next time, even if you find a reason, find one that's achievable." Hu Ming's sarcastic words rang in Han Yungzi's ears. She wanted to tell Hu Ming he had gone too far, but seeing his cold eyes made her swallow her words. Han Litian sighed helplessly. He could feel cracks forming in the family. "Madame Han, haven't I been late coming home on the 15th of each month? But you have never asked me about it. So today, I'll tell you directly. Every 15th of the month, which is today, I visit the orphanage outside the city. There are children there who need my care. Is this what you call goofing around?" Hu Ming pushed himself up from the table and leaned towards Madame Han. An invisible pressure weighed down on everyone present. Except for Han Litian, who has ever cared about what Hu Ming does. So-called sincerity is nothing more than an illusion woven with sweet words. Hu Ming's words instantly silenced everyone in the room. Even Han Shuyi hadn't imagined Hu Ming would do such a thing after school. And Madame Han, who had always assumed Hu Ming had nothing to do, was at a loss for words. She felt a fiery sting on her cheeks as if someone had slapped her hard across the face. Han Yun11 stared blankly at Hu Ming. She'd never heard of Hu Ming doing such a thing like this before. In the past, from her perspective, Hu Ming constantly did absurd things. Regardless of any incident, she consistently jumped to conclusions and believed Hu Ming was responsible for disrupting all order. But now, faced with the facts, it was as if reality had smacked them all in the face. Han Yungzi's gaze at Hu Ming became somewhat evasive. Now, for some reason, whenever she saw Hu Ming, it reminded her of when she had treated him disrespectfully. "Thank you all for what you've done for me. I'm full. You can eat as you like." Hu Ming took his hands off the table and walked towards his room. Everyone watched as his figure slowly moved away, feeling strangely sympathetic. Han Litian looked at his wife with a calm expression and said, "I've said it many times, don't pass judgment on Hu Ming too quickly. I don't understand why you all like doing that." He stood up, looking at the entire table of delicacies without any appetite. "I've known about Hu Ming's situation for a long time. As Hu Ming said, if you all had paid a little attention, today wouldn't have ended up so awkward. Consider what you did wrong." Saying so, Han Litian got up and left. At the dining table, the remaining overcame an awkward atmosphere. Madame Han couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Who would have thought that Hu Ming would actually spend time doing such a thing? She had always been lenient with her children and firmly believed she did nothing wrong. It was probably simply due to negligence on her part when dealing with Hu Ming's matter. "Mom, let's eat first. Please don't be hungry." Han Shuyi picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Madame Han's bowl. "Shuyi, do you think Mom did something wrong?" "Mom, we all make mistakes. We really should care more about Hu Ming. You should also take care of him more at school." "All right." In his room, Hu Ming lay on his bed, a sense of relief washing over him. Frankly, he didn't really want to see those people outside. But since they insisted on doing this, he naturally needed to create distance between them. How could he let Han Shuyi live so effortlessly? It would be more enjoyable to scheme and manipulate a little. "Young master, may I come in?" "Come in." Kung Xian entered and saw Hu Ming lying on his bed. Her expression remained unchanged as she spoke. "Young master, don't lie on the bed right after eating. It's common knowledge. I've had an exhausting day today. It's a considerable effort for me to play house with those children." Although saying so, Hu Ming still got up from the bed. Kung Xian removed her shoes. Under the white knee-high socks were slender legs. She lowered herself onto the bed, slowly inching closer to Hu Ming. Seeing her actions, Hu Ming was dumbfounded, and various inappropriate images flashed through his mind. "Kung Xian, what are you doing? I'm telling you, I don't like skinny girls like you. Young master, I just wanted to give you a massage." Kung Xian's face showed no emotion, but Hu Ming sensed a hint of coldness in her eyes. She must be wanting to kill him? Hu Ming felt very awkward. He had read stories about maids crawling onto their master's beds before, not to mention Kung Xian, who viewed him positively. Her slender hand rested on Hu Ming's shoulder, and he could feel the girl's attentive effort. Although Kung Xian followed the original Hu Ming, according to his personality, apart from Sulu, he wouldn't bet an eye on other girls. "Kung Xian, isn't it boring to be by my side? Look how everyone in this mansion hates me. Even Madame Han, who has raised me for years, dislikes me. Do you think there is a future for someone like me? Young master, are you testing me?" Hu Ming could feel Kang Xin's strength increasing. "It's not a test, I'm just asking. Young master, you saved my life. I will not betray you over something like this." Despite Kung Xian's typically expressionless face, she took caring for Hu Ming very seriously. According to the original's personality, without Kung Xian's care, he would likely have been in trouble long ago. According to the original's personality, without Kung Xian's care, he would likely have been long gone. Thinking so, Hu Ming leaned back suddenly, resting his head on Kung Xian's shoulder. "What if I were to say that one day, I will be leaving here? It would be us leaving." The scent of the girl was soothing. Kung Xian rested Hu Ming's head on her lap and gently massaged his head. Outside, the night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars. In the quiet room, their actions exuded a comforting warmth. While Kung Xian was massaging Hu Ming's acupoints, she stared blankly out the window. Is there something you want to ask? Hu Ming's voice interrupted her thoughts. Kang Xin's eyes locked with Hu Ming's, radiating a caring expression entirely new to her. Young Master had never looked at her with such a gaze before. Was it because of his identity change that his personality was influenced? But she'd never heard that Young Master could handle so many thugs alone. Kung Xian became skeptical after witnessing Young Master deal with so many people up close today while remaining calm and composed. Young Master, you're amazing. Kung Xian, you find me unfamiliar, don't you? Hu Ming's words stunned Kung Xian. She wasn't sure what Hu Ming meant. Hu Ming gestured for her to come closer. Kung Xian bent down, bringing her ear closer to Hu Ming. If even you are unable to notice, that means my disguise is quite successful. So, Young Master, have you only been acting all that time? But why? Well, with the identity of the Han family's Young Master. If I didn't portray myself as useless, I'm sure many people would come after me. Hu Ming spoke as if unconcerned. But to Kung Xian, this secret made her heart race. So this is Young Master's secret? So, Young Master has never been as incompetent as she imagined? Lost in thought, Kung Xian couldn't find the words to express her feelings. Seeing Kung Xian like this, Hu Ming closed his eyes, satisfied, comfortably lying on her lap, enjoying the beauty's lap pillow. Under the scorching sun, the only shady spot on the rooftop was beneath the eaves. A young pair sat in the shadow. They were sitting extremely close together. At first glance, they might appear to be a couple on a rooftop date. But in reality, a one-sided lecture was taking place here. Yet Yu Shui skimmed through Hu Ming's test papers, occasionally pausing on a page before swiftly continuing. Her demeanor transformed from confident to visibly shaken as time churned, and Hu Ming noticed every bit of it. If it hadn't been for the atmosphere, Hu Ming might have burst into laughter. Han Hu Ming, with these grades of yours, how did you make it to the advanced class? Yet Yu Shui knew Hu Ming didn't excel academically, but she never imagined his grades would be this low. Even in a regular class, he would be near the bottom. He hasn't been studying seriously at all. Thinking so, yet Yu Shui looked up at the boy in front of her, frustrated. The boy rested his chin on his hand and looked at her as if waiting for an answer. President, if this is too much trouble for you, you can give up. With my current grades, anyone would find it difficult. Besides, I'm not interested in studying, so really, don't bother with me. However, before he could finish speaking, Yu Shui reached out and pinched Hu Ming's cheek. Her expression was irritated, criticizing him for his laziness. Who says I can't teach you? Even if you're a lump of coal, I'll polish you clean. Yu Shui took out a pile of study materials from her bag and placed them in front of Hu Ming. These are the study materials I have prepared. Right now, your top priority is to lay a solid foundation. Once you've completed that, we can move on to more challenging questions. In addition, I want you to learn 10 new words every day on your way to school. Must it have to be this strict? Han Hu Ming, if you don't want to make me mad, you better follow what I say seriously. Yet Yu Shui tucked her hair behind her ear and looked at Hu Ming intently, trying to convey a message through her eyes. She was serious. President, are you being this nice to me because you like me? Hu Ming tilted his head and looked at Yu Shui. However, rather than becoming angry, Yu Shui responded with a charming smile and pinched Hu Ming's ear. Teasing a discipline committee member, you really are looking for death. Don't I'm sorry. Yu Shui snorted and let go of his ear. Hu Ming needed his ear and asked at the same time. President, am I inferior to Han Shuyi? Why would you say that? Yu Shui blinked, and looking into Hu Ming's eyes, she could roughly understand how painful this matter was for him. She was undoubtedly familiar with Han Shuyi. Because he was also a member of the student council, his grades were excellent, and his reputation was well regarded by all. Such a person is indeed outstanding. If others were to evaluate Han Shuyi and Hu Ming, their judgment would likely be biased. You see, Han Shuyi is handsome and has good grades. His reputation among classmates is also excellent. And with his identity as the Han family's young master, isn't he perfect, like a novel protagonist? Hearing what Hu Ming said, Yu Shui smiled helplessly. I agree with what you said at the beginning, but if you want to talk about the novel's protagonist, who can guarantee that he is the protagonist? Hu Ming, everyone is the protagonist in their own life, so don't look down on yourself. Instead, change from yourself, and other people's views of you will gradually change. Yu Shui patted his shoulder, smiled, and took out a test paper, putting it in front of Hu Ming. This is the test paper that I prepared for you last night. Now do it, and I'll point out where you got wrong. Looking at the questions, Hu Ming knew it was the most basic stuff. Generally, schools wouldn't set such questions. She must have put in a lot of effort last night. Hu Ming couldn't understand why she went to such lengths for him when he didn't matter to her. Could it be true, as she said, that she was only trying to save a student who had gone astray? Stop looking at me. What's there to look at? Noticing Hu Ming's gaze, Yu Shui put her hands on her hips, dissatisfied with his lack of focus. Hu Ming let out a soft chuckle, holding his pen as he wrote on the test paper, and said, Don't you know how pretty you are, President? There are quite a few classmates in my class wanting to pursue you. I heard someone even sent you a love letter. Don't stray from the main task, focus. Besides, of course, I understand my situation. It's just that they're all attracted to my appearance. But appearances are fleeting. Who can guarantee I will maintain this look in the coming years? So, don't let so-called love blind your eyes. Why does it sound like you're lecturing me? Congratulations, you've figured out who I'm talking about. Now, hurry up and do the test. Hu Ming turned away, his pen dancing across the test paper. The sun was conveniently obscured by clouds, providing some relief from the intense heat in the air. A refreshing cool breeze swept through, providing a rare source of comfort during the monotonous study hours. Hu Ming couldn't recall how long it had been since he had sat down to study like this. This all was simple to him, and he could answer the questions with a cursory glance. However, to fit his persona, Hu Ming deliberately slowed down, intentionally getting some of the easy questions wrong. That way, those around him wouldn't suspect him. Suddenly, his shoulder felt heavier. Hu Ming looked over to Yue. She was quietly leaning against his shoulder. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, the tips brushing against his neck. Her face was small and fair, with delicate brows and peacefully closed eyes. Her long eyelashes resembled small brushes. The dark circles under her eyes were proof of her efforts. Yue breathed steadily, looking completely relaxed. And watching this scene, a gentle smile appeared on Hu Ming's face. He allowed Yue to continue leaning on his shoulder while continuing to write the exam with one hand. Time appeared to come to a halt at that moment, as if the entire world revolved solely around the pair. A soft breeze rustled through the young girl's hair while the young man supported her with his sturdy shoulder. They appeared as if the two were leaning against each other, sharing every moment of the world together. A slight tingle on the tip of her nose caused Yue to furrow her brows. Her eyes slowly blinked open as if emerging from a dreamy haze. As she gazed ahead, only to see Hu Ming's face lit up with a warm smile, his eyes locked onto hers without shifting. Startled, Yue quickly pulled her head away from Hu Ming's shoulder. She ran her hand through her hair, her cheeks growing even redder. She couldn't believe she had dozed off while examining the test paper. To make matters worse, this guy, Hu Ming, didn't even bother to wake her up. Was he deliberately trying to make fun of her? Thinking of this, she felt a bit angry. After all, her sleeping face was seen by Hu Ming. Who could guess if she had done anything embarrassing while she was asleep? Yue shot a furious look at Hu Ming, who quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. President, I assure you, I didn't take any photos while you were asleep. You don't have to worry that I'd do something like, you don't want others to know how you look when you sleep, do you? Why are you speaking like a netizen from Japan? TL, if you know, you know, degree. Yue swiftly grabbed the exam paper from in front of Hu Ming and stashed it away in her bag. Since class was about to start in 10 minutes, she had to head back to the classroom ahead of time. She abruptly stood up, but her legs had grown asleep, almost causing her to fall onto Hu Ming. Reacting swiftly, Hu Ming extended his hand to her slim waist to support her. But his hands passed through her blouse and school uniform, his fingertips coming into direct contact with Yue's fair and smooth skin. Yue's mind went blank momentarily, then she gritted her teeth and steadied herself. For some unknown reason, she's always embarrassing herself in front of Hu Ming. Yue was sure that the calm and composed image she displayed outside must have been wholly crushed in Hu Ming's eyes. Hurry back to your classroom. Hurriedly carrying her bag, Yue dashed off with remarkable speed. Hu Ming's heart sizzled with a sudden emotion as he watched her run away. The way the president is now seems quite cute. Something unimaginable occurred between classes at noon, leaving many students baffled. Liu, who had previously been constantly following behind Hu Ming, was now unexpectedly beside Han Shuyi. The two were chatting happily, even more intimately than Liu had been with Hu Ming. Many people had no idea what had happened, but some blamed Hu Ming. After all, Liu used to keep her head down due to the marks on her face, never looking up. However, after Hu Ming left, she gained noticeably more confidence. Now people realize that, aside from those marks, Liu's appearance and figure are pretty impressive. As she passed by classrooms, many boys' eyes followed her. Shuyi, we have PE class together later. Shall we go together? Sure. Han Shuyi stood up and purposefully directed his gaze toward Hu Ming's direction. But what he saw disappointed him. He had expected to see Hu Ming angry and questioning, but instead, he found him comfortably leaning against the back of his chair, eyes closed and resting. Many students were preparing for the next PE class but kept glancing at Hu Ming. Before, Hu Ming enjoyed participating in their activities. However, Hu Ming knew nothing at all but loved to take the spotlight, leaving his teammates without any enjoyment. But now, Hu Ming was sitting calmly in his seat, seemingly not intending to participate in their activity. Hu Ming's behavior piqued their curiosity while also making them feel a sense of relief. They now know that Hu Ming has begun to grasp his abilities and is no longer getting involved in their activities. 5 minutes before class, the remaining students assembled in the schoolyard. Hu Ming stood up and followed the students, but on the way, he happened to meet Yue. Yue wore short sleeves and shorts, leaving her fair skin exposed, and her enviable long legs drew everyone's attention. Her vibrant high ponytail cascaded above her head, though it would be even better if she had a smile. Yue naturally knew Hu Ming also had PE class. After half a year at school, how could she not know who was in the same class as her in PE? There, Hu Ming was yawning, appearing quite tired and lacking energy. Hu Ming, the next period is PE. Why do you look so unenergetic? President, you made me your cozy human pillow during the afternoon. If you let me rest my head on your lap for a quick nap, I swear I'll be brimming with energy till night. It's unclear if the increased time they spent together recently was the reason. When Hu Ming said this, Ye Shui's first reaction wasn't anger but speechlessness. Ye Shui gave Hu Ming a wide eye and said, "I've seen the test paper you did at noon. If that was your serious attempt, then your fundamentals shouldn't be too bad." Ye Shui didn't include multiple choice questions on that test paper to test Hu Ming's level. You can guess multiple choice questions with ABCD, but fill in the blank questions are a different story. Although it was clear that Hu Ming was a bit shaky, he wasn't completely clueless. Teaching him in the future should be a manageable task. Ye Shui didn't believe she could propel Hu Ming to the top of the grade, but she was confident she could help him achieve an average ranking in the advanced class. That was her confidence and determination. With his hands on his hips, Hu Ming had a proud look on his face. I do have some talent, after all. If I try a bit harder, wouldn't I surpass you? Yeah, you sure can. Ye Shui felt as if she was coaxing a child. Her grades were among the highest, and she was one of the vital students for growth as per the city. If Hu Ming could surpass her so easily, she could probably open a tutoring class without worrying about money anymore. Let's go buy a bottle of water for class. Ye Shui and Hu Ming walked toward the convenience store. However, just as they arrived, they saw Liu and Han Shuyi coming out together. They were chatting and laughing as if they were old acquaintances. However, when they saw Hu Ming, their smiles froze as if they had come across the last person they wanted to see. Ye Shui, standing next to Hu Ming, also noticed the change in their expressions. Especially Liu, who was supposed to be Hu Ming's fiancée previously. How did she get so close to Han Shuyi so quickly? Could it be, as Hu Ming said, that she only cared about the Han family's status? As she pondered this, Han Shuyi broke the silence. Hu Ming, about the last time, I apologize on behalf of my mother. She's very upset about it now and feels she owes you, so please don't get angry. His tone was sincere, as though he genuinely came to apologize. But Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, smiled, and said, "Angry? Why would I be angry about something I don't care about?" Hu Ming shrugged his shoulders, looking completely unconcerned. Han Shuyi's expression froze, unsure how to respond. "Hu Ming, please don't be like this." Liu wanted to step forward to persuade him, only for Hu Ming to wave his hand helplessly, his expression unchanged. "I don't really care about this. I will not change because of someone's opinion, nor will I be unable to live because of someone's actions. So, can I go in now?" The two were standing in the doorway, creating a minor obstruction. Hu Ming had been wanting to enter for quite some time. Seeing Hu Ming's stubbornness, Han Shuyi could only let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Liu frowned as she watched Hu Ming leave, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Finally, the two had no choice but to leave. Hu Ming bought 2 bottles of water and paid for them together. "I'll pay you back later." Ye Shui was sensitive to monetary relations and had initially planned to pay herself. Hu Ming turned to look at her, a playful smile dancing across his lips. "Perhaps I will be the one drinking this later." Under Ye Shui's confused gaze, he headed to the schoolyard. After warming up, Hu Ming found a shady place under a tree to rest. Some students had come to the field early on playing basketball or soccer. None interested him. Girls gathered beneath the trees, afraid of the sun touching their skin. Next door, another class was undergoing a long-distance running test, which many found entertaining. And when Ye Shui stood on the track, many of the boys who were still exercising looked over. Their attention was on Ye Shui. "Hey, how far do you think Ye Shui will leave her class behind later? Don't bother. You won't even see their shadow." Hu Ming leaned against a large tree, hands behind his head, and watched Ye Shui with interest. Just as the whistle blew, one individual hooked everyone's attention. Ye Shui, in just a few dozen meters, effortlessly outpaced everyone else by a considerable distance. Her ponytail swayed in the sunlight as she sprinted with unwavering resolve. Her captivating gaze, elegant figure, and fluid movement caught the attention of many. "Wow, her legs are super long. I really want to lie on them for a little. I'm different. I want her to step on me. Damn." Ye Shui was naturally unaware of what others were thinking. She only wanted to do her best in everything. In this regard, she is a stark contrast to Hu Ming. Speaking of Hu Ming, didn't I see him sleeping under the tree? Isn't he usually exercising with others? Wait, why am I suddenly thinking about Hu Ming? Ye Shui couldn't help but find her thoughts strange, but they soon went away. She maintained a steady pace and continued towards the finish line. The pleasant scene amusingly contrasted the girls following closely behind Ye Shui with a hint of desperation. Whenever they watched this scene, it never failed to entertain them. It was like watching a thrilling race between a fleet of bicycles and a lone Ferrari. Seeing Ye Shui's overwhelming speed, Hu Ming quickly lost interest and stopped watching. As he had mentioned earlier, he was indeed in need of some rest. At noon, to make those wrong answers look plausible, he tried to think of ways to make the mistakes seem realistic. Which, for real, put him in a dilemma. Who would deliberately make mistakes on a test? If Ye Shui knew what Hu Ming was thinking, she would most likely twist his head off and replace it with the wind chimes on the rooftop. A gentle breeze wafted by, stirring Hu Ming's thoughts and past memories. A mysterious man in a black trench coat stood amidst fierce winds and rain, removing his mask. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. He quietly observed his reflection like a soulless corpse. Hu Ming subconsciously reached out to touch him. However, as soon as his hand made contact, everything in front of him disintegrated, vanishing into thin air. Boring tricks. Hu Ming withdrew his hands and gazed ahead coldly as if waiting for time to pass. Suddenly, something appeared to press against the back of his head. A chilling sensation spread from the back of his head to his entire body. Goodbye, Hu Ming. Bang. A loud noise echoed behind him, but Hu Ming stood quietly in place. Han Hu Ming. Han Hu Ming. Hu Ming. The voice pulled Hu Ming forcefully out of his dream. As he opened his eyes, he saw a girl standing before him. Her physique was illuminated by the brilliant rays of the sun behind her. Hu Ming looked at the girl before him and finally realized where he was. Yet Yu Shui stood with her hands on her hips, fuming. She hadn't expected Hu Ming to fall asleep outside. Could it be because she had given him too many tasks at noon, making him doze off during PE? Yet Yu Shui felt the need to make some adjustments to her plans. President, is class over? It's not over, but someone got injured playing soccer in my class. Do you want to substitute? Hu Ming squinted his eyes as he followed Yu Shui's gaze. He saw a student holding his leg in pain. Aren't there other people in your class? Besides, isn't it awkward for me to help your class when our classes are against each other? Well, you might actually be happy to join. It was Han Shuyi who suggested it. Upon hearing Yu Shui's words, Hu Ming was stunned. There, Han Shuyi stood, looking over at him with his hands on his hips and breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Li Yu excitedly approached him with a bottle of water. By the looks of it, your class seems to be losing, huh? We are losing and also short on players. Will your classmates agree? After all, I'm not exactly popular. Hu Ming said as he stood up, a confident smile on his face. This is the first time I'm using my status privileges. I hope you won't embarrass me. Yet Yu Shui turned and walked towards her class, with Hu Ming following behind her, like a princess and her entourage. Despite their reluctance, the students couldn't defy Yu Shui, who insisted on putting Hu Ming on the field. Her classmates on the field could only swallow their objections. They only hoped that Hu Ming wouldn't drag them down. At the same time, Hu Ming's classmates, who knew his abilities well and were already ahead by 2 goals, appeared even more relaxed. Someone approached Hu Ming, smiling, and said, Han Hu Ming, don't embarrass our class. You're the first outside aide to play for another class. Facing the other side's smile, Hu Ming made a move that surprised everyone. He smiled back with a playful glint in his eyes. As you wish. Due to a last-minute substitution issue, Hu Ming was to play as a forward. Everyone believed that if Hu Ming stayed in the backfield, they might lose several more goals to their opponent. And putting him up front, no one would bother with him even if he strolled around. High school soccer games were not particularly strict. It was to the point where offsides were virtually non-existent. Regardless of the situation, if there's a ball in front of them, kick. The game resumed. Hu Ming marked one of the opponents on the field, but he appeared relaxed and carefree. However, the player Hu Ming was marking felt he was stuck to him like chewing gum, unable to shake him off. Hu Ming always seemed to be in the right place when he had the opportunity to receive the ball. He was becoming increasingly annoyed by this. He had grown tired of being repulsed by Hu Ming in the past, and now, in their current situation, why did he have to be once again under Hu Ming's control? He obviously couldn't accept this. Thinking so, he signaled to his teammate for the ball. The teammate with the ball understood his intention, and with just one kick, the ball reached the opposite side of the field. The marked player did his best to run towards it despite being entangled by Hu Ming. He had already envisioned himself getting past Hu Ming and kicking the ball into the goal. But a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He didn't know when, but Hu Ming had already positioned himself where the ball would land, and he was looking at him with a teasingly smile and said, "Are you thinking about scoring? It's okay. I was as well." The ball landed accurately at Hu Ming's feet. Immediately, Hu Ming kicked the ball back to the backfield, where a teammate was already waiting to assist. Everyone was amazed by this scene. Han Shuyi was also puzzled by Hu Ming's actions. It was because he could see that Hu Ming's movements were very swift and decisive without any hesitation. Shuyi thought so, but he had no intention of defending because several defenders were in the backfield. The person who received Hu Ming's pass hadn't expected him to intercept the ball. So, while cushioning the ball, he accidentally stopped it too much. By the time he had the ball under control and was preparing to enter the penalty area, several opponents had already surrounded him. Forget it, shoot. He gritted his teeth and kicked the ball directly toward the goal. A straight shot, but the goalkeeper blocked it, and the ball flew to the other side. Just as the goalkeeper was about to taunt the opponent, he heard Han Shuyi shouting from a distance, "Watch out." He instinctively turned around, only to see a shadow pass by the corner of his eye. Then he saw the opponent widening his arms to maintain balance and raising his right foot. He witnessed this scene clearly, but his body felt stunned, completely unresponsive, frozen in place. The ball whistled past his ear and then landed in the net. The people, waiting to see a show, were now taken aback by what they saw. Only Yu Shui smiled happily, raising her eyebrows slightly. Hu Ming, well done. Han Shuyi was dumbfounded as well. He had intended to humiliate Hu Ming, but to his disbelief, that guy scored the first goal? From the counterattack to the goal, he was involved in every aspect of the game. It was clear to anyone with a keen eye that this was Hu Ming's credit. The rest of the students also fell silent. The students playing basketball came to a halt. One by one, the crowd gathered at the edge of the soccer field, witnessing the score change before their very eyes. It was Hu Ming, the person they had once regarded as a clown, who single-handedly turned the game around. Hu Ming jogged to the front of the goal under everyone's gaze, picked up the ball, and walked toward the center circle. Class is almost over. Get the game going. Hearing his words, everyone had only one thought. Is he crazy? Does he still want to win? On the pitch, only the strongest are respected. Once regarded as insignificant, Hu Ming has now become an extraordinary person in their eyes. However, following the concession of a goal, Han Shuyi rallied his classmates and launched a fierce attack on Hu Ming's goal. They originally intended to dominate the game, particularly with Hu Ming on the field. But who would have thought Hu Ming would goal? How could they accept this? On Hu Ming's side, they were completely drained from defending, leaving them with no strength to launch any offensive. However, since before, Hu Ming had been closely marking Han Shuyi. Hu Ming, scoring one goal is already good enough. There's honor in defeat, Han Shuyi said with a hint of joy as if victory was assured. Hearing so, Hu Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly and said, "You know, you're just too confident in everything you do. Confidence is good, but you should also consider whether you have the strength to back it up." Before they could finish their conversation, someone suddenly shouted, "Charge!" only to see Hu Ming's teammate intercept the ball and rush down the sideline, with all players following behind. Only Han Shuyi and Hu Ming continued to confront each other head-on. Han Shuyi clenched his teeth, his expression now fierce. He had expected Hu Ming to be easily defeated, but now he felt he was the one struggling to hold on. They both charged into the penalty area, but, at the same time, the person on the sideline couldn't withstand the defender's pressure, and upon seeing Hu Ming in the center, he instinctively kicked the ball toward him. However, as soon as he did, he regretted it because Han Shuyi was also near Hu Ming. There's a risk of losing the ball? As the ball hurtled towards them, Han Shuyi pressed towards Hu Ming. If Shuyi managed to prevent Hu Ming from controlling the ball, his defensive efforts would be a success. As anticipated, Hu Ming subtly adjusted his stance to receive the ball. Carefully, Han Shuyi made a calculated attempt to throw him off balance. The ball bounced off Hu Ming's toe. Han Shuyi was about to kick to disrupt the play, but Hu Ming was quicker and flicked the ball up. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Han Shuyi. He watched as Hu Ming, after flicking the ball up, bent back in a quick motion and pressed down his left leg. Following that, his right leg swung up. Boom! A dull sound exploded in his ears. He could only helplessly watch as Hu Ming kicked the ball straight through the goal. A second goal? Everyone on the field, including the teachers blowing the whistle from the sidelines, was stunned. Can such movements really be done by a high schooler? Meanwhile, Hu Ming got up from the ground and looked at Han Shuyi, who was still in disbelief. His expression was like that of a circus clown, laughable. Do you think it will be the end with just a draw? Leaving these words in Han Shuyi's ears, Hu Ming ran to retrieve the ball from the goal. At this moment, everyone realized Hu Ming was really determined to win. Even Ye Shue, who was foreign to soccer, knew what an overhead kick was. Hu Ming's kick made everyone's faces swollen as if they had gotten a tight slap. Ye Shue saw it clearly. Han Shuyi interfered with Hu Ming moments before. Despite being unbalanced before kicking, Hu Ming still scored a beautiful goal in unfavorable circumstances. So, was this guy really this skilled before? But why did he play so poorly? Clearly, playing well would have made a better impression, right? As Ye Shue puzzled at the side, her classmates excitedly chatted over Hu Ming's recent goal. Ye Shue's face displayed a contented smile, even a hint of pride. See, I've always had good judgment. Ye Shue's thoughts remained a mystery to everyone. On the field, Hu Ming left everyone in awe. Initially, they intended to embarrass Hu Ming on the field, but to their surprise, Hu Ming completely shattered their illusions. Looking at his movements, who would say he couldn't play soccer? With these thoughts, their expressions grew even more despairing. But among them, there was one exception. Han Shuyi, heaving, had his gaze pinned on Hu Ming. With fists clenched, despite his mind replaying Hu Ming's recent goal, Shuyi refused to admit defeat. He would never accept losing Hu Ming. However, he appeared to have overlooked that it was his idea to let Hu Ming play. This time, he really had shot himself in the foot. The match resumed. This time, Hu Ming's team put in extra effort to secure the ball, frequently checking Hu Ming's position. With a star player on the field, who wouldn't be happy? Those who had previously played relaxed now appeared tense, finding it difficult to evade. Under such pressure, the opposing team quickly lost possession of the ball as they struggled to regroup. Without anyone noticing, Hu Ming had already whizzed the ball away. Seeing this, Han Shuyi gritted his teeth and charged towards Hu Ming. However, seeing Hu Ming about to stand upright, he instinctively thought Hu Ming would stop the ball and then pass it to him. Little did he expect that Hu Ming suddenly lowered his body and flung him far behind. Hu Ming skillfully maneuvered with the ball, deceiving the defender with a clever feint toward the baseline. Then, using the outside of his right foot, he skillfully flicked the ball sideways toward the center. When the opposing defender attempted to pivot and intercept the ball, Hu Ming skillfully retracted it and accelerated past him. By now, exclamations were echoing from the sidelines, and someone even shouted Hu Ming's name. In the past, this would have been impossible, but Hu Ming accomplished it today on the soccer pitch. Li Yu stood on the sidelines, stunned. She had never seen Hu Ming shine so brightly, even more so than when she first met him. Did she make the wrong choice? For a brief moment, this question crossed Li Yu's thoughts, but she quickly dismissed it. Li Yu believed that her judgment was correct. Han Shuyi was undeniably better than Hu Ming. It was Han Shuyi who pulled her out of the void. Hu Ming was just a matchstick lighting up her life. Han Shuyi is catching up. Suddenly, a girl's voice brought Liu back to reality. Seeing Han Shuyi gradually catching up to Hu Ming, an excited smile appeared on Liu's face. Yes, that's right, catch up to Hu Ming. Meanwhile, as Yechuxia saw Han Shuyi swiftly approaching Hu Ming, trying to snatch the ball away from him, she stood with her arms crossed, her face emotionless. But inside, she was as nervous as a squirrel in traffic. The end of class was fast approaching, and losing the ball at this point would probably result in missing the opportunity to launch an attack. As Yechuxia locked eyes on the field, memories of Hu Ming's confident smile flooded her mind. That guy seemed completely different from before. Out of nowhere, a wave of relief washed over her. She believed Hu Ming would not disappoint her. On the field, Hu Ming could feel someone chasing him. Their breath was heavy, running out of energy. And without even looking, he could guess who it was. Disregarding that they had only played half the game, Hu Ming was confident that even if it were a complete match, he could wear out Han Shuyi. Han Shuyi had always thought of himself as the star of this game. Hu Ming could tell from his confident demeanor that he wanted to humiliate him. Han Shuyi wanted to elevate his image by defeating him. Hu Ming found this amusing. If the original were to be here, he would have been played to death. However, it was a pity. As long as Han Hu Ming, was around, the protagonist of soccer would only be him. With all his might, Han Shuyi made a forceful attempt to tackle Hu Ming, but his method was a bit dirty and seemed to be targeting Hu Ming's legs. However, for some unknown reason, when Han Shuyi raised his gaze to meet Hu Ming's, he noticed a brief hint of mockery in his eyes. Han Shuyi's pupils sharply constricted. He saw Hu Ming trap the ball with one foot, pass it to his other foot with a smooth 180-degree turn, and dribble it to the side all in one fluid motion. Damn, was that a Marseille turn? So smooth. He passed Han Shuyi. Ignoring the excitement around her, Yechuxia glanced at her watch. 10 seconds left? Hu Ming's move shattered Han Shuyi's attempt to tackle the ball, and he could only stand there and watch Hu Ming dash towards the goal. As a defender tried to intercept Hu Ming, he raised his right leg and made a direct shot dash. 5 seconds left? The ball arced through the air in a parabola, grazing the goalkeeper's arm and finally crashing into the net with fierce momentum. Silence spread. The bell signaling the end of the class ran sharply in everybody's ears. Scripture? Leaving several players with a swoosh. Scoring a perfect goal with the final kick. It was like something out of a script. This goal perfectly showcased Hu Ming's skill and pierced through the opponent's defense. On Han Shuyi's side, people stared at Hu Ming, the boy they once despised. With great confidence, he skillfully kicked the ball into their goal, even dreamily securing the game-winning point seconds before the end of class. They couldn't help but suddenly feel depressed. Han Shuyi looked at Hu Ming. Hu Ming walked right up and looked down at him as if he were trampling his dignity. I said it before, it wouldn't end with just a draw. You must now know how shooting yourself in the foot feels. Hu Ming said, extending his hand towards Han Shuyi as if offering charity to the defeated. Han Shuyi stared coldly at Hu Ming. The warmth that used to be on his face had long disappeared, replaced by a grim expression. He didn't want to take Hu Ming's hand. Shuyi wanted to stand up on his own. But then Hu Ming's voice rang out again. If you don't take my hand, the other students might think we have a conflict. After all, our identities are so special. Hu Ming's face still wore a smile, but it was a smile that annoyed Han Shuyi to the very depth. It felt as if Hu Ming had him firmly in his grasp. Han Shuyi forced a smile, reaching out to grab Hu Ming's hand and using Hu Ming's strength to get up. Rumors about Hu Ming and Han Shuyi were full of their strained relationship. But when on the field, Hu Ming reached out to help Han Shuyi, a moment witnessed by all. The airy rumors crumbled on their own. Hu Ming walked towards the edge of the field, accompanied by his excited teammates. Without him, they would have suffered a defeat today. What's more, they even managed to crush their opponent's morale. In the past, there were no chances to win, thanks to Han Shuyi. This time, they won the match with the help of someone from their opponent's class. What possibly would be more painful than being stabbed in the back by your own people? The classmates from Hu Ming's class looked at his leaving figure, feeling powerless as they lay on the ground. Hu Ming's force was beyond their expectations. Hu Ming evened the score in just half a match. If this got out, they were likely to get roasted. But Hu Ming himself didn't seem to care much about the situation. Liu hurriedly approached Han Shuyi, holding a bottle of water. Despite the team's defeat, Han Shuyi managed to score both goals. Liu felt he had been outstanding. As she passed by Hu Ming, she wanted to greet him, but Hu Ming walked right past her without even glancing at her, leaving her feeling a little disheartened. It seemed like she couldn't even be friends with Hu Ming anymore. Hu Ming had no intention of greeting Liu because Yechuxia was on the sidelines waiting for him. So, you faked not to know how to play soccer before. Yechuxia handed Hu Ming the water she was holding, leaving everyone stunned. They were already surprised when Yechuxia suggested Hu Ming. Now, seeing them so close, with Yechuxia even offering water to Hu Ming, when did their relationship become so intimate? Some couldn't understand, while others felt envious. After all, that was an opportunity to talk with Yechuxia. Han Shuyi observed the unfolding scene while holding the water bottle given to him by Liu. He gripped the bottle tightly, causing the remaining water to splash out. How did he not know that Hu Ming and Yechuxia were so buddy-buddy? When did their relationship become so good? Hu Ming, just wait. I'm not going to give up easily. Han Shuyi turned and walked directly toward the classroom, with Li Yu tailing behind, occasionally glancing at Hu Ming. She also didn't understand why Hu Ming and Yue were chatting so happily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hu Ming drank the water Yue had given him. It was actually his own water bottle, but he had asked Yue to keep it for him before the match. As Hu Ming observed the jealous expressions on his classmates' faces, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Emerging victorious in the game and being offered water by a beautiful girl made him feel like a true winner in life. Hu Ming, how many secrets do you have that I don't know about? Yue asked curiously, genuinely wanting to understand Hu Ming. Whenever they met, she found something new and unique about him, like a treasure chest brimming with surprises. President, if you really want to understand me, it will take some time and effort. I'm much more interesting than the questions you solve. Do you believe I'll add more questions for you tomorrow? Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Hu Ming was genuinely afraid of doing those questions, as they were thankless tasks, and he had to get corrected on mistakes constantly. Seeing Hu Ming's reluctant expression, Yue couldn't help but chuckle. And this scene was the one that reflected in everyone's eyes. Her smile, a stunning curve at the corner of her mouth, resembled a blossoming white orchid, exuding happiness and satisfaction. Hu Ming and Yue were very close, and when they stood together, there was a natural ease between them. This made others even more resentful. They really didn't want to admit that Hu Ming and Yue made a good match. The news about Hu Ming quickly spread to several nearby classes, and many people glanced at Hu Ming's classroom with curiosity as they passed by. However, Hu Ming's expression stayed the same as before, as if nothing had happened, in stark contrast to the other students in his class. Soon, the school day came to an end. Hu Ming packed up his things, planning to go home. The atmosphere at the Han family had almost cleared, additional pressure wouldn't be of any help to him. As for Madame Han, she could do whatever she wanted, Hu Ming didn't care. When there are apparent disagreements within the family, it indicates that stable family relationships are cracking, and if one continues to hit that crack, everything beautiful will crumble. Hu Ming was still waiting. He was waiting for an opportunity to leave the Han family. He could not say he had any particular feelings for the Han family. Aside from the fact that he was not a Han family child, Han Shuyi's presence made his stay uncomfortable. To have someone always watching you, how could he be comfortable? More importantly, he disliked being called Han Hu Ming. His real name is only Hu Ming, but for now, there is still something important he needed to find out. He stuffed the test papers Yue gave him in his backpack and was about to leave. But, at this moment, Han Yun appeared. With her hands behind her back, she looked at Hu Ming excitedly. Brother, I heard from my classmates that you scored 3 goals today. These words were like rubbing salt in the wounds of other students, but nobody dared to complain because she was Han Shuyi's sister. Meanwhile, without turning his head, Han Shuyi packed his belongings. However, his hair curtained a grim face. It dawned on him that everything was not going according to his plan. Originally, he intended to drive a wedge between Hu Ming and the Han family, but Han Yun and Han Litian's affections for Hu Ming had not only not diminished but had grown significantly. This made him somewhat frustrated. Everything should have gone accordingly. However, Hu Ming appeared to have kept many things hidden. For example, he had not anticipated Hu Ming's strength to outweigh his own. Throughout the game, it felt like Hu Ming was manipulating him, passively following his orders. This feeling was very distasteful, but he wouldn't let this continue. He would let Hu Ming know who the real young master of the Han family was. With this thought, his eyes flashed sharply. Meanwhile, Han Yun had already attached herself to Hu Ming. She hugged his shoulders and spoke to him coquettishly, like a child. Brother, after hearing what you said yesterday, I also want to see those children. Can we go together today? Seeing Han Yunxi's demeanor, Hu Ming could roughly guess her intentions. She wanted to mend their relationship. Next time, let's go back early for dinner today. Hu Ming stood up and tapped Han Yunxi on the head. And, make sure to spend more time with your mother when you can. Brother, I know mother has some bias against you, but trust me, we are still a family. Han Yunxi's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope, and in her gaze, Hu Ming sensed her yearning for a peaceful and loving home. She's still too naive. Perhaps Han Yunxi would never have imagined that her family had long been like a tiny ship caught in a storm. There would come a day when she would see all of this clearly. By then, it would be the price of her growth. Hu Ming never felt responsible for others, or rather, he seldom took responsibility for other people's lives. Because the weight of such a life was burdensome, he didn't like it. Freedom is what he sought. At the dinner table, possibly influenced by recent events, Madame Han occasionally cast a sidelong glance at Hu Ming as if she had something to say. However, because of her pride, she often found herself on the verge of speaking, only to remain silent. Hu Ming sat at the table, eating his meal in silence. He had long been aware of Madame Han's gaze, but because she never spoke, he never bothered to say anything. In this family, it was clear that the relationship between Madame Han and himself was not good. Since Han Shuyi returned, Madame Han appeared determined to compensate for the love and attention she had missed over the years by showering it upon him. Additionally, Han Shuyi had always played the role of the obedient son, projecting a good image around Madame Han. Under these circumstances, Hu Ming's relationship with Madame Han deteriorated. It's not hard to picture a future where Madame Han decides to kick him out due to Han Shuyi's request. However, he was already prepared for that. After dinner, when Hu Ming was about to return to his room, he heard Han Litian call him. Hu Ming, come here. Hu Ming turned around and went back to the sofa. Han Lishan's gaze swept over everyone, and then he said, in a few days, our family will attend a banquet. It's an invitation from a city official. I will have the servants prepare clothes for you all. This time, it's not just about attending the banquet. I also want to show others that Shuyi is our child. Han Litian said, looking at Hu Ming, and added, so is Hu Ming. Madame Han slightly moved and came to Han Shuyi's side. She gently patted Han Shuyi's back as if to console him while Han Shuyi sat up straight and listened intently to Han Litian's words. Han Shuyi understood this was his opportunity to meet people in high society. In that social circle, nobody seems to care about your personal accomplishments. Instead, they are solely interested in your family background and your parents' occupations. It's a matter of innate selection, something that cannot be compensated for later. He had long dreamed of rising from poverty, but that was just a dream. He didn't want to be trampled on his entire life or have others talk about his lowly status. That is why Shuyi wanted to climb up as quickly as possible, and anyone in his path had to be eliminated. With this thought, Han Shuyi couldn't help but glance at Hu Ming. To his surprise, Hu Ming was also looking in his direction. Hu Ming appeared at ease, with his head tilted slightly and his hand resting on his head. A certain air of confidence emanated from his very being, a quality that Han Shuyi aspired to acquire. Seeing this, Han Shuyi clenched his fist slightly. And Hu Ming? Although Han Shuyi kept a smile on his face, he could still see the fiery passion in Han Shuyi's eyes. That's right, passion. Han Shuyi appeared eager to prove himself at the banquet, and more importantly, he saw him as a competitor, intending to use him as a stepping stone to a higher position. And Hu Ming was quite curious about what he wanted to do. Han Yungzi's interest faded after hearing her father's words. She disliked such banquets because they were filled with people attempting to curry favor with her, and some would intentionally cause small disturbances to catch her attention, all in an attempt to get closer to her. Han Yun-11 knew that her father was highly sought after by many individuals who would go to great lengths to collaborate with him. So, as her father's daughter, she had to maintain good manners and avoid flaws. However, this guy, Hu Ming, always caused trouble at banquets, which made her father unhappy. But now that her father actively requested him to attend the banquet, could it be that he was firmly stating that Hu Ming was part of the family? Han Yun-11 felt happy about this. Suddenly, Madame Han tugged at her arm, pulling her back from her daydream. Madame Han patted her daughter's hand and said, Yun-11, this time, when your father and I are not around, you need to take good care of your brother, understand? Saying this, she glanced at Han Shuyi, who also smiled and nodded at Han Yun-11. However, upon hearing her mother's reminder, Han Yun-11 could only feel helpless. Mom, he's my brother. Do you think I would abandon him? I'm just reminding you. With that, she couldn't help but look at Hu Ming, who was scrolling through his phone, seemingly watching short videos. Despite having thought about what to say all night, in the end, she still couldn't speak up. Hu Ming, if there's anything you need, just let the family know. Don't worry. Hearing Madame Han call his name, Hu Ming looked up and smiled formulaically. Thank you for your concern, Madame Han. Hearing Hu Ming address her as Madame Han filled her with sadness. For some reason, it appeared that she and Hu Ming were drifting apart, unable to regain their former closeness. In fact, she wanted to try to make things right with Hu Ming. But every time she was about to act on it, Shuyi would ask her questions, and she eventually forgot about it. After all, Shuyi is her biological son, and she feels more guilt for him. She wanted to make amends with Shuyi, and in the process, she naturally neglected Hu Ming. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but sigh, momentarily caught in inner turmoil. Late at night, Kang Xian came to Hu Ming's room to massage him. Since the last time, Kang Xian has come to his room daily to massage him, as Hu Ming seems to enjoy it very much. But after the massage, Hu Ming didn't rush to let her leave. Instead, he pulled Kang Xian to the table and had her sit down. Alright, starting today, I'll teach you to study. Young master, I have never studied before. It's okay, we'll start from the beginning. We have plenty of time before leaving the Han family. Kang Xian stared at the questions on the table, falling into deep thought. Seeing Kang Xian's expression, Hu Ming placed his hands on her shoulders and said, just for me, please. Alright. Kang Xian appeared to be quite sharp as she quickly understood the basics that Hu Ming taught her. What stood out about her was her unwavering dedication to learning and her diligent habit of jotting down notes whenever she encountered something unfamiliar. It's no wonder that teachers appreciate students who approach learning with such dedication and enthusiasm. It brings them a great sense of fulfillment. After learning for some time, Hu Ming let Kang Xian leave. Kang Xian, grasping the books Hu Ming had purchased for her, left upon learning that Hu Ming would not be having late-night snacks tonight. Hu Ming lay on his bed, staring at the night sky outside, overwhelmed by a sense of hollowness. He clasped his hands behind his head, wondering how long he could maintain this stable lifestyle. Where would he go after leaving the Han family? What would he do after he found a stable home? Return to his previous profession? But he did not want to live a dangerous life anymore. Given the current situation, Kang Xian would be following him, and he needed to keep her safe. He rarely felt frustrated. The moonlight shimmered in the night sky. After some contemplation, Hu Ming rose from his bed, changed his attire, and quietly made his way out through the window. Unnoticed by anyone, a shadow discreetly made its way out of the Han family's courtyard. Even the surveillance cameras captured no signs of anything out of the ordinary, as if everything was proceeding as expected. Cars sped past one after another. At some point, all of the street lights illuminated the road. Under the orange light, the road took on a softer tone, with warm browns and yellows and a hint of metallic sheen. The area was filled with towering buildings, while the streets were alive with the constant movement of traffic and people. The vibrant lights were captivating, creating an enchanting atmosphere that blurred the line between fantasy and reality. Hu Ming walked alone on the street, his hands in his pockets. He wore a light blue trench coat and spectacles without prescription. As Hu Ming gazed upon the lively street, he felt as if he had returned to when he had just finished a mission and casually grabbed a late-night snack from a street vendor after. He sat down at a barbecue stall and ordered a few skewers. Savoring the cumin scent in the air, Hu Ming realized he was still alive. Although being trapped in a sewer was an accident, he was pursued at the time due to some special circumstances. This is something that happened before Hu Ming got transmigrated. His past will be touched on in later CHPS. Hu Ming cracked open a can of beer and swiftly drank it. He barely noticed the alcohol content, as it felt as light as water to him. However, there was a lot of shouting and dice rolling next to him, which was somewhat distracting. While eating the skewers, Hu Ming glanced over to see what the commotion was. Unfortunately, he happened to lock eyes with one of the rowdy individuals. Hu Ming's expression remained calm as he quietly watched the person. But the person, seemingly drunk, shouted at Hu Ming. "What the hell are you looking at, Four Eyes Freak?" Seeing this, one of his companions pulled him and tried to calm him down. Hu Ming's eyes lowered slightly before lowering his head to continue eating his skewers. He appeared refined and cultured, unlike someone who would cause trouble. Seeing Hu Ming not say anything or even look at him, the other party assumed he was afraid of him. With a disdainful gesture, he pointed at Hu Ming and proceeded to mock him in front of his companions. "Look at this four-eyed toad." Simply shout at him a few times, and he will not dare to speak. "Damn it, just thinking about the four-eyed toad makes me mad. That four-eyed boss of mine, who the hell does he think he is, always showing off in front of me?" His companions, listening to his complaints, consoled him while turning to apologize to Hu Ming. Hu Ming nodded in response but did not say anything. The man, having worked himself up, appeared to have lost interest in continuing to roll the dice. He became agitated and complained loudly about the grievances he faced at his company, using plenty of foul language. The customers who had planned to sit at the stalls all stood up and left. Clearly, they did not want to be in an environment with a drunk. The boss, seeing this scene, couldn't help but become enraged. He told the man to lower his voice and not disturb the other customers. But it appeared to provoke the man's anger. He abruptly rose from his seat, marched towards Hu Ming, and attempted to grab the folding table before him. He had already found Hu Ming to be an eyesore, and now the boss didn't even provide him with a way to release his frustrations. As the alcohol began to take hold, his awareness of his actions slipped away. However, when he tried to lift the folding table in front of Hu Ming, he found he couldn't move it at all. "You're the one causing trouble here, disturbing the boss's business, and now you're unhappy when someone says something to you." Hu Ming slowly stood up, staring into the man's eyes. At this moment, his companions quickly rushed over, restrained him, and apologized to Hu Ming and the boss. The boss told them to settle the bill and leave, feeling annoyed just looking at them. But the more the man thought about it, the angrier he got. His gaze fixated on Hu Ming's retreating figure, his mind clouded by the effects of alcohol, causing him to lose all sense of restraint. He broke free from the grasp of his companions, swiftly seizing an iron plate from the nearby table, and forcefully swung towards Hu Ming's head. Everyone was taken aback, and there was no chance to prevent him. However, in a surprising turn of events, something astonishing occurred. It was as if Hu Ming had eyes in the back of his head. Just as the iron plate was about to strike his head, he lowered his head, turned around, and delivered an uppercut to the man's chin. The man's body jolted, his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Hu Ming stared coldly at the man's companions, saying, "If you can't handle your alcohol, don't try to drink like an adult. Making a scene like a mad dog, aren't you afraid of humiliating yourself?" The group of men, who Hu Ming ridiculed, couldn't respond. Their faces flushed, uncertain if it was due to the effects of the alcohol or a sense of embarrassment. They took the initiative to pay Hu Ming's bill while also apologizing to both the shop owner and Hu Ming. However, they couldn't help but shoot a few resentful glances at the unconscious man. Having that individual in their group really brought down their spirit. Hu Ming had no intention of understanding their relationship. He just got up and walked away in the distance. After that punch, Hu Ming seemed to have regained some experience. But if it had been in the past, he would have most likely grabbed a nearby glass bottle, smashed it over the opponent's head, and then stabbed him in the throat with the broken glass. Hu Ming wandered aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, a sneaky figure caught his attention. Hu Ming narrowed his eyes at the person. The mysterious figure was clad in a black coat and a baseball cap, looking extremely suspicious, and it was unclear whether they were male or female. The person glanced around cautiously before cautiously venturing into a dimly lit alley. Hu Ming looked up at the most prominent sign in the alley. Love Hotel. Perhaps because of the odd behavior of that person, Hu Ming followed them into the alley. Not far inside, Hu Ming noticed a group of women lining the alley, wearing bold makeup and eye-catching outfits. There was quite a variety of attire among the group, ranging from school uniforms to elegant backless long dresses paired with high heels. Some were even smoking and sharing a laugh. As Hu Ming passed by, someone approached, attempting to conduct business. However, Hu Ming intervened and stopped her. No need. Upon hearing this, both the woman who approached and the other women nearby visibly deflated and returned to their original positions. Hu Ming continued walking deeper into the alley, eventually reaching the end. There, he saw a shabby shop with lights on but no sign. It was difficult to imagine what type of business took place inside. Right outside the door lay a fresh footprint, as if someone had just stepped there. Hu Ming stepped inside the shop. Upon entering, he was stunned by the scene that unfolded before his eyes. The shop was brimming with shelves, showcasing an array of figurines, merchandise, and books. The boxes appeared immaculately arranged, devoid of any trace of dust. As Hu Ming surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly recalled an online discussion about hidden gems that only true otakus can find. Things bought from these places were cheaper than those in specialty stores, and the variety might even be more comprehensive. Some items now discontinued could still be found here. For true anime fans, such a place was not only a blessing but even a paradise. Given its location, it was no surprise that finding such a shop was quite a challenge. The presence of the prostitutes outside had already discouraged many. Hu Ming scanned the surroundings and noticed the person in black clothes in the corner. The person was holding a paper bag and turned to walk straight towards the door but didn't notice Hu Ming and walked right into him. The person let out a muffled exclamation, and Hu Ming immediately discerned her gender. It was a girl. She took 2 steps back, clearly not expecting to see anyone standing at the door. As she apologized, she looked up at Hu Ming. From her gaze, Hu Ming saw a hint of panic. She tightly clutched the paper bag in her arms, her eyes fixed on Hu Ming, not daring to look away. Sorry about that? Hu Ming maintained a poker face as he locked eyes with her. He found her appearance rather strange. Was it really essential to feel so anxious about a simple purchase? Furthermore, what was the reason behind her choice of attire, which seemed to be aimed at concealing something? Suddenly, Hu Ming appeared to have a realization, his face revealing a look of sudden understanding. He was on the verge of saying something, but the other person, with a terrified expression, quickly moved to silence Hu Ming by placing a hand over his mouth. She placed her other index finger over her mouth and then whispered, "SHH, don't make a sound. Let's talk outside." Her behavior was like that of a thief, but seeing the boss's leisurely demeanor, Hu Ming dismissed the thought. After all, there were only 2 of them in the store, and the other had already gotten to the door. If she hadn't paid, she would have been detained by now. The girl pulled Hu Ming outside the shop, and after nervously looking behind her and confirming that no one was there, she sighed in relief. She wore sunglasses and a mask, and her black outfit blended her figure in the dark surroundings. However, this only highlighted her fair skin, and Hu Ming could even smell a faint fragrance on her. She took off her glasses, looked at Hu Ming seriously, and said, "Come on, you want an autograph, don't you? Where should I sign? On your clothes?" Staring at the girl in front of him, Hu Ming was initially stunned, then a thought crossed his mind. Could there be something wrong with this girl's head? The girl, even under the mask, showed distress as she saw Hu Ming remain motionless. She had sneaked out, and if she returned late, she might be scolded. Thinking of this, she stamped her foot in frustration and said, "Hurry up. I know you recognized me, so don't just stand there." At this point, Hu Ming became aware that the other person's identity might be unusual. But he really didn't recognize her? Sorry, who are you? Hu Ming appeared somewhat at a loss, letting out a sigh as he observed the girl's expression shift from worry to astonishment. The girl honestly didn't expect that she had overthought the situation. "But you opened your mouth just now, wasn't it because you recognize who I am? I just wanted to apologize for bumping into you. Besides, I'm not really interested in who you are." Hu Ming dismissively waved his hand, uninterested in engaging with her. As he attempted to exit the alley and return home, his path was unexpectedly obstructed by the girl. "Do you really not recognize me? You're not going to post online that I was here later, are you? Oh my god, I feel like I've met a ghost. If you're so narcissistic, you must be able to get by just looking in the mirror every day." Hu Ming sighed helplessly, but the girl appeared to be offended by his remarks. She took off her mask, revealing her face. At that moment, Hu Ming was stunned by her appearance. Hidden behind her mask, her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, her brows gracefully arched, and her long eyelashes gently quivered. Her flawless white skin had a subtle rosy glow, and her lips resembled delicate rose petals. These features set her apart, even in the presence of other celebrities. Seeing Hu Ming's surprised expression, the girl's face broke into a proud smile. She placed her hands on her hips, her brows arched as if she wanted them to reach her hairline. "Hehe, now you know who I am, right? I can still give you an autograph now." Hu Ming blinked and tilted his head slightly. "Sorry, although you're really beautiful, I still don't know who you are." With these words, they both fell silent. They stared at each other as if time stood still. Xiao 11 was on the verge of losing her mind. This guy was driving her insane. It was one thing that he looked like a high school student, but more importantly, she was pretty famous among high school students. Yet this guy not only didn't know her name but also seemed to want to avoid her. For the first time, she felt like her role as an idol was a complete failure. The paper bag in her hand was almost slipping, containing her favorite merchandise, which she had painstakingly tracked down from various groups. But now, she felt that nothing mattered anymore. Because she now felt so awkward that she wanted to find a hole to bury herself. Looking at the girl before him, her embarrassment palpable, as if she wished to disappear into the ground, Hu Ming crossed his arms, keeping a composed demeanor. Encountering her in this unexpected location was quite a surprise. Based on the plot, their meeting was 6 months later. Xiao 11, a campus idol and the so-called heroine? According to the plot, after she transferred to his school, she would be attracted to Han Shuyi, and their relationship would gradually improve. As for Hu Ming, there wasn't much interaction between them. Hu Ming hadn't intended to interact with her either since he didn't know much about her. But now that he had met her ahead of schedule, Hu Ming found the girl rather amusing. She looked adorable, but her actions were somewhat reckless, and when she realized she had made a mistake, she would become awfully embarrassed. Xiao 11 lowered her head, not daring to look Hu Ming in the eye. She never imagined someone wouldn't recognize her. Her wish was for the entire world to know her, yet it appeared that she still had a long way to go before achieving it. She felt a bit disheartened but quickly pulled herself together. She looked around, put her mask back on, and took out her phone to look up her name. Come, this is me, Xiao 11 herself. On Baidu most of the information about her past, including her hobbies, is listed by the official sources. But what no one expected is that she had a hidden passion for anime culture, boasting an impressive array of personal collections. Despite Xia Zioxi's public image as a vibrant and youthful idol, she leads a private life filled with intense internet forum surfing and frequent chats with fellow fans about new anime, merchandise, voice actors, and more. If people knew she was so down-to-earth, it would most likely benefit her career. However, Xiao 11 did not want her hobby to be exposed. After all, as a community expands, it will inevitably become disrupted. What appeared to be ordinary items could be hyped into expensive commodities. Xiao 11 didn't want to face criticism for it. Today, she had sneaked out to buy some new merchandise. Xiao 11 thought she had encountered a fan who recognized her, but the person didn't know her at all. Moreover, more importantly, the person seemed devoid of interest in her. This left her feeling defeated. What was even more difficult to accept was that she couldn't say, "How could you not recognize me?" She didn't want to appear desperate. So, she was now trying to get him to know about her. She could even gain an extra fan. Xiao 11 lifted her head, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. But after Hu Ming glanced at the introduction, he just nodded, and his expression remained unchanged. It was as if he had no concern whether Xiao 11 was a big star or not. An indescribable feeling surged in her heart. For the first time, Xiao 11 wanted to kneel before someone. Don't you have any reaction? Don't you want to keep your identity a secret? Isn't it a good thing that I'm not reacting? It's good, but do you really feel nothing at all? I can understand your desire not to want to be recognized but also to see others surprised. You don't have to feel awkward. Hu Ming kindly patted her shoulder, his voice full of understanding. And this time, Xiao 11 really felt like killing herself. It felt he had seen right through her, reading her inner thoughts with perfect clarity. There's no more reason for me to live in this world anymore. I should just die, but it would be painful to kill myself. The world should just be destroyed with me. Hu Ming walked past her, letting out a tired yawn as he pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. If Hu Ming didn't go back to sleep soon, he'd probably fall asleep while doing his test in the afternoon. But before he had gone far, he stopped. Because Xiao 11 was closely following him. He turned to see the fully masked girl, seemingly unaware that Hu Ming had stopped, and she bumped into him. This time, Hu Ming firmly grabbed her shoulders to keep her from falling. Realizing her carelessness, Xiao 11 blushed and kept apologizing to Hu Ming. "I'm so sorry, so sorry. You don't have to be so nervous. I just feel really embarrassed. After all, you're not even a fan of mine, and I said that kind of thing to you." Perhaps even after 100 years, she might still have flashbacks about this. Upon hearing the girl's words, Hu Ming let out a helpless sigh. Just as he was about to offer some advice, a commotion of raised voices and shouting erupted nearby. "Want money? I won't give you a single cent, you beggar. This girl, how can you be like this? Before I brought it back to you, didn't we agree on 100 yuan? A crowd had gathered around the voices, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. "Hey, aren't you going to see what's happening over there? Not getting involved in trouble? Just take a look." Perhaps because Hu Ming didn't show much enthusiasm when speaking to her, unlike others, Xiao 11 felt somewhat reassured when with him. It was as if validating that line from a domineering CEO novel. "Humph, woman, you have caught my attention." Xia Zioxi's voice was soft and somewhat coaxing. The tension in the crowd escalated, reaching the brink of physical confrontation. Reluctantly, Hu Ming followed Xiao 11 over. As they approached, they overheard others explaining the situation. The girl lost her phone, and the kind lady helped her find it. The lady said she had to ride her tricycle for over 10 kilometers and waited here for more than an hour. And the girl? She promised to give the lady 100 yuan, but once she got her phone, she turned her back on the lady and is now shouting and cursing at her. Passers-by couldn't bear to watch, but none of them stepped in to help. The girl was cursing with a fierce expression, shouting at the tricycle lady. "Did I tell you to wait here? If you want to leave, go ahead. But you want money? I won't give you a single cent. Didn't we agree on 100 yuan? How can you be like this? That's how I am, and now I even want to hit you." she said, reaching out to grab the lady's hair. The surrounding area erupted with more shouting. Some were watching the drama, others were trying to mediate, but no one stepped in to stop it. Hu Ming watched the scene quietly, his expression unchanging. On the other hand, Xiao 11, under her mask, was gritting her teeth in anger, her voice filled with anger. How can she treat that lady like this? Clearly, she's the one in the wrong. Certain things are apparent to those with discerning eyes. Those who remain oblivious to their own mistakes are truly foolish. The girl, still crazily hitting someone, clearly fell into this category. Xia Zioxi, who stood beside Hu Ming, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. It was truly terrible that the girl had resorted to not just verbal but now also physical abuse towards the lady. Such behavior is by no means tolerable. Seeing no one around stepped forward to intervene, Xiao 11 frowned and rolled up her sleeves, planning to help the lady herself. Just as she was about to take action, Hu Ming reached out and stopped her. What are you doing? To help? Can't you see that girl pulling the lady's hair? Is it appropriate for you to do such things with your identity? If your identity gets exposed later, you'll encounter even bigger problems. It was clear that Xiao 11 was full of righteous indignation, but her approach to handling the situation was somewhat reckless. Thanks to the incredible progress in network technology, locating someone has become incredibly simple. In addition, this incident was bound to attract attention, and numerous people were taking photos with their phones. Hu Ming stayed put because he did not want to get involved in such trouble. However, when he saw Xia Zioxi's anxious expression, he felt somewhat helpless. The lady was being dragged by her hair and struggling desperately, while the girl was screaming things like "The law can't do anything to me, if I had a knife, I'd kill you," and extreme and provocative words. The crowd continued criticizing the girl, but no one stepped forward to help. This is the current norm in society. So what should we do? We can't just watch the lady get beaten, can we? Xiao 11 was growing increasingly anxious, nervously biting her lip, her eyes filled with worry behind her sunglasses. She stopped, only to hear the boy beside her sigh softly, then take a mask from his pocket and put it on. Wait here. Saying so, he walked towards the scene. A pair of hands suddenly pulled apart the two people engaged in a heated altercation. The lady was momentarily stunned and quickly looked toward Hu Ming. "Auntie, go hide for a moment." Hearing Hu Ming's words, the lady felt a sharp pain in her hair. Her hair was already delicate, and now, being yanked so forcefully, she felt as if that crazy person had pulled out a large handful. She quietly moved aside, taking deep breaths. Meanwhile, Hu Ming grasped the girl's wrist firmly. His expression remained blank behind his glasses. For all to hear, Hu Ming frigidly said, "Scolding and hitting that lady, what are your intentions? What does it have to do with you? Go fuck yourself." The girl appeared unhinged, resembling a rabid animal poised to attack anyone in her path. She abruptly shrugged off Hu Ming's hand, then curled her palm into a claw and swiped at Hu Ming's face. "Watch out!" Xiao 11 exclaimed, but after that, a shocking scene occurred. Hu Ming delivered a forceful blow to the girl's knee, causing her intense pain and forcing her to kneel on the ground partially. The next moment, he sent her flying with a powerful kick. She let out a piercing scream and was sent soaring through the air, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. She clutched her stomach, curled up in pain and unable to move. Hu Ming looked at the girl, adjusting his glasses on his nose with a calm expression. At the same time, police sirens sounded, and officers quickly arrived. After some questioning, the police grasped the situation and looked at the girl harshly. They restrained her with handcuffs and then approached Hu Ming, saying, "We need you to come with us to assist in the investigation." Xiao 11, who was in the crowd, clearly had not expected this to happen. Just as she was about to step forward to help Hu Ming explain, Xiao 11 couldn't, grasping his rejecting glance. The boy seemed unwilling to involve her in this mess despite the one who made him deal with it. This did not seem fair at all. For a moment, Xiao 11 felt overwhelmed with guilt, but she quickly made a decision. There was video evidence at the scene, and the girl continued behaving crazily, even at the police station, displaying aggression towards anyone who approached, similar to someone who had escaped from a mental hospital. After a brief questioning, the police released Hu Ming. Hu Ming was unconcerned about what happened to the girl. This time, he was standing up for justice. The sky was adorned with a radiant full moon, illuminating the land with a tranquil and soothing glow. The soft glow of the streetlights cast a gentle light on the quiet streets, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. A gentle breeze blew, and Hu Ming stretched his back, feeling the day's fatigue wash over him. He was already exhausted from soccer earlier, teaching Kung Xian before leaving and fighting twice, though it was all one-sided beating. However, the most significant gain today was meeting Xiao 11. Having interacted with her in advance was beneficial for him. More importantly, what he did today would make a good impression on her, so when she interacts with Han Shuyi, she will not have such a negative impression of him. That's why Hu Ming had stepped up to take control of the situation. Although it was troublesome, it was ultimately worthwhile. With his hands in his pockets, Hu Ming planned to call a cab to leave. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hu Ming turned and saw a female police officer pointing to a figure not far away. The figure sat on the steps, her neat fringe revealing a portion of her smooth forehead. Slightly glossy black hair reached her shoulders, showing only two small ear tips. With her chin tucked into her coat, she wore a mask and sunglasses that concealed her identity. "She has been waiting here for a long time," Upon asking, she said she was waiting for a friend. The female officer sighed. Is she your friend? Hu Ming's face showed no emotion as he looked at the curled-up figure but expressed his approval with a firm nod. He approached the figure, who sat with a paper bag in her lap, her head gently resting upon it. Her eyes were tightly closed as she breathed steadily and gently as if caught in a dream. Didn't think she would be waiting here for so long. Hu Ming assumed she had already left, but he had not expected her to wait here for so long. The summer breeze was incredibly soothing, and the girl appeared to be in a deep slumber. Hey, Xiao 11, it's time to go home. Xiao 11, as if finally hearing the voice she had been waiting for, gradually opened her eyes, and the hazy figure in her sight started to sharpen. The person waved at her as if trying to bring her back to reality. Slowly, her mind began to clear, and the image of the boy before her became more distinct. There, she saw him smiling slightly, the corners of his mouth turned up. It's dangerous for a girl to fall asleep here. You should hurry home. Immediately after the girl heard Hu Ming's voice, she quickly regained her composure and abruptly stood up, a flicker of surprise evident in her gaze. Are you okay? What's there to worry about? It's not a big deal. Hu Ming waved his hand casually, showing no signs of concern. However, his indifference only made Xiao 11 feel more guilty. She bowed slightly towards Hu Ming and said, I'm truly sorry for the trouble today, and thank you for not holding my carelessness against me. Xiao 11 wasn't being polite, she genuinely felt this way. Most people would have grown bored with something they weren't interested in long ago. However, the boy in front of her showed no disdain. On the contrary, he had been very kind to her. Xiao 11 wanted to add him to her contacts on her phone, but she was hesitant because of the regular checks her phone goes through. Should I add him to my private account? Xiao 11 felt conflicted. After all, that account contained many of her private details. If he had any plans to take advantage of something, it would undoubtedly create a significant amount of trouble for her. Although Xiao 11 was often careless, this did not imply she was foolish. On the contrary, she was extremely cautious about her privacy. Under the dim light, the shadows of the two stretched long. The two shadows were intimately close, on the verge of touching. Hu Ming stretched lazily and looked at the girl's conflicted expression. He could already guess what she was thinking. He turned and walked towards the stairs. All right, it's getting late. You should head back and rest. Xiao 11 extended her hand, wanting to ask Hu Ming's name. But Hu Ming continued walking into the darkness without looking back. There's no need for a name. Fate brought us together. If we are to meet again, it will bring us together. I'll tell you then. Xiao 11 watched as Hu Ming's figure faded into the distance. It was only a few hours, but in that time, his image had been vividly etched in her memory. These few hours were the most unusual experience she'd had since birth. Fate will bring us together again, huh? Xiao 11 gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled slightly. When Hu Ming returned to his room, it was already past 3 a.m. He removed his disguise and lay down on the bed. Regarding Xia Zioxi's contact information, Hu Ming believed it would be best not to have it, because he knows that they will definitely meet again. That's why he mentioned fate. Xiao 11 was obsessed with the anime culture, and people like her placed more importance on the element of fate in relationships. If they met again in the future, her view of him would change dramatically. This was the foreshadowing Hu Ming had set up and also a means to deal with Han Shuyi. Hu Ming put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. Exhaustion washed over him, and he fell into deep dreaming. In his dream, Hu Ming saw a young boy. The boy was curled up alone in a dark, damp corner, his eyes blankly staring ahead. Iron chains shackled to his hands and feet, and the food beneath him resembled pig slop. From a nearby hole, a mouse cautiously emerged and began eating the food. The entire room was of cement, with no cracks in sight. Day and night alternated, time passed, and the person inside had no idea whether it was daylight or night outside. It was as if destiny called for him to stay there until death. The boy's head leaned against the wall, accepting his fate. But suddenly, a sound caught his attention. He slowly raised his head, only to be met with a hard slap. As the boy covered his cheek, his face was devoid of anger despite the blow. It was because beneath his tattered clothes laid a body covered in various scars. There, a woman stood, cold eyes fixed on the boy, her red lips slightly parted. What's with such a look in your eyes? Are you already dead? She wore all black, and her long black coat added to her elegant appearance. She put her hand on her waist, pinched the boy's cheek, and continued. Do you know how many people are struggling just to stay alive, and here you are, trying to commit suicide? Are you out of your mind? It has nothing to do with you. The boy's voice lacked strength, yet it was devoid of fear. His gaze was fixed on the woman standing in front of him. The woman was stunningly beautiful, or rather enchanting. Instead of becoming angry by the boy's remarks, she arched an eyebrow, and a playful grin crossed her face. It has now. From today, you're mine. I will teach you skills, and you will work for me. Scram. You can't talk to your teacher like this. You need to be punished. The woman smacked the little boy's bottom twice as if she were a parent disciplining a child. The little boy made desperate attempts to fight back. He opened his mouth and aimed for the woman's arm. He even anticipated the woman punching him to death because there were a lot of people like that in this place. But what happened surprised him. Despite sinking his teeth into the woman's arm, her demeanor remained unaffected. She only stared at him, her captivating smile serene and composed. This is my greeting gift to you. Those who tried to harm me in the past are all dead. Bright red blood flowed out from the boy's teeth. He stared blankly at the woman and slowly loosened his mouth. The woman took out a handkerchief and pressed it on the injured arm, then said, "If you want something, strive for it with your own abilities. The most reliable things in this world are those you acquire with your own hands." After wiping the blood off her arm, she casually threw the handkerchief on the ground. It was an ordinary handkerchief, but now it was stained with blood. The woman pinched her chin and closely examined the boy. "You look quite good. What's your name?" The little boy was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Seeing this, the woman seemed to recall something and then sighed. "I almost forgot, you use numbers here instead of names. Since that's the case, from now on, you'll take my surname. My name is Hu Ming. From now on, you'll be called Hu Ming." What a strange woman. A strange feeling tugged at the little boy's heart, yet he still extended his hand to greet the woman because he understood his only opportunity to change his fate. In his most lonely and helpless moment, Hu Ming opened a door for him, and from that moment on, he was named Hu Ming. As the day began, the sun emerged from behind the mountain, casting a warm, rosy hue across the sky and sending rays of light through the breaks in the clouds. A sliver of light seeped through the curtain. In the next moment, a pair of slender hands pulled it open, and the room instantly illuminated. Hu Ming instinctively opened his eyes to see a familiar maid outfit before him. "Young master, it's time to wake up." Today, right when school started, something quite unusual wafted around among the students. Sulu had actually gone out of her way to bring breakfast to Hu Ming. Initially, there were skeptics, but as the word spread and conversations grew, a hush fell over everyone, acknowledging the undeniable truth. But how did the situation shift from Hu Ming constantly pursuing Sulu to Sulu now pursuing Hu Ming? This is unbelievable. The world has changed. How could something like this happen in real life? It feels like a sci-fi film. You may not be aware, but Hu Ming has recently become quite popular. I heard he scored 3 goals for his team in PE class. He scored for his team? What the heck? Tell me more. Students are always interested in the latest gossip, more so when it revolves around well-known individuals, and the originator of this incident was indeed delivering breakfast to Hu Ming. Sulu, with her impressive height, indeed declared the role of the most beautiful girl in school. Her long legs were perfectly proportioned, exuding an undeniable allure, particularly when adorned in attractive black stockings. Her short skirt, paired with black stockings, glistened under the lights. As she stood before the full-length mirror, her posture exuded charm. A faint smile played on her lips, partially concealed by her flowing hair. Her eyes held a captivating blend of playfulness and timidity. Boys who passed by couldn't help but take a second glance. Today, she was exceptionally beautiful. Noticing the gazes of the boys around her, Sulu felt even more proud. She believed her meticulous effort in dressing up today had certainly paid off. After all, Hu Ming used to like her dressing like this the most. If she added a little more gentleness when delivering breakfast to him later, he would undoubtedly be captivated by her. Till now, Hu Ming had not added her back, just as he had said. Although there were other pursuers around her, Hu Ming always felt different from the rest. In fact, Hu Ming's exceptional performance on the field only further solidified her belief. She believes Hu Ming must have been hiding his talents before. Now, if she lowered herself to appease him and then seized a chance to ask him out on the weekend, he would surely have a change of heart. Sulu calculated everything in her mind while leaning against the wall, patiently waiting for Hu Ming to arrive. Meanwhile, Hu Ming was walking to school with Tches. Tches had already told Hu Ming what tests to do for lunch today, and she had also stated that she would be busy over the weekend and might not give him any assignments on Monday. However, she instructed him not to slack off in his studies, as the foundation must be laid from the first year of high school. Hu Ming sometimes felt like Tches was a strict mother rather than a classmate. She paid close attention to every detail and refused to let him slack off. He could only say she is a very responsible person. "Han Hu Ming, how has your relationship with your family been lately?" Tches looked at Hu Ming, her pace in sync with his. "Not great." "Why do you ask?" Hu Ming was puzzled as to why Tches would suddenly ask him such a question. Do you ever feel that the world is a bit surreal, like suddenly you're not your parents' child anymore?" "I accepted this fact from the first day. Some things can't be forced." Hu Ming casually dismissed, waving his hand as if it were of no concern. However, to Tches, it appeared as though he was concealing his true feelings. She looked at Hu Ming, her mind occupied with other thoughts. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Tches came to a sudden stop right before reaching the entrance of the school. Noticing Tches' strange behavior, Hu Ming turned his head in confusion, showing some concern on his face. "President, what's wrong? Why do I feel like you're acting so strangely today? Do you hate your biological parents?" Upon hearing this, Hu Ming's expression immediately became serious. Tches wouldn't usually talk about such things with him, but today, she was unusually out of character, and there seemed to be no prior indication. Something must have happened last night. Hu Ming looked at her and said solemnly, "President, I'm not sure what you've been through, but you've met my parents. The moment that woman pushed me, I had nothing to do with her anymore." He looked at Tches, her expression softened. Family affection isn't cold, human nature is. They remained quiet for an extended period as people walked past and cast glances their way, but they paid no heed to those curious gazes. Tches took a deep breath and showed a rare bitter smile. "To think that I would be lectured by you. It seems I really was overthinking. By the way, President, If I was one day kicked out of the Han family, would you take me in? What are you talking about? You're a boy, and I'm a girl. How could I take you in? Ye Qiushui retorted. She had just thought Hu Ming was becoming more decent, but he quickly resumed making odd remarks. Ye Qiushui shook her head, about to walk into the school, when she noticed Hu Ming's expression. Hu Ming appeared relaxed, but his eyes held a hint of seriousness. Seriously, this person is driving me crazy. Why is he suddenly thinking about such things? Ye Qiushui couldn't understand what was going through Hu Ming's mind. After all, he still lived with the Han family, and given Han Yongzi's positive attitude towards him, how could he be kicked out? In the end, she couldn't help but sigh. Fine, I'll take you in if it ever happens. I don't know what's going on in your head. Stop being so pessimistic, okay? Oh, you're the best, President. Hu Ming's face broke into a wide grin, clearly happy. The two were about to turn a corner and part ways, but just as they did, they bumped into a person neither wanted to meet. Hu Ming found that person bothersome, whereas Ye Qiushui believed that person would cause problems for her. In any case, both of them looked at that person with disapproval. It seemed that the person had overheard their conversation. She pursed her lips, displaying a touch of nervousness, and said, Hu Ming, good morning. I brought you breakfast. Receiving breakfast from the stunning school belle was definitely a moment worth bragging about. However, for Hu Ming, the arrival of Solu was anything but welcome. The last time, he almost got in trouble because of one of her pursuers. Why would he want to do anything with her right now, unless he'd lost his mind? Seeing the situation, Ye Qiushui's typically icy demeanor melted once again. For some reason, her emotions always seemed on edge in front of Hu Ming. She turned to look at Hu Ming, her smile now friendly. Han Hu Ming, Solu personally brought you breakfast. Looks like you're quite lucky with the ladies. Hu Ming's body tensed up as Ye Qiushui's piercing stare bore into him. Although the president was smiling, he could feel a knife pressed against his back. He forced a smile and responded to Ye Qiushui in a submissive tone. President, I really don't know what's going on. Seeing Hu Ming's attitude, Solu inexplicably became a bit angry. The once unreasonable Ye Qiushui didn't seem so intimidating to her now. She turned to Ye Qiushui and voiced dissatisfaction. Ye Qiushui, there's nothing wrong with bringing breakfast for a classmate, is there? Oh, then let's see if Han Hu Ming will accept it. Ye Qiushui said with a raised eyebrow, arms crossed. At this moment, Hu Ming was sweating profusely. How would he dare to accept? Was he asking for trouble? There is only one answer to this question and no other options to consider. He had already eaten breakfast before heading to school, and, most importantly, he had completely severed ties with Solu and even blocked her phone number. He couldn't fathom why Solu was still clinging to him. He looked at Solu with disgust in his eyes and said in an impatient tone, Solu, didn't I tell you to stop bothering me last time? Leave the past behind. If you don't bother me, I'll not bother you. Isn't that good? But I don't wanna. Solu took a step forward, but Hu Ming simultaneously took a step back. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she really wanted to ask Hu Ming, are you for real? She dressed up and even softened her tone. Why hadn't Hu Ming changed his mind? He used to like her so much, but now he won't even look at her? Solu bit her lip, looking as though she was about to cry. Hu Ming scratched his head, greatly troubled by the situation. In the past, he used to solve problems by directly getting rid of the person causing it, but he can't just kill Solu, can he? Furthermore, if others saw her crying and whining, they would assume he was bullying her. Hu Ming, you weren't like this before. Didn't you say you would always like me? Why did you suddenly change so much? As she spoke, Solu glared at Ye Qiushui with intense animosity. Ever since Hu Ming distanced himself from her, she frequently spotted Ye Qiushui with him. The infamous, untouchable student council president was actually so close to Hu Ming, and more importantly, she had just heard Hu Ming say, President, you are the best. These were the words Hu Ming used to say to her. Her fists clenched, and her expression towards Ye Qiushui turned unfriendly. Ye Qiushui, it's because of you, isn't it? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ye Qiushui furrowed her brow, puzzled by the sudden hostility. But she quickly understood what she meant. Was she implying that she had taken Hu Ming away from her? Ye Qiushui found it truly amusing. It was clear that Solu had always been the one who rejected Hu Ming and treated him like a puppet. Now that things had gone wrong, she was blaming it on her. Didn't she realize she was the one at fault? Sometimes, Ye Qiushui wondered if something was wrong with Solu's head. To put it bluntly, she was just a pretty face, and Hu Ming probably only liked her for her looks. Ye Qiushui's mood soured as well after thinking that. She looked at Hu Ming and said a curt double at lunch, leaving Hu Ming dumbfounded and Solu with a look of anger. Solu couldn't stand Ye Qiushui's attitude, and with the way she was treating Hu Ming, she was certain Hu Ming would not like her. Thinking of this, Solu looked at Hu Ming with delight. Now that they were alone, they could discuss going out this weekend. Hu Ming. She spoke gently, but the next moment, Hu Ming glared at her in anger. Stop calling me. You're really annoying. Get as far away as possible. I'm sick of seeing you. Hu Ming shouted and stormed off. Damn it, doubling the amount of test at lunch? Is she trying to kill me? Solu stood there, dumbfounded, her face blank. Hu Ming seemed to really be sickened with her. She initially believed that by going to such lengths, he would find it in his heart to forgive her. However, it appeared that everything was merely her delusion. The past can never come back again. Solu leaned weakly against the wall, looking dejected. The breakfast in her hand was on the verge of falling to the ground. No, there's still a way to fix this. Sulu suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing viciously. Brother, did Sulu cause trouble for you again? Han Yongzi rushed over as soon as the morning self-study ended. The news about Hu Ming and Sulu was circulating again at school, making her very unhappy. Even though Hu Ming had already fallen out with that woman, why was she still approaching him so shamelessly? The more she thought about it, the angrier Han Yun-11 became, and she considered confronting Sulu. However, Hu Ming lay on the desk, looking like a dead crab, and waved his hand lazily. Don't be concerned about unimportant people. Han Yun-11 pressed her lips together and did not bring it up again after noticing Hu Ming's lack of interest. However, she was concerned about the upcoming banquet in a few days. After all, Hu Ming's situation was unique. In the past, his connection to the Han family's esteemed reputation had been advantageous, but now that everyone knows that he was not a blood relative, she wondered how those flatterers would treat Hu Ming. Brother, aren't you worried about the banquet? Worried? What should I be worried about? Oh, is it about my identity? Hearing Han Yongzi's concern for him, Hu Ming straightened up, stretched his back, and yawned. Your brother is now not as fragile as you imagine. Rather, make sure to assist Han Shuyi at the banquet. After all, this is his first time at such an event, and he is unfamiliar with many aspects. You must remind him at the appropriate time about what he should and should not do. Hu Ming's words sounded mature, but Han Yun-11 playfully stuck out her tongue at him, her eyes revealing a touch of disdain. Brother, what you're saying doesn't sound convincing. You used to be the one who loved causing trouble the most. Fuck, original? You troublemaker. Hu Ming couldn't help but feel a little awkward after being blamed because of other people's mistakes. He reached out and pinched Han Yongzi's cheek, putting on a stern facade. You dare to make fun of me? Tee. Hu Ming and Han Yun-11 seemed incredibly close, and Han Shuyi happened to catch this scene. On the surface, he appeared calm, but his hand, hidden beneath the table, was tightly clenched as if he wanted to crush this scene. Han Yun-11 was on his side when he first returned home. How had things changed so quickly? Why was she now so close to Hu Ming? But he had never seen Han Yun-11 and Hu Ming interacting much. Now, he increasingly felt that Hu Ming's presence was dangerous. At home, the only one supporting him is his mother. As for Han Yun-11 and Han Litian, they did not seem to mind Hu Ming's presence. In fact, they appeared to wish he would stay. This wasn't good news for him. With these thoughts, Han Shuyi stood up and walked towards the two of them. He smiled at Hu Ming and said, Hu Ming, I'll be troubling you at the banquet in a few days. His tone was sincere, without any pretense. Anyone would find chatting with Han Shuyi quite pleasant. However, Hu Ming's eyebrow arched, and a smile played on his lips as he responded. Trouble me? Not at all. I'm more than happy to help. As Hu Ming was about to pack his bag and leave before school ended, Li Yu appeared in front of him. She had changed her behavior and was no longer avoiding eye contact with Hu Ming. However, Hu Ming was uninterested in the person in front of him. Hu Ming didn't care what Li Yu had become, he only cared about getting home early to rest. Hu Ming, I'm sorry. Li Yu bowed and apologized to Hu Ming, which took him by surprise. But soon, Hu Ming could guess it was about the annulment of their engagement talks. But did she really need to come all this way to apologize? What are you apologizing for? If it's about the engagement being called off, just as I've already said, it's good for both of us. At least you think you've found a better match, haven't you? Li Yu stared at Hu Ming, her mouth agape, struggling to find her voice. There were things she hesitated to say to Hu Ming as they stirred up an intense feeling of guilt within her. I'll leave first. Li Yu quickly turned and left. Watching her hurried departure, Hu Ming suddenly smiled. It seemed that something unpleasant was about to occur, and he was curious to see what Li Yu and her associates were up to. The night before the banquet, Hu Ming returned to his room after dinner. As usual, Kang Xian came to his room to study. Her rapid learning in the past few days had impressed Hu Ming so much that he couldn't help but praise her progress. At this pace, she would catch up on all the previous knowledge before the next semester. But unlike usual, Kang Xian didn't leave immediately after finishing. Young Master, are you upset about the annulment of your engagement talk with Miss Li Yu? This was the first time Kang Xian asked him such a question. During their time together, Kang Xian always did things as instructed without questioning the reasons. If it were in the past, that woman would have liked someone like her very much. However, Hu Ming was also quite pleased. Kang Xian asking such a question indicated that she had her own opinions. He gestured towards his bed, signaling her to take a seat, and then posed a question in response. Kang Xian, what do you think my attitude towards Li Yu is? Pity? Sympathy? Although Kang Xian was unfamiliar with romantic relationships, she had previously seen Hu Ming and Li Yu together. Hu Ming appeared uninterested, and Li Yu was timid, standing beside him like a subordinate. If she had to describe herself, she was similar to Li Yu but not quite the same. Hu Ming shrugged his shoulders as if he expected Kang Xian's response. That's right. I've never liked her. Li Yu is an outsider to me. Even if she chose someone other than Han Shuyi, it would not change her place in my heart. But, she betrayed you, young master. Betrayed. Hu Ming was somewhat surprised to hear such a word from Kang Xian. In a way, Li Yu had indeed crossed him. However, everyone is entitled to their own choices, and Hu Ming wouldn't hold it against her. However, when it came time to settle scores, he wouldn't care about any past affection she might have had for him. Alright, Kang Xian. Don't worry about such things. Go rest early. Okay. Kang Xian stood up, tidied up the books on the table, and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, she said something that surprised Hu Ming. I won't betray you, young master. This banquet invited most of the prominent entrepreneurs in the city. Although it was supposedly a birthday party, everyone knew it was an excellent opportunity to seek collaborations. Kang Xian personally assisted Hu Ming with his tie, and the two looked in the mirror together. Although the original had a flamboyant personality, he did have an impressive look. He was wearing a double-breasted suit with a peak lapel, and the side slit exuded an air of elegance. The suit showcased gently used white shell buttons, while the midnight blue base with white stripes accentuated his slender figure. Enclosed the suit was a stylish white jacquard high-neck shirt, complemented by a dark red tie elegantly tucked beneath the collar. Even Kang Xian couldn't help but feel shocked. How do I look, Kang Xian? Hu Ming examined his outfit closely. There's an old saying that went, one can lose in numbers but not in formation. Besides, he would definitely not lose. Kang Xian nodded silently and took a step back from behind him. Only Hu Ming stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his appearance. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, but before Kang Xian could open it, Han Yun burst in. And after seeing Hu Ming's outfit, she couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide her surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my god, brother, this looks so perfect on you." "Really? Since you say so, then it must be fine. Let's go, let's go. Mom and Dad are waiting downstairs." Han Yungzi pulled Hu Ming outside while Kang Xian bowed slightly behind them, watching them leave. But just before they turned the corner, Hu Ming gave her an okay hand gesture. Kang Xian was momentarily surprised, and her previously indifferent expression softened slightly. Not only Han Yun but even Han Litian and Madame Han were astonished by Hu Ming's appearance. Han Litian could sense a significant shift in Hu Ming from his inner demeanor to his outer appearance. He was now calm and composed, and his clothing choices were also admirable. Han Shuyi, who was sitting beside him, also noticed this. His suit, handpicked by his mother, was undeniably well-fitting and stylish. However, it couldn't hold a candle to Hu Ming's distinctly impressive appearance. Once again, Hu Ming outshone him. However, he wasn't too upset, as he had a big surprise planned for Hu Ming tonight. In the vibrant and lively banquet hall, the atmosphere was filled with light and sound. Glasses clinked, and the scent of wine mingled with the lively chatter of the crowd. Handsome men and beautiful women stood in groups, holding glasses and exchanging pleasantries. Their faces were bright with smiles, and laughter filled the air. Han Yun donned a chic, figure-hugging dress that accentuated her graceful features. Her complexion exuded a youthful glow, brimming with vitality. The dress's white peacock feather design gracefully highlighted her slim waist, creating a captivating curve that made the other women around her appear less impressive in comparison. One couldn't help but admire the strong genes of the Han family. Even Han Shuyi, whom Hu Ming found least favorable, stood out as the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Ever since Hu Ming arrived, all eyes were on him. Everyone was aware of his identity as the fake young master. But Hu Ming ignored their stares and casually found a corner to drink alone. He'd chosen an excellent vantage point to survey the entire banquet. It felt almost like returning to his mission days. Hey, isn't that Han Hu Ming? Look at him now, looking as downtrodden as a stray dog. Hu Ming was well known by most guests, and he always did something unexpected whenever he attended a gathering. Now that Hu Ming had experienced a downfall, it was only natural that some people were eager to take advantage of his misfortune. However, they were also very interested in the real young master the Han family had found. Han Shuyi possessed a natural grace that was evident in both his mannerisms and his words. As a result, their dislike for Hu Ming intensified even further. I'm curious what the Han family thinks of him. Let's send someone to test the waters. Someone pinched their chin and looked around the crowd. Suddenly, their gaze fell on someone, and their lips curled into a smile as they suggested their plan to their friends. Meanwhile, Hu Ming yawned and twirled a pen in his hand. He just returned from the restroom. The elegant music at the party made him sleepy. If it hadn't been for this event, he'd probably be sleeping soundly in bed right now. Han Shuyi was talking to other well-known wealthy children. Their animated conversation indicated that he had already integrated into that group. As for Han Yun, she laughed heartily with her sisters, genuine and carefree. The young ladies around her also acted naturally, behaving like any ordinary group of friends. Finally, Han Litian and his wife were holding wine glasses. They appeared to be discussing important matters with high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Han Litian's expression was calm and relaxed. However, he occasionally glanced at Hu Ming's direction as if concerned about any potential trouble. When Hu Ming raised his wine glass to indicate that he was fine, Han Litian relaxed. Hu Ming also noticed Li Yu among the crowd. She was now fully present, having shed her previous dark demeanor. Li Yu's father's reputation was well known, and many wanted to work with him, so people always surrounded her. Watching this, Hu Ming suddenly recalled what Li Yu had once said to him. She had apologized to him with a look of deep regret. Now, he had a rough idea of what would happen later. Breaking off the engagement talks in public? Most probably Han Shi's idea. The hands of his watch moved slowly. Hu Ming finished his glass of red wine and intended to call a server for more. However, a flirtatious voice interrupted him. Isn't that Han Hu Ming? Once held in high regard, now ignored and looking worlds apart from before. A woman in a provocative blue dress approached Hu Ming. Her outfit was cooling, with large amounts of exposed skin, and her high heels made a click-clack noise. Hu Ming felt strange, as if in a spa. The woman stopped before him, holding 2 glasses of red wine, and continued. When I tried to approach you, you said my status was beneath you and I wasn't worthy of speaking with you. So, what about now? The woman arched her eyebrow, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She exuded an intense fragrance, which caused Hu Ming to furrow his brow slightly. You are. It seems you've forgotten. I'm Zhou Lily. Remember now. Zhou Lily offered Hu Ming one of the glasses of wine. It doesn't matter if others don't recognize me, I've been keeping an eye on you for a long time. Keeping an eye on me? You're not planning on getting revenge, are you? Zhou Lily's smile wavered momentarily, yet her expression remained largely unaffected. Interest sparked in her eyes as she leaned in closer to Hu Ming. Her crimson heels grazed his leg as if subtly directing his next action. Let me tell you a secret. Your fiancée, Li Yu, will announce today that she is marrying the Han family's real young master. As for you, you will be left behind like something disregarded by others. She spoke with a hint of sarcasm, clearly trying to get a rise out of Hu Ming. Nevertheless, Hu Ming calmly accepted the glass of wine from her hand and smiled. Looks like I'm going to be quite a spectacle today. How about it? Is the secret enough to make us friends? Friends? Of course. And to show my gratitude, I'd like to give you something. Hu Ming handed her a pen and raised an eyebrow. Zhou Lily was momentarily taken aback by his composed demeanor. This is a very valuable item, worth more than you can buy with money. Now it's in your hands. Zhou Lily hurriedly put the pen in her dress pocket after hearing it was valuable. She watched Hu Ming finish his wine and then made an excuse to leave. Hu Ming watched her retreating figure and glanced at a group of men. He had noticed their gazes since the beginning. Miss Zhou, how did it go? A group of men had been observing the direction where Hu Ming and Zhou Lily were. To avoid any suspicion, Zhou Lily made a deliberate detour before making her way back. Zhou Lily stood with her legs crossed, looking seductive, her expression confident. He drank it. I watched him drink it with my own eyes. Then later. Don't worry. When I get paid, I get the job done. Besides, no one knows Hu Ming's status in the Han family. If the Han family still treats him like their son, I can take the opportunity to move in with them. Zhou Lily was full of confidence, but to the men, her demeanor appeared utterly ridiculous. Many people knew Zhou Lily's true nature. This woman was willing to sleep with anyone for money. In fact, many of the top businessmen here had spent the night with her. Everyone knew that women like her were only for fun. Marrying her would make a fool of oneself. Later, when Hu Ming causes a scene for all to see, Han Litian's reputation will tarnished, and Hu Ming will be kicked out of the Han family. Thinking of this, they couldn't wait to witness the drama unfold. Miss Zhou, would you mind if we helped later? After all, dealing with a man like Hu Ming alone might be too tiring for you. You are just hoping for some enjoyment and then to make Hu Ming the cuckold. No. Though Zhou Lily said this, she made no move to refuse. The men stared at her figure, already imagining the scenarios in their heads. They glanced in Hu Ming's direction and noticed him resting his head on his hand, appearing quite drowsy. He then stumbled towards an exit that led to the hotel rooms. Our chance. The men eagerly headed in that direction, their excitement growing. And Hu Ming? As he turned the corner, he removed his earphones. He comfortably stretched his waist, put on a pair of sleek black gloves, and walked towards the far end of the hallway. In the silent corridor, only Hu Ming's figure moved forward, his hand propped against the wall as if in pain. Zhou Lily, seeing Hu Ming at the corner, was not at all surprised because she had earlier mixed some stimulating drugs into the red wine she had given him. Hu Ming must definitely be in pain right now. Han Hu Ming, why do you look so pained? Are you okay? Hu Ming paused suddenly, gritting his teeth and turning his head, his voice sounding weak. Why are you here? Me? I'm here to help you, Zhou Lily said, blowing gently into Hu Ming's ear and caressing his chest with her fingertips, teasing him. And Hu Ming appeared to be unable to resist this temptation, pressing her against the wall and about to strip her clothes. However, Zhou Lily used one hand to resist Hu Ming while the other opened the door to the next room with a room card. She had purposely chosen to wait until Hu Ming reached this location before making her approach. Who knows if Hu Ming, in his current state, might do something to her on the spot. However, now that Hu Ming was trapped, she was delighted and even had already considered how to marry into the Han family. As the door opened, Hu Ming pushed Zhou Lily into the room and kicked the door shut with the tip of his foot. Zhou Lily wrapped her arms around his neck, her crimson lips particularly appealing in the dim light. She was confident that no one could turn her down in this situation. Han Hu Ming, come on. Then I'll start now. Hu Ming's deep voice echoed, but Zhou Lily noticed something odd. She was stunned to see Hu Ming's eyes dark and deep, like black holes ready to devour her completely. She instinctively wanted to scream, but then she was struck in the neck, rolling her eyes back and collapsing to the ground. Hu Ming threw her onto the bed, his face no longer showing the pain from before. He, of course, had not drunk the spiked wine Zhou Lily gave him, he had vomited it out as soon as Zhou Lily turned her back to leave. There would also be no evidence of Zhou Lily's assistance in bringing him to this room since he had hacked the hotel's security cameras before going to the bathroom. If they investigated, they would only see what he wanted them to see. Hu Ming took the pen from Zhou Lily's pocket, the same that allowed him to overhear the men's conversation. Miss Zhou, I'm taking back what belongs to me, okay. Seeing Zhou Lily's lack of response, Hu Ming arched an eyebrow before lighting some incense. He then proceeded to make his way towards the balcony. It was more than 10 floors high, and the sight would weaken most people. However, Hu Ming did a flip and vanished into the night. For Han Shuyi, such a place was ideal for building connections. While chatting with these wealthy young men, his mother even personally came to support him. And seeing this, how could the others not understand the Han family's intentions? The individual standing before them was the true young master, while Han Hu Ming held no significance in their eyes. It was precisely due to this reason that Han Shuyi could adapt to this atmosphere so quickly. After all, here, people are more interested in your family background than your accomplishments. Young Master Han, what are your thoughts about the fake member of your family? After all, he has taken away more than 10 years of your life. Someone asked this crucial question. Han Shuyi gently twirled the wine in his glass, his reflection dancing across the surface. He smiled slightly, his demeanor composed. Thoughts? I don't have any particular thoughts. It'd be perfect if Han Hu Ming and I could get along well, but I won't give him that opportunity. His cheerful demeanor never wavered, and he appeared composed throughout the day, impressing everyone who saw him. Han Shuyi drank the wine from his glass and looked around the hall. Hu Ming's figure had vanished, and no one knew what he was doing at such a crucial moment. However, if someone were plotting against Hu Ming, he would undoubtedly be happy to see it. Meanwhile, someone also noticed Hu Ming's absence. Though Han Yun 11 was chatting with her sisters, she also kept an eye on Hu Ming's positions. When Zhou Lily approached Hu Ming, her pupils contracted sharply. She was about to intervene, but her mother pulled her away to support Han Shuyi. She wanted to break free from her mother's grip, but given the situation and her position as the daughter of the Han family, she couldn't do so. With Hu Ming's sudden disappearance, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of worry. Hu Ming had made enemies in the past. Now that his real identity came to light, it was inevitable that someone would attempt to set him up. Han Yun 11 couldn't even imagine what might happen next. She gritted her teeth and lifted her skirt to search for Hu Ming's whereabouts. It's been a while, it should set, right? Yeah, Zhou Lily had already messaged us. The three men, hiding at the emergency exit around the corner, glanced at their messages repeatedly. Han Hu Ming should be having a passionate time with Zhou Lily by now. We can use this opportunity to film a video, won't that be fun? Indeed, it's not like anyone would actually want to get on that bitch, right? Stop talking, let's go. The three quickly made their way to the room door and knocked on it. Yet, the room appeared eerily quiet, devoid of audible activity. They exchanged frowns and glances. Zhou Lily had told them to come, so why wasn't she opening the door? Gentlemen, is there something you need? The unexpected voice took aback the three, and they noticed a person in a service uniform, wearing a mask and glasses and displaying a very respectful demeanor. Well, we forgot our room card. Could you help us open the door? I'm sorry, sir, but according to the rules, we cannot open doors for others. My rules are the rules. My dad is a shareholder here. Do you want me to fire you or not? The man spoke confidently, his tone filled with threats. The service person appeared intimidated and quickly took a room card from his pocket to open the door for the three men. When the door opened, a strong scent of incense wafted out. The three quickly took out their phones to begin recording, but upon entering, they discovered Zhou Lily lying alone on the bed. Meanwhile, behind them, the door clicked closed. As if sensing something was wrong, the three turned to look behind. However, they were struck in the stomach before anything. One after another, they dropped to the ground, overcome with a nauseating sensation. Without saying anything, the person stuffed something unknown into their mouths before pouring water down their throats. Their expressions turned to sheer horror as they gazed upon the waiter who had led them to this place, now consumed by an even greater sense of dread. Who are you? Do you know who we are? Let us go now. Hearing their pleas, the waiter calmly set up equipment on a table nearby. The three were overcome by a scorching heat as if their sanity was being devoured by fire. What are you doing? One of them, struggling against losing sanity, reached out to the waiter. However, the waiter casually threw them onto Zhou Lily's bed. The overwhelming fragrance of Zhou Lily's perfume was like a potent trigger to them. Their eyes became a fiery red, filled with lust, and they aggressively grabbed hold of Zhou Lily's dress, ripping it into shreds. Their hands continued to grope back and forth on the tempting body, and one even removed their trousers, ready to liberate their desires. While watching this scene, the waiter appeared uninterested. He took out a phone and placed it on the table. The phone's camera perfectly captured every scene detail, and the waiter walked calmly outside. He had found something interesting on Zhou Lily's phone. Just stay quiet and stand by later. Do not say anything at all. The man looked at his daughter. Although the red marks on her face were striking, she was still his daughter. As a father, how could he not consider her feelings? Li Tian glanced over to Han Shuyi's position, and their eyes met. Li Yu's father's name is also the same as Han Li Tian, so I'll use Li instead of Li to avoid confusion. Li is the surname, and Tian is his name. Han Shuyi bowed respectfully to Li Tian, which made Li Tian very pleased. He had always disliked Han Hu Ming, who dared to confess to someone else despite having his daughter as his betrothed. With Han Hu Ming out of the picture, Li Tian saw no reason to extend any courtesy towards him. Today, he had decided to publicly declare the annulment of Li Yu and Han Hu Ming's engagement. Regardless, he was satisfied with Han Shuyi, and Han Hu Ming had no more value. Everyone knew that his daughter was about to be engaged to Han Hu Ming. As a result, he wanted to annul the engagement in front of everyone to feel completely satisfied. Although Li Tian was unaware of the details, Madame Han clearly heard his words and did not object. It was essentially confirmation of the matter, wasn't it? He looked around but couldn't find Hu Ming anywhere, which brought down his excitement. His original intention was for Hu Ming to humiliate himself in front of everyone. Li Yu hurried to Han Shuyi's side, excited about the upcoming announcement. Shuyi, what if Hu Ming gets angry? It's fine. I'll apologize to him later. Actually, it's not your fault. I want to do this. I want to tell everyone that I like you. In Li Yu's heart, Han Shuyi had long surpassed Hu Ming. Furthermore, given Madame Han's affection for Han Shuyi, she believed Han Shuyi was her destined partner. She had long forgotten the advice Hu Ming had given her. Although she still felt some guilt towards Hu Ming, it was negligible. Han Yun found Hu Ming standing on the large balcony of the banquet hall. Hu Ming leaned casually against the stone railing, and his eyes fixed on the scenery in the distance. Seeing this, she sighed with relief and quickly walked over. Brother, I've been looking for you all over. Hu Ming remained silent. Han Yun found herself perplexed by his changed demeanor. He appeared gloomy, a stark contrast to his previous self. Brother. Han Yun approached him, her face filled with worry. I'm fine. I only needed some fresh air, the inside was too stuffy. Your tone doesn't sound fine? Did someone bully you? Tell me, I'll help you to get back at them. Han Yun rolled up her dress sleeve, which seemed out of place, given her elegant attire. Hu Ming, on the other hand, pulled her sleeve back down and gently tapped her on the head. Silly, it would look inappropriate if someone saw this. Then tell me, what happened? Under the starry night, Han Yun appeared very anxious, and noticing her concerned face, Hu Ming couldn't help but smile. Yun, my engagement is going to be publicly annulled. The air seemed to have frozen. Han Yungzix's mouth slightly opened, unable to find the words. But the annulment was a private matter between the Han and Li families, why announce it publicly? Wasn't this intentionally causing Hu Ming to be humiliated? Brother, how did you know? Kung Xian told me. Hu Ming smiled faintly, leaning on the railing, yet his smile failed to reflect in his eyes. Han Yun overcame a sudden wave of confusion, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. But she soon came to the realization, her eyes widening in disbelief. You mean mother? Mother agreed to this. Of course, Madame Han wants her son to be the center of attention, so my sacrifice is necessary. Hu Ming patted her shoulder as if to comfort her. However, Hu Ming's gesture felt like a harsh slap in her face. She only felt a burning sensation on her face. Could her mother really do such a thing? For a moment, Han Yun was lost in confusion. Meanwhile, inside the hall, someone started spreading the news that Hu Ming and Zhou Lili were missing. Some even said they saw Hu Ming and Zhou Lili going in the same direction, and such news naturally reached the ears of the Han family. Han Litian and Madame Han's expressions changed dramatically, but their emotions differed. Han Litian's expression became serious, with a hint of worry, whereas Madame Han's expression changed to disgust, her chest heaving with rage. She firmly grasped Han Litian's arm, her voice filled with anger. Look at this. I told you not to bring him here. Every time we come to such places, he causes us trouble. Haven't we cleaned up after him enough over the years? Nothing has yet to happen. Can't you just hope for the best for Hu Ming? Han Litian's tone was stern, dissatisfied with his wife's attitude. But this time, Madame Han was defiant. This is Shi's first time attending such a banquet. If Hu Ming causes trouble, won't Shuyi become everyone's laughingstock? Can you bear to have your son be ridiculed? Han Litian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, the elegant music in the hall stopped abruptly. Everyone came to a halt and looked around in confusion. But the next moment, the sound of embarrassing moans and heavy breathing filled the air. Han. Hu Ming. At the mere mention of this name, the crowd's emotions were set ablaze instantly. Isn't this Zhou Lili's voice? And I was just thinking where they've gone. Turns out they are off enjoying youth. To think that his adopted son would cause such a scandal. Han Litian must be furious now. Everyone was waiting to see Han Litian's reaction. Madame Han's face had entirely darkened by now. She'd always known Hu Ming was a troublemaker. Today was supposed to be about her son's introduction, but now, the Han family's reputation was completely tarnished. Although Han Litian's expression was severe, he did not immediately become angry because the situation appeared too suspicious, both in timing and location. In addition, considering Hu Ming's recent actions, Han Litian couldn't help but think that Hu Ming wasn't as foolish as he seemed. Could this be a setup? Han Litian had encountered similar situations, but the question remained, who could have orchestrated such a scheme? He pondered deeply, but Han Shuyi had already arrived by his side. Han Shuyi's expression and tone were also heavy. Father, do you think Hu Ming? Do you believe in Hu Ming? I do, but the evidence is right before us, and it's difficult to explain. Han Shuyi and his father exchanged glances. Despite Han Litian's ambiguous attitude towards him, he treated him fairly. Yet, when it came to the relationship between Hu Ming and him, Han Shuyi couldn't quite comprehend it. But now that this incident had occurred, the odds had shifted in his favor. He should sincerely thank those who framed Hu Ming. If not for them, he might have needed more time. Upon learning of Zhou Lili's room at the banquet, news quickly spread. Madame Han wasted no time storming over to confront them, seething. Before long, a crowd gathered outside the room. From within the room came sounds that made people blush and their ears burn, but the sounds seemed slightly off. It didn't sound like there were only two people inside. Could Hu Ming be into something wild, like an orgy? Everyone's anticipation peaked as they eagerly awaited the unfolding events inside the room. Han Litian stood in front of the door, staring intently at it. Madame Han stood before Han Shuyi, cursing Hu Ming with wide eyes as if she wanted to rip the people in the room apart. Han Shuyi consoled Madame Han but was already laughing inside. Someone had contacted the hotel manager beforehand, and everyone was eager to see the show. Why is Madame Han so angry? Am I not right here? Out of nowhere, a voice echoed through the crowd, causing heads to turn in its direction swiftly. And when they caught sight of the person, a wave of shock washed over the crowd. The person who was supposed to be in the room stood quietly behind the crowd. He appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend what was going on around him. Madame Han's excitement came to an abrupt halt. She gazed at Hu Ming, unable to find the right words. Han Shuyi's expression turned bleak as the joy he had experienced earlier vanished. He didn't understand why Hu Ming was here, especially since the woman in the room had just called out his name. And now that Hu Ming was standing right in front of everyone, who was in the room? Everyone fell silent, and some parents, realizing their children were missing, began to sweat nervously. Han Litian felt relief wash over him when he saw Hu Ming. He had a hunch that Hu Ming wouldn't be so easily caught, but for proof of Hu Ming's innocence, he asked, Hu Ming, where were you just now? Just as Hu Ming was about to respond to Han Litian, Han Yun popped behind him. Brother was with me the whole time. I see. Han Litian deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring his message was clear to everyone. Who would still dare to connect this event with Hu Ming at this point? Someone came with a room card. As soon as the door opened, a strong scent wafted out. Everyone immediately shielded their noses and mouths. Hu Ming took extra care to shield Han Yunxi's eyes, preventing her from witnessing the unsettling sight within. Brother, what are you doing? Han Yun, unable to free herself from Hu Ming's grip, complained angrily. But Hu Ming responded casually. Your eyes would get sick. The room's condition was repulsive, with 4 unclothed figures haphazardly scattered across the bed. From the group, one of them was the host of tonight's banquet, who still wore a pleased smile, seemingly unaware of the intrusion. Someone also noticed a phone on the table that displayed a video and an audio recording. The fathers, filled with anger upon learning of their son's involvement, delivered a series of forceful slaps to their son's face in an attempt to wake them up. A person gradually opened their eyes. When his eyes recognized his father, he was taken aback and quickly shifted his gaze towards the surrounding crowd. Unfilial son? Put your clothes on now. The shouting jolted him back into reality, and he realized he was completely naked. In a state of panic, he hastily dressed, and before long, the rest of the individuals in the room also woke up. Zhou Lili was also startled awake by the man's voice. Upon seeing the crowd at the door, she screamed and hastily pulled the blanket over herself. However, her body was covered in white filth, simply unbearable to look at. Despite the humiliation, anyone with eyes could see that this was most likely a setup. After all, how could the sounds from the hall have been released so conveniently? One of the men angrily demanded the lobby manager to retrieve the security footage. Han Lishan leaned in close to Hu Ming and spoke a few words to him. Han Yun, standing beside them, furrowed her brow and voiced her displeasure with a few pointed comments. Han Litian's expression changed from calm to serious. He then fixed a piercing gaze on his wife. Madame Han couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as she met his penetrating gaze. She didn't understand why her husband was looking at her that way. Could it be because she didn't believe in Hu Ming? She had simply lost her composure due to her anger. Was it really necessary to be so furious? She attempted to step forward to explain, but a man's furious shout erupted from the room. Han Hu Ming? It's definitely Han Hu Ming who set us up. The man in the room glared at Hu Ming and wanted to confront him, but he collapsed on his knees and felt his strength drained. Zhou Lili also nodded, seemingly agreeing with the man's accusation. Once again, Hu Ming became the center of everyone's attention. But the very person was leaning casually against the door, with one hand in his pocket and the other twirling a pen, looking relaxed and nonchalant. Hu Ming's actions gave everyone the impression that the man was making false accusations out of desperation. The accused person stood there without a trace of panic on his face. Upon hearing their charges, Han Litian stepped forward. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes on the person and said, You don't have to watch what you eat, but watch what you say. My son has been with my daughter the whole time. How could he have framed you? How would I know? I surely saw him come in with Zhou Lili. The man roared in frustration. He intended to frame Hu Ming but ended up making himself a laughingstock. Nevertheless, he was determined to bring Hu Ming down with him. But seeing Hu Ming's calm demeanor, the man felt an inexplicable fear. Everyone looked at Hu Ming, who yawned lazily and then straightened up. Sir, I don't even know who you are, and you say I'm framing you. At least provide some evidence. Also, I wasn't here just now, I was on the balcony. Impossible? How could you have been on the balcony? You were just here. The man was furious, and Hu Ming gave him a distressed look. He sighed helplessly, then turned to face Li Tian. Hu Ming's gaze sent shivers down Li Tian's spine. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable. I'll be honest, I wasn't in the mood for today's banquet. Zhou Lili told me that Uncle Li was about to announce the annulment of my engagement today. Most people here knew about it, but I was the only one in the dark. Hu Ming shrugged and openly disclosed this matter. It came as no shock to many, as Li Tian had hinted at this news quite some time ago. However, Han Li Tian's expression turned grim at this moment. He turned to look at Li Tian, who seemed visibly nervous. Under the weight of Han Litian's relentless pressure, Litian found himself in constant struggle. After all, the Li family greatly benefited from the union between their families. However, Madame Han also gave her consent to this matter. Upon this realization, Litian settled his scared heart. You say I'm framing you unless I knew in advance that you were going to frame me. As soon as Hu Ming finished speaking, the man's expression changed drastically. You're talking nonsense. That's not it, and neither is that. So why did I frame you? Hu Ming appeared innocent, casually leaning against the wall with an unchanged expression, genuinely impacted by the annulment. At this moment, Li Yu dared not look at Hu Ming. She expected Hu Ming to be angry, but she didn't expect the annulment to have such a significant impact on him. For a brief moment, she felt regret. However, Han Shuyi gently placed her hand on her shoulder, offering a reassuring gesture, and she regained her composure once more. The atmosphere settled into an awkward silence. Neither side could make definitive accusations, and no one knew the full extent of the situation. Buzz. The hotel's speaker suddenly sounded, and everyone froze. Then, several voices unexpectedly rang out. He drank it. I watched him drink it with my own eyes. Then later. Don't worry. I got paid, so I'll get the job done. Besides, no one knows Hu Ming's status in the Han family. If the Han family still treats him like their son, I can take the opportunity to move in with them. Everyone immediately recognized the familiar voices. They were the same as those who claimed just minutes earlier that Hu Ming was framing them. And now, this recording was like a death sentence, declaring their guilt. The crowd was taken aback. Astonishment, skepticism, and curiosity were evident on their faces. However, it was the instigators who wore the most distressing expressions. At this moment, Han Litian's expression turned incredibly dark. Hu Ming's unjust accusation was already troubling, but now it appeared that Zhou Lili had set her sights on exploiting the Han family for financial gain. As the recording played, the culprits' faces paled with realization, their own words coming back to haunt them. Zhou Lili sensed a crumbling world around her. She thought she was the one scheming against Hu Ming, but now she found herself falling victim to someone else's schemes. You bitch! You recorded it! Someone moved forward in desperation and grabbed Zhou Lili's neck. Zhou Lili's eyes widened as she struggled, her slightly bruised body exposed once more to the public. Some people shielded their children's eyes to prevent them from seeing more. Security quickly intervened and pulled the man away. If a death occurred in the hotel, they would be in serious trouble. Zhou Lili covered her neck and continued coughing. As she struggled, she looked at Hu Ming and noticed the pen he was twirling in his hand. She suddenly realized it must be that pen. That pen must be a recording device. Pen? There's something wrong with his pen. She screamed, pointing at the pen in Hu Ming's hand. He gave me a pen at the banquet? That pen has something wrong with it inside. Hearing this, Hu Ming couldn't help but laugh and point to the pen Zhou Lili had discarded on the floor, mocking. Isn't that the pen I gave you? At his words, everyone's attention shifted to the pen on the floor. One of the culprit's fathers picked up the pen, and he had security inspect it. If the pen was problematic, they could use it to accuse Hu Ming of framing their children, and could then exploit the situation to target the Han family. Even at this point, they showed their ugly, scheming faces. But soon, security shook their heads. This is just an ordinary pen. It's the one in his hand? He must have swapped it. Zhou Lili was not willing to give up so easily. Hearing this, the man approached Hu Ming and extended his hand. Let me check it. He spoke with authority as if ordering Hu Ming to hand over the pen. This time, however, Hu Ming stood tall, his posture exuding an overwhelming presence that drew everyone's gaze. So, let me get this straight. Are you saying that no matter what, I must be proven guilty of framing them? If you're innocent, what are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? This is unacceptable. I have been falsely accused by you guys all night. If I were so simple to let you go, I wouldn't be able to swallow the anger in my heart. After all, today is meant to be the day of the public announcement of Han Shuyi and Li Yu's engagement, a significant event. Madame Han has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Are you showing that you have no regard for the Han family whatsoever? Hearing what Hu Ming said, several people's expressions changed dramatically. Madame Han and Li Yu felt extremely awkward, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. The man was sweating profusely, not expecting Hu Ming to involve the Han family in this. Is this guy totally shameless? He's not even from the Han family. He silently glanced at Han Litian. Han Litian's cold gaze bore into him, sharp as a piercing weapon. Hu Ming is my son. Do you think I'd let my son get treated like a fool? Han Litian's icy voice served as both a warning and an announcement. Hu Ming is a member of the Han family. Han Yungzi's eyes glowed with admiration. Hu Ming's image in her eyes was incredibly grand at this moment. Brother's aura today is off the charts. Hu Ming twirled the pen in his hands, his gaze fixed on the man before him. The man, who had previously been so confident and assertive, was now dubious. He didn't dare to take the risk. If he offended the Han family, he would lose his right to stay here. After all, many people here would go to any length to gain favor with the Han family. He swallowed quietly and gazed at Hu Ming. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Hu Ming appeared to have undergone a complete transformation. He struggled to understand the true meaning behind Hu Ming's words. He opened his mouth but couldn't decide what to say. Suddenly, a security personnel behind him shouted, capturing everyone's attention. Found it. Everyone turned to see the security holding Zhou Lili's dress and a tiny recorder. It was found on her clothing. Zhou Lily's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, the recorder should have been that pen. How could it be on my clothes? She instinctively looked at Hu Ming. Hu Ming smiled at her and shook the pen in his hand. Zhou Lily felt as though she was going crazy. No matter what she tried, she couldn't seem to reach Hu Ming. There had to be a way. There had to be another way to find evidence? Zhou Lily clutched the blanket tightly, her eyes nearly popping out. Surveillance cameras. She recalled that there were cameras in the corridor. When she and Hu Ming entered, the cameras must have recorded them. She jumped to her feet, paying no mind to whether she was dressed, and shouted, "The cameras? The corridor cameras definitely must have recorded us." At this point, she had no concern for her fate. All she desired was to drag Hu Ming down. Hu Ming stood with his hands behind his head, too lazy to even explain. A few people ran over from a short distance away, security personnel instructed to check the surveillance footage. All eyes were on them, Zhou Lily included. The cameras captured the young lady entering the room by herself, and later on, those three gentlemen appeared at the door, holding their phones and asking a waiter to open the door for them. Upon hearing this, many people gasped in shock. Why would anyone go to someone else's door with a phone unless they have ulterior motives or want to capture something? Now, the charges against those men trying to frame Hu Ming had become even more severe. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Lily's entire countenance sank, her complexion turning pale. Unbeknownst to her, it appeared that Hu Ming had been pulling the strings from the beginning. She was a pawn in Hu Ming's game and thought she could use him. Zhou Lily even felt like she was dealing with the devil. How had Hu Ming done so much yet left no trace of himself? She looked up and met Hu Ming's gaze, who responded with a subtle smile as if he had just accomplished something trivial. Zhou Lily collapsed onto the ground, no longer caring about what would happen next. Starting today, it would become hell for her to remain here. This farce seemed to have come to an end. The men's fathers continued to beg Han Litian for mercy while Han Litian stared at them coldly, already planning his approach. Madame Han stood beside Han Shuyi, her expression vague. Today's events were entirely unexpected. She had anticipated some trouble from Hu Ming, but the outcome was far beyond her imagination. Madame Han sighed in relief, but her mind wandered as she thought about her husband's gaze. What she hadn't expected most was that Hu Ming had actually brought up the topic of breaking off the engagement. Wasn't he afraid of being embarrassed? Madame Han seemed unaware that she also had a share of the blame for agreeing to this. Li Tian held his daughter's shoulders, his mind occupied by Hu Ming's gaze. Why did he smile at me at the end? Did it mean something? Li Tian frowned, his expression troubled. And Hu Ming? Hu Ming had already left, heading out alone. By the time Han Yun-11 noticed, he had vanished without a trace. It was like a small interlude in a performance, but this particular incident at the banquet was so significant that the host family couldn't stop apologizing to everyone. To rectify the mistake, Li Tian promptly made a public announcement regarding the engagement of Han Shuyi and Li Yu. Han Shuyi stood beside Li Yu, his gaze fixed upwards. He couldn't help but smile, his face lighting up with joy. To Li Yu, this smile was as if Han Shuyi was genuinely happy about their engagement. With a beaming smile, Li Tian ascended the stage, while Han Litian in the audience remained devoid of any signs of joy. He turned to face his wife, and Madame Han noticed his gaze but dared not meet Han Litian's gaze because she had made this decision privately. I really don't understand what you're doing. Why didn't you consult me on such a major matter? I just thought it would be a good thing for Shuyi. Thinking about it, the more grandly we announce this, the more the public will see how much we value Shuyi. And what about Hu Ming? Don't you care at all about how that child feels? I just thought he's very indifferent, so this wouldn't affect him. Madame Han said with little confidence, given that she had heard crystal what Hu Ming had said earlier. Hearing what his wife said made Han Litian rage. Indifferent? I think you're the truly indifferent one. Alright, I know I made a mistake, but it has already happened. I will make it up to Hu Ming later. Madame Han could not tolerate her husband's attitude any longer. Han Litian heaved, feeling his head throbbing. He stared icily at Litian on the stage, his expression unfriendly. However, Litian appeared unaware of Han Litian's gaze. Just as his hand grazed the microphone, the entire venue went dark. Without warning, a massive curtain descended from above. A sudden burst of light from the suspended projector caught Li Tian off guard, causing him to shield his eyes reflexively. In an instant, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Instinctively, he glanced behind him and noticed a series of photos on the large screen. The images showed people embracing Zhou Lily, some even wearing lecherous smiles. And one of the main characters in these images was none other than himself. Han Lishan had reached his breaking point. He grabbed Han Yungzi's arm and pulled her away. As Han Yun-11 attempted to glance behind her, he blocked her view and forcibly dragged her away. Madame Han was on the verge of collapsing, her body barely held up by a nearby pillar. Everything is ruined. Li Yu's face was pale as she looked at the photographs on stage. Although there were photos of others with Zhou Lily in compromising positions, the first was of her father. Han Shi clenched his teeth, his face contorted with anger in the shadows. A small stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to tear apart the person who exposed all of this, but he had no idea who was responsible. His plan to perfectly integrate into the social circle was utterly shattered. From now on, whenever people saw him, they would talk about this disgraceful incident behind his back. I will not let whoever did this get away. His eyes burned with an intensity that could eliminate anything in its path. Unbeknownst to anyone, beyond the hotel's walls, on the lively street, the culprit nonchalantly disposed of some parts by tossing them into a drain. With his hands in his pockets, he walked away from the luxurious hotel without looking back. He hummed a little tune, seemingly in a good mood.